Hello, Brick. Did you have a nice week bunker group? Fantastic. Nah, I got Stonehard bunker PNK. Can a warrior pick up my Kuso? Jackber got Black Lotus. What? Ha! You know, mages just get beat by a fucking rogue. Hefe, can you put some warriors in Fizz's group? He's asking me for it.
Yeah, he's been spamming me.
Let's get that win fury going.
But remember Baldi? I had the impression she never sorted the groups. I drove almost crazy. He's elemental.
Fizz, step back so you don't get hit by the enemy.
That's still recharging. I can't cast that yet.
Clear the bowman, then open up a pivot.
Some go ice ring, most go SPG.
Deline, hello. Hi Dylan. How's life?
Mount up. Let's go aid station. Follow the engineering shield.
Hmm.
What if later today we went sledding?
Dude, that shit's so OP.
Yeah.
Yes, and yeah, you wanted?
Yeah, as in like,
Warlock and stables.
I don't know. You were just asking like, what
Okay.
if we did that? And I was just like, yeah. Like, okay, we did that.
So would you want it?
I don't care.
What?
Warlock's
I
fucking
don't care.
dispelled. Range, fight that warlock. Someone was just standing at the cart.
Mine says druids can't win duels very well in 1v1 and druids are the best 1v1 class in the game. Outside of like the other good 1v1 classes would be like a shadow priest or maybe a warlock. But yeah, druids are like the best in 1v1s. Can you, sir, can you go play with the dog somewhere else? I know they are.
My boy, I don't know.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Need more rage.
Paranoid, no. Come on.
Hunter and stables.
All in, all off tank guys.
All in, come on.
Just a meme.
3, 2, 1.
So, Cars, do you DPS or tank in your build?
Whichever they need me to do. I DPS the bosses they want me to, and then I tank the bosses they want me to.
That's a fucking warrior right there.
Q, 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 Q. I'm gonna check it.
Yeah, Nutty, I mean, that's not really like a quick, easy
Oh,
explanation.
so fresh.
Obviously, each
Join two of
matchup
them?
is a little different. I
Take it.
plan to make some guides on how to 1v1 each class. But pretty much with a mage, you just want to stay out of novas, so they don't get the shatter bonus.
Always finger ice.
Don't shift in and out of cat form or bear form. Very often use travel form because it costs a lot less mana. Yeah, basically you wear mages down with your dots while keeping yourself alive. Shadow priests are going to be really hard. You're going to have to use heals that don't, outlast their mana and win pretty much.
All 6 of the
Um,
epic PvP gear.
and then
Why aren't you using all 6
heal
of the
heals against
to speed
dispel
gear?
classes. You want to make sure
Yeah.
you're trying to use healing touch more often than anything else, because it's low mana efficiency, and then also, it's high mana efficiency, so it's a very efficient heal, and also they're not going to be able to dispel it from you. So if you put hots on, they're just going to dispel your hots off over and over again. Warriors, you pretty much just want to kite and root them as much as possible, and then reset when they're sitting in a full duration roots. You just reset with cap form and open again. Like I said, it's not really a simple explanation. It would be more something that would take some time to explain each class in detail. But yeah, in general, you're never going to try and out DPS a class or burst a class down. It's all about outlasting and winning that way. Do I have any videos of 1v1s? I mean, a lot of my videos, my PvP videos, have me in 1v1s. My first PvP video has some duels. Taking rank 1 rejuve is insane, and that's a big... Yeah, that's true. Normally they'll catch on, though, after like the first few that you put on. They'll realize what you're doing. At least on this server, people do. But yeah, that's always a good trick. Or if they're dispelling your dots off them, then just rank 1 Moonfire them. So, I don't care. Yeah. I mean, Warlock, it really depends on what pet they have. If they have a Fell Hunter, you're going to have to use those Dispel tricks to try and bait out Dispels and bait out Counterspell. If they're using Voidwalker, it's a lot easier in my opinion, because all you're really having to do is do more damage than they can sustain on, and it's basically about being efficient while keeping yourself alive. That's pretty much it. Warlock is definitely going to be a hard matchup. Sorry, I had to plug in my headphones.
Yeah, but I don't know what PvP is either.
The hardest matchups you're going to have are Shadow Priest and a Warlock, especially if they're well geared Warlock, because they can either burst really hard or they have a lot of sustain if they're Soul Link spec. Yeah, melee you can definitely outplay a ton, especially if it's a rogue. Rogues are probably my favorite matchup. Warriors as well is a lot of fun. Paladin's just kind of boring. You will beat a paladin, but it just takes a long time. Thanks a ton for good and quick responses. Yeah, no problem. Hunter, you just want to try and stay in the dead zone, hibernate the pet, keep yourself cleansed of.
North's good.
Yeah, South's good.
Right.
Keep yourself cleansed of, so abolish poison, stings off of you. Obviously,
These guys are just
prioritize on
stuck.
Viper Sting.
Just beat them into submission enough, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, Hunter is harder early on in the game, so like right when people are hitting 60, Hunter can be fairly hard. However,
Did you say
after
Dude,
after
I'm
people
sure
are starting to get geared and you probably have a bigger
like,
mana pool, then
goes
Hunter
in the middle
becomes
of the
easier
guild,
and
hey
easier.
guys, come fuck up this pre-made with me. Nothing.
Yeah, I'm sure
I feel like they already did that though. Yeah,
What?
they have done it in the past, but
Oh,
I
yeah.
haven't seen it for a long time.
They
You
did
know,
do
10
that.
people
Was
show up for one game, then we leave the game, then they leave. You know?
Yeah, Dwarf race is
whatever.
pretty strong against stuff like that.
Fuck us at Belinda Hill, though.
Was
Yeah.
that 8 though?
Yeah, that was 8. Idea. Was it 8?
Okay.
Yeah, you had Nitos and some other fuckers.
Yeah, they used everything, man. Arcane bombs.
Yeah, but that's how it's done though.
Yeah. I mean, it's, in my opinion, I never ever have gotten, I never get a 5 combo point bleed off on a rogue.
Fuck me.
Basically my opener is Pounce,
Mhm.
Rip right away, so now that gives you 2 combo points. I instantly put
Ah,
up
not
a
bad.
fairy fire so they can't
Rest. Do you have
vanish.
a Druid or
And then I put up a 2-point rip,
He's in there
and then
trying right now.
right away I'm shifting out to put up an abolish because almost every rogue will blind you right after they get out of stun. So,
Alright, next time I'm going in with you.
and then
'Cause
you
I can
can
just bounce
get
that
the
shit
blind
you.
off.
Well, I won't be up there for a while now.
Ah, but just do
Ah,
other
fuck it, I'm getting bandages.
And then
Somebody
you
else
can just
tank.
basically kite away with travel form.
We have a warlock.
Once
We
you
can summon it.
are far enough away, you can shift bear and charge them.
Yeah, sure.
That puts them in a
Warlock summon coach. That's right. For
basically a
fuck's
root.
sakes, Axel.
Cannot
Um,
summon
and then you
in
can
there.
shift out and you can
Wait, you
actually
can?
root them
You
Yeah.
with a
cannot
full
imagine
duration
if
root,
every
and then you
warlock
can get
has
a
to summon
re-stealth.
people in Ultra. It would be so annoying. Especially if you do backdoor.
You can pull. I can fucking keep spamming that shit off you.
Oh wait, can we summon in other battlegrounds?
No, you cannot
Okay,
summon.
good.
I swear you used to be able to summon in AV.
No, I've played Warlock over 1 year last year. No.
I don't fucking know.
Many people were asking me, can you summon me? Can you summon me? No.
In AV?
I'm 90% sure you could do that in retail.
Yeah, you
Cash
could do
award.
it on retail in AV.
Cash award. I can dispel the mind control off you if you pull.
It's just not Blizz like what they're doing here, man. I don't know.
There was only one Blizz-like and it's a long time ago.
Was it patched in retail?
Ah yeah, this makes sense. PNK.
We want all in after this? We can just pick up tower point later, right? Come on. One surface burned, all in. All in, all in, all in, all in. Come, all in. Beat the shit out. There's a warrior in the corner and there's a priest in there. Murder the fuck out of them too. Go. Tower point spawns in 30 seconds. Kill the. There's a warrior over there in the corner as well. Yanafel, kill the fucking warrior. Thank you.
I'm out of range.
Need someone to pick up tower point in 20 seconds. I don't care who it is. Just need one warrior to do it.
Of course, a shield wall. What a
Yeah,
cuck.
he always does it. I don't know what's up with that guy.
He's a mid PvP. He just gets satisfaction or something.
The fuck's the satisfaction of standing in a corner watching yourself die? Tower point spawning. Pick it up.
Guys, take the fucking ads from it.
Tower point spawn.
Thank you, Horka
Not
again.
ready yet.
Come on, nuke him down, boys. We only got 1 minute. Yeah, okay, he's. Heals on org.
That's still recharging.
Thanks for the
Need
views.
more That's still recharging.
Oh god, oh
fishing.
god, oh god, oh god. Yeah, I'm ranking currently. What's my goal until I stop? I don't know. I can't really say. I'm gonna try and go for 12 or 13 just so I can get the 3-piece speed bonus. But we will see where I get to. At least 12 for sure.
Whisper High Stalker for invite.
Yeah, it does stack. However, I do not know if that's um, how it was in Classic. So it might just be a
Okay,
thing on
group
private
1Q.
servers, but I'm not sure.
Group 2Q. Group 3Q. Group 4Q.
I can't use that item yet. It's still recharging.
Group 5Q.
It's not ready yet.
Group 6Q. Drop the Q. Drop, drop, drop. I'm gonna do a countdown in like a few seconds. Get ready. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Q, 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 Q.
What brings
Requeue for 1. Requeue for 1.
I'm checking. Oh, it is super fresh.
Join it.
Fucking right, baby. Let's get it.
Yeah, that definitely would be strong. Yeah, I know. There was a level 59 gnome rogue that got to
If you didn't get the one, just keep EQing
rank
to
12, I
It's
think,
so much
or
easier.
rank 11. Yeah, he definitely had the mount, but yeah, it's kind of funny that you can do that.
Nice. It's full.
Yeah, I have mixed emotions about that, Abdul. I think, like, I like the idea. I like the idea of cross queue or cross server queues for that reason, so you have shorter queue times. But I also like kind of the idea of server only queues because then you kind of recognize all the people. I guess if they do anything, I hope they come up with like a solution where they only if you're in queue for longer than like a few minutes, then it goes to cross server queues and it only populates from like a few specific servers, kind of like how they used to have like battle groups. I hope that if it does pull from other servers, it's only like a few, you know, so you still can
Yes,
recognize
last
names
week.
and know the rankers and stuff like that.
Then it's back to raiding.
What you gonna do without all this gold?
He already
Gonna
has
drop
all of
the
it,
meters,
dude.
man.
I don't know.
But I agree, it does suck, like especially if you had a fairly large faction
Wait to fill
imbalance
my
on your
fucking
server,
pockets.
and you're like constantly
really
sitting
deep
in
down
really
there, you're never
long
gonna
queue
get down
times.
there.
I wouldn't like that either. You know, like 10,
It's
15
really
minute
good to
queues are
not
kind of
talk
annoying.
about gold. You just make many people jealous, and it's not good in the end. Trust me. It's like talking about sex or girls.
Yeah, so dude, I fucked this gold yesterday made out of sex.
Are you King Midas? Everything you touch becomes gold.
So let's put. Never mind.
Oh shit, we only have one warlock now in this one.
Worst thing would be to start up on a server that goes down and pop once people hit. Will be just like Phoenix. Well, yeah, that would suck. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they handle all that stuff, like servers that get really small, or faction imbalances, or long queue times, because no one likes that. But then everyone still wants to feel like they have that server community and whatnot. So
Yeah, yeah, heard.
curious
Oh, you're
what
not
they'll
going
do.
Stonehard.
I'm riding there now.
Going Icewing.
Oh, whoops. All these names sound the fucking same.
You haven't done AV enough, man. I know the
Icewing
names
and
as well.
Stonehard. You can look on the map too. It tells you the names of everyone.
Yeah, usually I get them right.
You haven't done enough AV until you know the names of all the lieutenants and shit, and all the elite mobs in fucking Don Baldar.
I don't know. I don't know our elite mobs names, so
Me
I know
neither,
that.
dude.
You didn't even know you could get a banner.
That's a good one.
I knew you could, but I didn't know you could keep on using. I saw it as a one-time use type of, and then you need to buy another one. So I was like, oh, that
13.
sucks.
That would be fucking terrible.
That's why I saw it, so I didn't get one.
Hey, coach, look at this banner. Right? Bam!
My
Yeah,
thoughts
I
on
put the
mega
banner
servers.
right.
Yeah, I agree. 2.5k sounds too little, but then 10k
Got the
also
plus 10%
sounds
damage
real
ban,
rough.
receive the plus health
Maybe
ban.
like, but
Plus health ban
okay. So
is
the thing is, on
rank banner. You get it at rank It's not
You can use it in any
classic servers once
battleground.
they come out. Sorry, my
Yeah,
dogs are
fucking
running
top
around.
top is
Classic servers once they come out, they're going to have downtimes, like because it's like a NA server, it's a European server, so there will actually be like a nighttime where there's not as many people on. Whereas these servers, people are around the world, so there's never really a downtime. There's definitely times where there's less population on, but it's almost always full. So I could see like
SP, go
a
SP,
server that
SP.
has like
What the fuck is
high pop times of being like around 7 to 10k. I would be okay with that
It
as
looks
long
like
as there's some downtimes where there's a lot less people, if that makes sense. Just because doing world PvP
Icewing need
or
more
trying to
help?
farm certain spots and stuff for gold in the world when there's 10k people online, it can be a nightmare, especially on this server where it's heavily favored to the alliance. It's like if I try and go out and do world PvP, a lot of times it just becomes unfair fights that I can't even
Joy Division.
try and do world PvP because there's so many people all around. But I mean that definitely beats having a world that has almost no one. So it's kind of hard to say.
Way too many dice, man. Go SP.
I can't cast that yet. That's still recharging.
Do you need help in south and north bunker?
North is good.
I think we should split a few people into the bunkers and west aid station. Just like 1 or 2 go into the bunkers and help out.
Engineering shield, follow.
I need to get closer.
Do you really need help at south?
No. He lacks spot. Oh yeah.
Hey, we shall in 3, 2, 1.
He'll coach.
AoE. Oh. Kill the priest.
There's a paladin as well, he bubbled. He's not even running in, what's he doing?
Just dying in the AoE.
He's just meleeing a hunter right now. The fuck's he doing? Look at him
Being
up
a
by the
pro.
healers. Look at that guy right there.
That's
How
still
many
the target.
defenders did they have, did you say? We might need to send a few people back to SPGY. We'll have 2 people stationed.
PGI is okay.
I'm on 7 HP at Stonehearth, just standing next to a healer who's AFK.
Why'd we pull those?
We need something.
Is Pagaki fucking slacking?
No, it's this Chinese dude.
I don't know. I don't think so. We have them almost every single game. I just never go and get them.
Who's the Chinese?
First marshal is out.
I'm pretty sure it's just a unique item that you buy from the vendors, the Frostwolf vendors, but I could be wrong. But
Use the bathroom.
I don't think they're that expensive because we use them almost all the time. But
He ain't rank 14.
maybe they are. Maybe people are just
Bottle.
throwing cash around.
Gonna have to
Roll
hold it.
red
I
bottles.
said it, man. You don't have time for a fucking bottle.
Or the cup, eh?
All in, all in, all in. Come on, all in.
Oh no, man, you can always find time for a bottle.
And dude, you just get your suckertron that takes fast.
Make sure it's not a clear bottle.
How often going 3, 2, 1. How are you supposed to know how full it is if it's not a clear bottle?
Adds to the excitement.
No, no.
You're playing a little game with yourself.
Come on.
Pick up Van! Come on, Warriors, click that fucking taunt button. Nice.
Yeah, I think that's where you get it.
Wind Fury Blends also knows. Or am I just out of range? That could be it.
Standing there, but I'll replace it then. There you go.
It's sometimes bugged because it needs line of sight.
I
Is
wasn't
there we
line
go,
of sight,
there we
it's
go.
just too far away, I think.
No.
Oh, it needs line of sight. And sometimes it's bugged. It's the only totem which needs line of sight, it's so annoying.
Nah, all the weapon enhancing ones need line of sight.
Yeah.
Flame tongue as well.
Yeah, but when do you use flame line?
Tremor also needs, poison cleansing also needs.
Tremor needs line of sight?
Yeah, pretty fucking sure.
What's up with the DPS? We could have had an 11-minute game.
More banners
Faster,
for DPS.
guys.
Where's the shredders at?
Fishing.
Oh, I gotta check out if Tremor really needs line of sight. It's could be annoying too.
Whisper High Stalker for invite.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, because everyone, like, we have so many people in the pre-made that pop pop them all the time. So.
Whisper High Stalker for invite. Come on.
Can group 1 and group 2 queue? Group 3 queue? Group 4 queue? Okay, drop the queue. Drop, drop, drop.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a lot of that's a lot of materials.
Okay, I'm gonna do a countdown. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Q, 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 Q. Re-queue for 2.
I'll check it. Fresh as fuck. Take 2.
That's still recharging.
But yeah, according to people who are kind of leading the ranking on Horde side, if you're under rank 7, you can only go to bracket 3. And bracket 3 this week is going to be 700k. So I'm actually getting close to there. And I think once I get to around, I'll kind of have to do a little math, but around 600 to maybe 650, I'm going to stop doing AV and do Warsong Gulch and Arathi Basin so I can collect 20 marks of each, so then at the beginning of next week I can turn all the marks in and get a head start on the week. That's what I think I'm going to do. I know it's kind of early to get like super serious and try-harding about like rank when I'm only rank 6, but I'd rather just try it out and see how it goes. I just want to, I would like to see how it is ranking on the private servers that have these huge populations and a lot of players going for a rank, because I think come Classic, the ranking system's going to feel a lot easier, in my opinion, just because the PvP population will be spread out over quite a few servers, so there probably won't be as much competition for those bracket 1 and bracket 2 spots. You can stack those marks in the mailbox and save for 30 days. Do they? I thought they were 24-hour mail on this server. I could be wrong though. I haven't had any in my mailbox in a long time. I'll let these stack up and we'll see. We'll see what they what they last for. Because I thought they might have changed that to where it's not 30-day mail and it's actually like 24 hours now, so it prevents people from stacking a ton in the mailbox. But yeah, that would be really nice if you could do, and just like hold on to a ton. So if there's like a week that you know you can't play as much, or a week that's gonna be really hard to push, then you can just use that. I used to do it back on Phoenix. Yeah, I remember I used to do it back on another server as well. I can't remember. It might have been Phoenix, but yeah, I know that was like the strategy that a lot of people had. But I think they might have changed it here.
I need to get closer. That spell isn't ready yet. I can't heal it.
Need a mage to go Ice Wing. Can you do that, Snick?
Not enough damage.
Ah, shit.
More rage.
Yeah, so I basically just have cooldown shown. I wanted to try and do like a UI that is kind of as minimal as possible, but
You can go SP.
turns out there's a lot of cooldowns that you still want to monitor, so that's kind of what I have.
Okay.
What?
Someone ran a shredder in here and we can't see because of dot. So that's new.
You good? We have two rogues on the way that can maybe help if you need.
Yeah, swing by. Clear out
Always
the
needs
bone
help,
and-
get moving.
Lead the charge, PNK.
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Ah,
Dab
shit, we
gag.
lost it, didn't we?
Ah, fuck.
Can you heal the tanks, please?
You can still stop him.
I got him! Yeah, baby!
Nice one, man.
What a fucking shit show. Don't fear him, don't mind control him, just trap and kill.
More was in noise too, I think, though.
With you, coach.
Giving heal.
Got it.
There you are. Instant cast chain lightning.
Yeah, it's sweet, right?
Damn right. Saves lives and flags.
This house took it.
Where did you get the line of sight? Wait,
If you
where
go
you
down
ground floor?
Yeah, ground floor. If you go down here, step on the back thing here, you can basically jump and reach them.
Ah, awesome.
That's still
Nice trick.
recharging.
Shaman, man. Gotta know what you're doing. You can only do it with instant casts, is the thing. So you need nature swiftness to do it.
Yeah, always.
There's
Already
a boomkin.
close.
There's a boomkin in the tank.
Happy Pizza Day. It's Pizza Day? That's a thing?
Somebody dispel an X-bot, he's rooted. Priest. Can't?
Keep 3 people in North Bunker.
Are we? I think we go aid station. Go aid station, it looks like. Can we get a spell into this moment, actually? And push aid station, there are like 3 lines there. Kill the druid by the stables. His moonflight fucking hurts. Warrior at the flag.
World Pizza Day.
AoE.
Damn, I might have to go get a pizza today.
Big
There's the druid
creepers,
at the
kill
tree. The druid's at the tree. The warrior's at the flag. Let's get this cap. Some mage. We need more people to help cap because the gods are stopping the druid, man. Okay, I got this.
Need more to go SPGY. Those guys were back cappers when they would go for SPGY.
If you're coming from Stoneheart Bunker, or if you're on the road towards SPGY, stay at SPGY.
Worth getting the Dark Moon Trinket equipped. Gives aware attention.
Explosives dead?
Those are still alive.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone using that trinket before. Like I've never come across someone where I
More
kill them
stay
and
at SPGY.
they
We
respawn.
only have 1 person there.
I think it goes for pretty cheap on the auction house though.
I'm almost there now. I'll stay there.
Thank you, McAfee.
This will not. Don't pull it done but ourselves. Do not pull that. That's get away from the door. West response.
It's actually snowing a lot right now outside. It's pretty crazy. These people would just kill and turn their back. You can res them and get stuff. Yeah, that is true.
How's SPGY looking?
It's good.
Nice. Tower point and east spawn in second.
No, come on.
We got some ads incoming now. Okay, they reset. Good job. The druid is behind us. Keep an eye on the boomkin. There's a boomkin behind us. Range, look down. Look at the forge. The boomkin standing right there.
Can all in.
Oh, thank. Going in 3, 2, 1.
All in, all in. Here you go, coach. This time I'll make sure you get the win, Fury.
I don't need it too much when I'm just doing that.
Nah, but it's my mistake of placing it too far away. I'll rectify that. There's no need for only 4 people or 3 people to get it in the Advance in 30.
We lost. We've lost like 2 games, I think. And then I think we AFK'd out of 1. That was just a crazy turtle.
Group 1 queue.
But other than that, no, it's just been wins.
Group 2 queue.
But if you don't, the good thing about if you're an alliance player
Group
is
3 queue.
you can't, alliance can't do pre-mades. There's just not enough horde population queuing. It'll take too long
Mages
for them.
queue.
So that you don't run across alliance pre-mades, but alliance win 99% of AV games if you're not a
Shameless
pre-made
queue.
as horde. And a lot of times they'll win without horde even capping anything because
Group 6 queue.
most horde just go in an AFK in AV. It's kind of sad, or they'll try and turtle, or yeah, it's just
Group 7, Group 8 queue.
not good.
Okay, we need to wait for the games to fill up. Drop the queue. Drop, drop, drop.
No, I don't. No, I don't think so. As
Bakaki and Yahi, are you here?
since I'm forced to be in bracket 3, I think I'll get around 3/4 of the way through rank 7, maybe, like close to rank 8. But I don't think I'll hit rank 8. But I'm not sure. It's so like the ranking system and honor system is a little weird to me. Like I understand how the brackets work and I understand, you know, the your standing and your rank points and stuff, but it's kind of like guesswork on exactly where you'll be.
Want some more warlocks.
Do you think this will work the same way in classic? In terms of the fishing for AV, I think so. It worked in
Group 1 and Group 2 queue.
Wrath. Was it Wrath that I did a lot of AV pre-mades? I don't remember, but it definitely worked in WoW.
Hunter's queue. Mage's queue.
So we'll have to see. It'll be a bummer if it won't for sure, because it's kind of Horde's only saving grace because AV is so favored for the Alliance that it's really hard. Like you have to think about it. the one way Horde can have a chance of winning is basically by not cheating, but like finding a creative way of jumping in through the back door. You can't you can't even win in a legitimate way. Because like the only groups I've ever won with go back door normally. So. But the flip side to that is you don't really need to pre-mate as much during Warsong or Arathi Basin because Horde tend to do fairly well at those games, especially in the earlier part of the day. Seems to have a lot of AFKers in the evening for some reason. But yeah, you don't really need to pre-mate as much for AB and Warsong Gulch because Horde actually try and are pretty good. Well, if you're going to rank for hours, you want
So
to
I
cremate
guess
anyways.
one
Yep,
of
that's
you
true.
were
That's true.
tanking.
Did he? I don't know. Why?
I seen him in the pre-made.
He
Well,
should be out and about. I think I saw him a couple of hours ago.
He's just kind of been acting like a dumbass the last couple times we've had him.
Most likely, it just depends on. It depends on the group of people I'm playing with. I was raiding with a guild
Group 1, Q.
on this server, and I liked most of them, but I don't
Group 2, Q.
really know what their plans are for Classic. I don't know. I kind of want to find like a
3Q.
solid community to play with, and if obviously if that community was gonna roll Alliance, then I'd roll Alliance with them.
Group 4, Q.
But I definitely prefer to play Horde.
Drop, 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 drop.
Plus, I'm obviously more familiar with the Horde questing. I haven't quested on. I quested on Alliance Hunter, but I grinded a lot to be honest, so I didn't really do as many quests. I quested up
ready.
through like 30, and then a lot of times I would just like play when she was rested. It was a Night Elf Hunter, and I just play when the character was rested,
Alright, on the countdown.
and just like
3,
grind mobs. So I don't
2,
know.
1. Q, Q, Q. 3Q for 2. 3Q for 2. How is it? Can someone check it?
But I've been doing a lot of thinking. If I do play Tauren, I think I'm gonna go male
yeah,
for
there's
launch.
there's only
The
take it
Tauren
first
Druid
flash.
male casting animation
There's
for
one
heals
two only.
is just a lot nicer than female. Like in raids, I almost always just use Savory.
Have one random in here, one pop, so it's all good.
The deviate fish, just because I'm not really into the way Tarn females look,
If
but
the game haven't started, dude, and there's 38 people in here, it's fucking fresh, man. Hell yeah, dude.
definitely going Druid. So my
Joining
pal
your
is
last
rolling
spot,
Rogue,
dude, you
going to
make that
gank.
cost
Yeah,
fresh.
that's
Take us
right.
fresh.
Yeah, Rogue and Druid combo in World
Whoever said
PvP is
that
so fun.
Goddamn, man.
We know who said
Hey
it.
Reed, how's it going? My
I don't
friends and I were
remember,
just
nor do
talking
I
about
care.
this today. None of
Yeah,
us
I
have
don't
played
know
Alliance.
names.
We're thinking of going Alliance to make
It's
the
just
game almost
funny.
feel new. None of us has quested on Alliance. Yeah, that is true. If you haven't played much on one certain side, then it does feel pretty fresh when you go there. I do like Alliance capitals. Like I really like Ironforge, and I really like Dunmorrow starting area. I like Alliance. It's just I prefer the play style of Horde in terms of PvP. It's kind of a little bit more bursty. Since you don't have paladins have a lot of sustain, so a lot of times in PvP you win on Alliance by basically just outlasting, which can get tedious sometimes. Doesn't the male model mess with some wall jumps in Orson Gulch? Well, I know female undead and female human can get through a lot of places. So yes, when I used deviate fish, I can get through. For example, I can get through some of the fences really easily on the Alliance side fence, like on top of the base, kind of. But I don't know if I'll let that determine what I play. I mean, in terms of like, it definitely is an advantage, but I don't know. Male Tauren looks bad on mounts because they're so huge, and some of the armor gets kind of stretched with how big they are. But I just think overall they're better looking than female Tauren. I don't know. I made a female Tauren because I wanted to like stick out kind of, because there's only like a few other female Tauren druids that I know of. And so you do kind of stand out and people recognize you easier, which is nice, but I don't know if it's worth having to be a female Tauren, if that makes sense. It's like the same thing with a female dwarf. You're like, it's kind of funny, you're a female dwarf, but then at the end of the day, it's like, you look bad. Like, you would look way better as a male
The
dwarf,
mine layer
but
first.
female dwarves kind of stand out more, and I guess some people like them for their casting animations. So many gold spammers.
Take the sentinels off the
I
healers.
do wish that druids had a few more options when it came to race choices. But to be honest, like I switched to troll druid in. It wasn't Kata. Kata couldn't be troll druids, right? It was. I think it was. What was after Kata? Mop? I think Mop is where you could be a troll druid. And I was a male troll druid on my main druid, but I don't know. To be honest, I don't know what I would pick if there was more options. I don't think I would be a troll druid. If that was a thing in Classic, I think I still would probably pick Tauren because their racial is just really nice.
Flag is in capture. Captain flag.
War Stomp is actually just really good for like the play style of a druid. It allows you to get off a free heal, essentially, or free roots. Yeah, same thing picking Undead for Rogue. The male looks better, but the finishing moves with female. Yeah, they're like little. They're like flips in the air that the females do is actually really, really cool. It was Kata? Okay, that's kind of what I thought.
My god, you guys are slow. I need some help at Stone Earth Bunker.
You're missing someone. Yahi, you're
Channel is so good.
Fuck, I mean,
Yeah, this is.
What? No,
This
you're
is
not.
very true for
yeah, I am
for world PvP for sure. With
said Yahi.
stealth drinking is nice.
No. I spelled it wrong.
What?
Yeah. I don't know about how some of their things that they added were really weird. Like gnome hunters didn't make any sense to me. I guess at least they didn't do a Tauren rogue, right? That would make even less sense. But yeah, there was a few that were just kind of weird. Like Tauren Pally didn't really make a lot of sense to me.
Clear the bowman.
Because I don't know what their logic was for the lore, and I'm not like super up on lore and everything, but to me it seems like to me it seems like you have Tauren, which are kind of like nomadic, like kind of get that like Native American vibe, like Indian kind of like Shaman really fits Druid, or I mean Shaman and Druid really fit Taurens, right? But Paladins are kind of supposed to be more of like Crusader type, like more of like Catholic Christian kind of holy, like Bible kind of feel, I guess, and it doesn't really make much sense to me with it. A bit off topic, but how are druids in dungeons? I'm a bit scared of rolling druid because I won't really find a reliable role for dungeons. Well, that's kind of one of the big misconceptions with druids. Druids are actually really, really strong in dungeons. They're actually stronger in dungeons than they are in raids, because basically, okay, so let's think about it this way. You're playing Feral, right? And your damage might not be as good as a rogue, but if your group gets in a bad situation, you're able to pop out and throw some heals out, or say your healer's having to heal really, like, is having to heal through a really tough fight, and they go you can pop out and innervate them, so that saves your group a wipe. So while your damage and DPS might not be as high, you are saving your group time from having to run back from a wipe or you know, waiting for that player to drink. So in the end, I think Druid actually brings a lot more to a raid a dungeon than a lot of other people give him credit for.
Right.
As a gnome rogue, yeah, so you're Tauren. You can tank, heal, and DPS great.
What's your honor
Tank
on
dies,
now?
you can go bear form, pop AoE. Yeah, exactly. You have a lot of
Jesus.
if
Alright,
someone in
I'll
your
step
group is
back, man.
lacking or someone in your group is
Wait, are you even in
in
bracket
trouble,
mode?
you kind of can fill in for their spot,
We give it to
which
Snag
makes
is,
Druid really
got
strong.
moved up. He can get ranked 12 this week,
And
and I
say
can
you want to
too.
tank in dungeons as a Druid,
Fuck, man.
you
Snag
have
didn't
just
change
about
what
as
he's about to
much
do.
survival as
Ah, still though, but you're gonna be
your
dead in a
traditional
couple
tank,
hours.
but then also if you're
Go
kind
to
of
raid.
speed running through dungeons, you can pop out and throw out some heals every once in a while,
Slacking, yeah.
or you can to
Slack
save your
ass. I
healer
did one
mana
this week.
between pulls, or you can throw out an
I wish I
innervate
had
on
ranked more this
cooldown
week.
and save your group
Paladin
time.
behind
So
us at aid
they're
station,
actually really strong in dungeons.
backpedaling on his mount.
If you're going
up.
as a healer, you're gonna heal just fine,
Yeah, I mean, like,
but you wouldn't be as effective as maybe a priest, but you do still bring that
everybody
toolkit of
makes
having
rank.
some other functionalities.
And that's like nothing during every
Yeah.
week.
But yeah, that was my plan.
I
Is
had like 2 or 3 hours after raid.
so I want to put out another PvP video, and then I want to do some guides on dueling for druids, like 1v1 matchups. But another big one that I want to make is
Why do we have
like 10 biggest misconceptions about druids or something like that.
here at aid station?
Because even this group that I'm ranking with, they were talking about druids the other day about how bad they are. And I'm like, you guys are ranking in PvP. You should realize how strong druids are. But yeah,
Come on,
there's a
DPS.
lot of people that
Trying to
think
fucking ninja cap it.
certain things about druids which aren't really true, or they don't see like the strengths that some
Oh, we got many
that
hours
druids
and
have.
does maybe go back inside.
You need help?
And I think the biggest issue is a lot of
No, I
people
think
that
we are
play
covered.
druid, they don't really play it to the full extent. So if they do run a dungeon as feral, they're just gonna sit there and DPS the whole time, and they're not gonna watch out for
Reinforce it if you can.
their party
Max
members'
spread,
health
25
or
seconds, spin
be
the shit out of it.
cognizant of their
Got some
healer's
allies in
mana or
camp
something like
asking
that.
to prepare.
Whereas if you're a good
Keep
druid
the
and you
flags.
kind of
Spin the
are
flags,
playing
spin
the
the
role
flags.
of a druid, where you're kind of a
It's okay, we got it.
good at
We got
everything,
master
but not a master at any one thing, then you can really show off your toolkit and stuff.
Everyone inside.
It's not even letting me get
Even
no
battle
Did we
res,
kill
you
Mortimer?
bring unique buffs,
Yeah.
not like most
Okay.
groups that have
Oh,
2 times the same. Yeah, exactly. Well, you got to think, if say you're playing as feral, which a lot of people will run dungeons as feral while they're
Okay, bro. Buckle's burning.
in the process of leveling up. So you're feral, right? You can easily tank a dungeon, but if they don't need a tank, then you can play
I get it for
in
this.
cat form and do decent DPS. But then you're also bringing Mark of the Wild that buffs your entire group's DPS. And if you're high enough level, you have
A little bit worse than High Warlords, though.
you have what am I blanking on the name? Yeah, you have Leader of the Packs for that 3% crit to your entire group. So yeah, you bring a lot of things to the group. Even if your DPS is lacking, you're making it up for it in your buffs, your toolkit, innervate, battle res, all that stuff. The fact that people really think druids are really bad makes it so much fun. If you 1v1 someone, people get so mad. Yeah, or people are trying to chase you and you just run away in cat form and they can't. Or, I mean, in cheetah form and they can't do anything. There's a lot of things that make druid, unique and super fun. To where once you play a druid and you try and switch to something else, it can be really frustrating. So like when I play my warlock and I get like hamstrung or I get rooted or sheeped or something like that, and I just have to sit through it, I'm just thinking about my druid and how I would just travel form away. Like it's just it's such a unique class, and I don't know. I think it has one of the highest skill ceilings too. Like you can be really bad at druid, and it's really obvious. And then you can also be really, really good at druid, and it really shows. Like I still have so much so many aspects of Druid that I could improve on. And I've played Druid for a really long time, so that's awesome to know that it's like a class that you can always keep getting better on. Whereas like, what's a class that's fairly simplistic? Like something like a warrior, you definitely can be extremely skilled at a warrior, and it shows. But like a bad warrior still does pretty good damage, if that makes sense.
Q. Q for 1.
Like a bad druid is gonna be very bad, and it's super obvious. They're not helpful in groups, you know, and they're always just maybe sitting in cat form. And it's just obvious. Whereas if it's like a bad warrior, it's like, what are they doing bad on? They're still doing DPS. They're still hitting the mobs, you know. It's like it's harder to be bad at some classes.
Wow.
Should get honors by noon.
Joe Boo sucks. He's full war.
Well, my dog sees something.
You're actually 7 high, Soccer.
Shit. Well.
El Jefe is slacking. He's 10.
Everything below
Yeah.
1 is a defeat, man.
Yeah, that's
Not
right.
first, you're last.
Silver medal isn't a gold medal, man.
Same as participation to me, man.
Oh, dude. I hate participation prizes, man.
Oh, tell me about it. I got it.
Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of questions about 1v1s as Druid because Druids are considered the strongest 1v1 class.
You're not supposed to.
So I think it'd be nice to have like some like an in-depth guide on
No, but the worst thing
on
is
1v1s, because
what that actually does is
once you
lessens
get
the
good at
victory for the guy who
1v1s,
worked the hardest.
people tend to play
Makes
their
everybody a
class the
snowflake.
same, so you can read people very easily if you understand.
Balls on these.
Like as a rogue,
He's
if you're a druid and you're going up against a rogue, like almost every rogue
I mean,
is going to
we'll see.
right after
he's
their
like
stun,
standing
they're
far
going to either
back.
try and blind you,
He's
or if they know that druids normally abolish right afterwards, they're going to
knows
try and
if
gouge
you
you.
snowball the
So the
fuck
biggest
out of
thing
him,
you can
he just
do
wants to get that green fog
against
shit.
a druid,
Wasn't kidding.
or I mean against a rogue as a druid, is after you get that stun off, you abolish poison so you don't get blinded, and you turn your back to them so you don't get gouged. And if you can master that, and you know that that's going to happen with most rogues, facing a rogue can become very easy, and plus you can get off those
Participation trophies
really
are like
cool
heart attack
I don't know,
Honestly, I think
fancy
weird as
plays,
this
I
is,
guess,
the
of like
bosses,
abolishing
kinda
a blind
nice.
where it looks
Instead of
really
the fucking AP
like
button,
amazing
right?
and like you know, it's like a
Dude,
cool
like,
play, but in reality
What's
it's kind
the
of
point
just
of it? Everybody has the same weapon.
it's very telegraphed by rogues because they do that every time.
So,
It's like,
Most druids are
why
just
am I
heal
going
bots
for
for
high
raids, so
warlock
once it
right
comes to
now?
PvP,
For
they're
the
really
weapons,
trash.
right?
You have to
To get
have
weapons that
skill
other
that you
people
yeah,
don't
exactly.
have.
You don't understand.
realize
If you just heal in raids, you don't
weapons
realize the
in retail
capability
WoW
of your
compared
class.
to current WoW don't mean nearly as much.
Trigger
Man, a
mage,
weapon in
gone
WoW
here.
doesn't do
Run away,
fuck
hill
all
chase.
for you in
You
retail.
thinking
It's the same as the
you
chest
got the
piece pretty
advantage,
much,
but
man.
Is that right?
Just
yep,
That's-
exactly.
Dude, that's
Hey, how's it
actually
going,
right,
Moonglade? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that's right.
there's a lot
actually.
of
That's
of
true.
things as a druid that
I
you
don't play it,
instantly
but I
start
know
seeing
it.
in other classes
Yeah,
that you
that's
know
right.
like that makes the class good. Like
It's
if
like
if
shoulders,
you're up
chest
against a
right,
mage and they're holding
I think it's
they're
shoulders,
holding
chest,
their
head.
blink for when
Was it
you
head?
root them
Maybe
or
a
when
neck.
you
Yeah, everyone has the neck, the heart of acid.
when you root them or when you
Yeah.
bear charge,
Just-
then you
just-
know
I
that
don't know,
can
I don't like it.
that shows you a
Yeah,
better.
me neither.
And this guy already has
don't like
like
PK
3 pieces of
So do you like
2.5.
Council, man.
What guild? Copper Pals?
No, yeah, hell yeah, dude. Council is way better.
Man, council sucks unless you're on.
I kind of gotta wait for
Sucks.
Just
my
get on the
group.
council.
I don't want to get
Yeah.
pulling some
Both sucks,
Dude.
don't
They give loot to other people for no reason.
the elite.
Besides, they like. It's just so shitty. Dude.
It's not always like that. I had a really good guild last year.
Pancher. Go Stoneheart Bunker this game instead of Smith, and he isn't here.
I'm not here either, by the way. You need to take me
Yeah,
out.
we're gonna wait for this to fall off.
Motia and Pancher go Stoneheart Bunker.
How did I not leave combat? Is there? Oh, I think it's because I pulled this initially. Man, I need to drop combat. PvP videos are ferals who struggle. Yeah, or they're playing feral incorrectly, like they're trying to stay cat form the whole time, which in reality, all you're using cat form for is like the opener, and then maybe like getting new openers if you have your target rooted and stuff. But even as like full feral, you're not in cat form very long. The caster playstyle is what I like. Is so much, or I like so much didn't appear during. Yeah, exactly. Or the way people played druids as caster was they had full cloth gear that had spell damage, and then they just sat there and tried to cast Starfire, you know, which in reality, the only times you ever get a Starfire off in PvP is like if you have a target rooted, or I mean, it's just very unlikely that you're using it. Problem people have with playing Druid is they say I'm feral and say yeah, exactly. They have an idea of what the spec means, but they don't really play around using their whole toolkit. I agree with that. But now it's 9 classes, not like retail where you have 3 Druids, resto, feral, and ancient.
DQT.
Yeah.
Hello. Old school.
Hello.
We need heals on Belinda. Jesus, I think no healers.
Most of them will burn their mana shapeshifting cat form again and again.
I've been sent to Icewind Bunker.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well,
or they have all like this is one common thing I see. Even if someone is playing Druid correctly as feral in PvP, is they use way too much PvE gear. So they're in a lot of gear that has like rogue gear kind of, where it has agility, strength, and stamina, and maybe crit and stuff, but they don't have enough of a mana pool, so they go really, really fast. And that's why even when I'm feral, I use mainly like tier 1
yeah, hi guys. Haha, can I get a
and very few actual DPS stuff. I use like DPS rings and trinkets sometimes, but for the most part you just really want a big mana pool. That's like the most important thing as a druid. Because if you're out of mana, you can't do anything as a druid. Whereas other classes, if you're out of your resource, like rage or energy, you still have options. But as a druid, like mana is everything for you. It allows you to go into your different forms. It allows you to perform your roles. So.
Go SP.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why the play style kind of changes over time as you build a bigger mana pool. Because a lot of times in early game, after you've done your opener and you switch bear form, you can't really switch in and out very much more than that. You kind of have to stay bear for a long time to let that mana regen.
I don't feel that comfortable here. Not effective.
What the fuck you talking about, dude? You have claustrophobia or some shit.
Yeah,
Start from skull for the extra.
Let's just say, you know, all the melee died.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck. But yeah, that is nice on a druid for sure.
Yeah, also I'm split with my group. There are no totals for my group.
Alright, I don't know.
Rogue group, man.
I don't know.
What you can do.
The one I had was for the longest time, and I still have it in my bank. Was Trindlehaven, I think it's called. It's the one from upper, right?
We've been getting 12-minute games all day.
No, lower.
Yeah, DQT, me and coach, we fucking went.
Yeah, this one, Trindlehaven staff, 30 intellect, really, really good for kind of your stat stick weapon where you have a lot of intellect on it for that bigger mana pool.
What about it? It was
What's
pretty
the
good.
cap this week? 1 mil?
900,000.
Casual.
Yeah, it's fucking small.
Casual. So that's gonna get broke.
I'll pick up Mortimer, he's fighting Malborek.
Cap's always broken, even if it's high. So
Well, I don't know if you've seen my weapon tutorial, and I don't really swap weapons on this character that much at all when I'm just doing like AV or something. But I normally have like a stat stick that I'll play with, and then as soon as I've quote unquote used the mana from that stat stick, then I'll switch over to weapons depending on what my role is. So yeah, on my stat stick weapon, I would have 22 intellect enchant, or if that one's not out in the game yet, then I'd be using the 9 intellect
Come on,
enchant.
someone go back to SPGY.
And then obviously I'd have a weapon for when I'm putting up my dots, which
Thank you, Snow.
that would have spell damage. And then I'd have a weapon for when I'm doing heals, and that would be with my healing enchant on it. That's if you really want to like min max and stuff. Because essentially, if you have a weapon that has, let's say you have Trindlehaven that has 300 or 300 extra mana, it essentially gives you. That allows you to put up Moonfire and Insect Swarm for essentially for free. So what that means is if you pop out a cat form and you Insect Swarm and Moonfire, then what happens is when you switch over to your healing or your DPS weapons, then you are essentially still at 100% mana. So it's it's a neat little trick that allows you to get a little bit more mana out of every fight. So macro for a switch weapon for every heal spell. Yeah, like what you would do is just build into the your heal spell. It would just the first portion would be equip you know, your main hand and your offhand, or equip if it's just a two-hand, then your two-hand, and then cast whatever your heal spell is. So it automatically put the weapons on before you heal yourself. So then essentially you make sure you get that plus healing to that heal before you actually apply it.
But if you're having that much trouble in the bunker, you can probably throw Pagaki in instead. Sure, he's used to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that use the whiteout. I think it's the whiteout staff before it changes. I can't remember what patch it changes in, but it goes to where it has healing on the weapon, but it used to have a lot of spirit on it. So a lot of people will use like a high spirit weapon for when they innervate, because innervate works off your spirit. So if you have more spirit when you innervate, then you're going to get more out of your innervate essentially. So yeah, there's lots of little tips and cool tricks you can do, and you build those all into your spells. You're gonna end up with a lot of macros, or you might use like there's some add-ons out there that will help you switch weapons, but yeah, that will help you kind of min-max everything. It doesn't trigger the GCD. It doesn't trigger the GCD on this server, at least. It will trigger the GCD. It could trigger the GCD on True Classic. I don't know how they're gonna handle that. Why is he spamming Fairy Fire?
Out off tank, east wing spawns, everybody off.
All in.
The Rejuve Idol is a pain to farm in Classic.
No.
Yeah. The Feral one's super easy, just having to kill the guy from Blackrock Depths.
Ooh, that's a lot of banners. That's what I want to see. Did we get the Marshal out of the raid? Get away from the Marshal ranged.
He's just armed,
But that's what I mean by like high skill cap of druids. You can take things just that little step further with swapping your weapons constantly, or when you're like in stealth and you see a certain class, you can have gear sets specifically for the fight you're about to engage in, which in my opinion, doing those extra things can really set you above other druids, and it gives you that little edge. Whereas other classes, there's not as much like swapping of weapons or gear that's going to make a huge difference for them. Yeah, Shadow Resist gear can be very strong against your two strongest opponents in 1v1, which is Warlock and Shadow Priest. So yeah, if you can build out a good Shadow Resist set, it's very nice. Get those tier 2 shoulders, yeah. Those are nice for sure. And they look good too. The one thing I do think about Horde is I think Horde has a much better looking High Warlord set. I don't know if you guys agree, but I think it looks a lot better. I think in general, most of Horde's High Warlord gear looks a lot better.
Drop the Q, get ready, here it comes. 3, 2, 1. Q.
Wow.
I'm gonna check.
Fresh.
Like, look, this is what you're working with. It's not bad, I guess, but it's definitely not my favorite.
Yes.
Rip wasn't fresh.
The one set I do really like is I still really like the caster set for
I do all the time, man.
for Horde, but the priest set for Alliance is really good, spot on. I think it looks so good, especially on like male dwarves. That's
on the first one and then
that's one of my favorite sets right there.
Yeah. That's why you just wait like a half a second.
But every other set or dress you have to wear is horrible on Tarn. Yeah, that's kind of true.
He's a good guy, man.
He's cooking.
You get told.
Tarn in general kind of suck for a lot of things just because their character model's so unique, like their size and proportions, that like for example it always stretches tabards. So one of my favorite tabards, which is from AB, this tabard looks so good on like orcs and undead. But on a Tarn, like look at the skull, it's like super elongated and stretched, and even on the front it looks garbage, like it looks like it has horns. I don't know, it's sad because that's my favorite tabard.
Watch. Next time he says Q, nobody's gonna Q, and then another game's not gonna pop open.
Their tier 13 set, or their rank 13 set look good. Without it, it's terrible. Yeah, the Warsong Ghost tabard for Alliance is really nice. It sucks for Horde. It just looks like a guild tabard. Like I'm pretty sure you can make that exact tabard with the guild settings. It's just like black with like some white on it, like a white little like face thing.
Okay, I'll redo the ice one.
I believe
like look at that. That's garbage. Actual garbage.
Yeah, don't worry, you're staying in the fucking group.
That one's good though.
What?
Fun fact, my Night Elf female druid has purple hair from the start, only for the ring. Yeah, that's a good idea. You'll definitely stand like that. That's a perfect set. That's true. You have the purple rank 13, and then you have the tabard with the purple hair. Yeah, it's a good combo.
Let's see what you got.
Don't snowball.
I'm not good at waiting, that's all.
I do think that the tier 2.5 stuff looks really good on Tauren because it kind of matches their.
Well, I'm not after the.
It matches most of their skin colors, and it just looks. I don't have it shown. But yeah, it looks really good on Tauren.
He knows how to do it. We've done it plenty of times.
I taught everyone how to do it.
Yeah.
Not sure if I have the time on Classic. The farm is crazy. Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, it might also depend on what server you're on. If you're on a server that doesn't really PvP much, it could be fairly easy to kill.
He said he went for the Lotus, even though he was like, "Oh, I don't need the Lotus. I have 6 flasks already."
I mean, if the mages aren't gonna get it, why not?
I'm a fucking have to pick up a ballistic, don't I? What skill do I need to pick Lotus? Is it 300?
Yeah. Plus enchant.
Ah, fuck. Plus
enchant, make sure you don't
I don't miss it.
You can like miss it, yeah.
So
unless you're torn.
On Northdale. I want to rank on.
Never miss it.
I want to
You can
rank on
miss it.
Northdale because
No
I've never
way.
been
Even
past
if you
rank like
miss it.
11.
Is it just when you're not 300 you
Um,
can miss it?
and so I
Because
just
I've
really
missed
want
it before
to.
on other.
I want to experience
Yeah, I
it
missed
on.
the 300
What?
Yeah.
I want to
several
experience
times
it
in
on
Gold
these
Golden
private
Exceptions.
servers to then be able to
Should've rolled
compare it
torrent. Should've
to
rolled-
how
wait,
it
aren't
is
we
on
torrent?
So what
classic.
happens?
You know,
I'm
kind of
saying that.
Yeah,
see the
go and
difference.
get like
Because I
15
think
extra.
that's
They
why.
don't have to.
I think
Never
and people
missed a
probably
PvP
aren't gonna
at
like to
300.
hear this, but I
Yeah,
think
but
it's
you
actually gonna
got
be
the extra
harder
torrent
on
shit, dude, that's why.
private servers than on retail because
Yeah,
you have
you can
such a
use
large
more.
population that's going for it, so the caps are always so high.
Fucking
Dude.
Georgie shit talking.
I'm not
That's
shit.
But
for
we'll have to
tanking,
see.
dude.
Fuck
That's
that.
And
for
if I
tank-
only get to
Yeah,
like
it
rank 12,
is.
then I'm
Not
okay with
even
that.
close.
I'll
Troll
just
is
see
way-
where
Troll
Troll
I'll
is
see where I
way
can
better.
what I
Outta
can
here.
handle doing.
5% more HP.
Dude, health regen
Berserking,
and
Braggrown, Held
yeah.
Regen.
Health regen's abysmal. Abysmal when you're
I think
60.
Horde set looks much better on Rogue.
Dude, 10% health regen.
5%.
Yeah.
It's a what regen?
It
What are you
doesn't. The
regen?
alliance set
I
for
can
Rogue
tell
doesn't
you,
really
dude.
fit rogues. It's like
that 10% health regen
if
is
it's
gonna
druids,
regen you
alright, I
more than
guess,
that
but
5%
it doesn't
health.
really look like it works with
It doesn't matter if you want the big
rogues. I
health
don't know.
pool as a tank. Regen's abysmal. It's fucking
Bunker
useless.
groups go.
There's
You
tanks
got
PvE
that
set is
spawn,
similar.
like,
Yeah, there's a
leather and
few
shit
alliance
to
rogues
get
on this
DPS,
server that
man.
has the rank
It's not about, like,
13
there's
set.
like very little mitigation fights where Torn is better.
Yeah,
Troll is
except you
100%
know.
better on Troll.
Yeah, but the more people that are playing, the more competition there are for
Notice how there's
the
no
bracket
troll
1 and bracket
tanks.
2 spots.
Because
So
people
that
shit.
in
Plenty of
turn
troll
drives
tanks.
up
Any of
Where?
hardcore
the
We don't
amount
even have
of
one in our guild.
honor that you need to farm that week. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it can get pretty bad on. Like there's been times where I think one of the
Dude,
last
it's
weeks
HP too.
for the
It's not
first people
stamina.
getting rank 14,
How many
like
troll
Monkey
mages
News and stuff. I think they had
A good amount
like a
in here, honestly. The
1.2
undead want it for the
million
PvP because
honor
they
cap
have
1
World
week.
of
Like that's
Forsaken. Troll's
ridiculous. That's
actually
like
better
PvPing
in PvE.
like
you
all
know.
day long for the whole 7 days. It's
You
ridiculous.
gotta give props to where it's due. A good troll mage who goes for the herb, it's yeah, it's good.
It's nasty.
Troll mage. Steal overloaded.
So you gotta get mine quickly to it first, man.
No, not as a troll.
Undead cast animation is way better.
Dude, you pop both of them and then you're super fast. They stack, I'm pretty sure.
This 59 warrior lives forever. It's
I can't be asked to level a mage. Maybe I'd buy a mage.
Come on,
Hey,
open
man,
up a
don't be
village.
buying a
Don't them.
count.
If someone's missing in Stoneheart, DQT, can you actually go there? Or are you too busy for
Muxa, can you tank? Phillips?
They're all gone. I missed it.
Yeah, you missed it because you went for the loaded.
Bro, the mage didn't even go that way. It was right there. Of course I'm gonna go for it.
I don't
Hey,
even
Muxa,
need
Girl,
Guys,
you're
just
still
a
in
new
its
mage.
nerf state. As people don't PvP
Well,
as
one of
much
our
now.
mages got cuffed.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
I know
it'll be
Hefe
interesting to
tells him not
see
go that way because he likes picking the lowest.
how they do it, because I know in their little 4-stage thing that they were talking about at BlizzCon is they were saying they were planning on putting out the PvP system around Blackwing Lair, which I think that would be a bad idea, but it'll be interesting to see what they finally end up going with, like what
Straight
their
trades, why not?
release of content will look like.
Where's the engineering shield at?
And I personally
I
hope
don't
they
have a like
introduce
for
the
that
honor system before they put out Battlegrounds, because can you imagine those, like say even if it's only like a month, you know, think of people that are trying to rank and their only option is to do world PvP.
Not this time.
You'll have some crazy battles going on at the beginning, you know, and I really would love to be able to play through that. I think that'd be extremely fun.
Actually, pretty
And
fast,
then
man.
you know, if they come out with Battlegrounds a month later, I'd be cool with that, or even like 2 weeks.
Almost had an 11.
I just think it'd be cool to have like a few weeks of just crazy world PvP.
Oh my goodness,
We had
man.
plenty of 11 games.
We had one, maybe.
We had a couple, come on.
Yeah,
No, dude, I only remember one, and I remember it because it's the fastest game I.
Ecstatic whenever the 13
There was a
happened.
game where we like double off tank the marshals, dude, and kill a single.
Yeah, I hope they will increase the honor you get from the faction leaders. City raids are the best for sure. Yeah, when we were doing
Yeah,
them
it's
in my
bad,
guild
it's bad.
on Northdale, we were getting like this was before Blackwing Lair came out, so the only raids we had were Nixia and Molten Core, and we had 2 raid days. So what would happen is we'd clear through Nixia and Molten Core our first raid day, and then our second raid day would just be like raiding the capital cities, and that was extremely fun. But yeah, I do wish that there was a little bit more incentive.
What's going on?
Like
You again,
I think
Paranoid?
they
Which
reward
are
like
you
maybe
bet-
5k honor on
Nice,
this
yeah, I
server.
couldn't tell you
Maybe
that.
it's even less than that. Maybe it's like 3k. But it'd be cool if it was like 15 or 20k. You know, like a real big chunk. Because then there'd be a lot of
Edward
incentive to
Tech
go
still
and try
isn't
and
high
raid.
warlord.
And then there would also be a big incentive for the opposite faction to protect their leaders a lot more. Especially if there was
He
some
might
kind
be
of
on
like
the same thing
protection
with me. Like, this might be his last week.
EQT doesn't know about Biggins, does he?
reward or something.
Nah.
Well, I mean, I guess the
Biggins is
protection
nothing,
reward
you just
alone
like his name, so you say it a
on
lot.
Alliance
Yeah,
side
shit
for
talk Biggins,
Stormwind
man.
is that they can't turn in
That shit talk at level
a lot of
56 or
important
whatever,
quests,
priest
including
level.
their Nixia chain quest. So that was the best part about wiping the leaders on this server, is going onto the Discord and seeing people saying like, is this guy bugged out? I can't turn in my this quest or that quest or the Nixia quest.
We learned, dude.
Because there's like the respawn is like 3 days, I think, or maybe it's
Game
2
seems to be
days,
fast
but
now.
it's significant. It's enough
Even
that
though the week
that
we
protecting
did
your
was
leader
cool.
is important.
Yeah, they're not here that much actually.
Probably because they got, Cap, graduated.
Cyclonic,
Yeah, that
Got
was
the
a big.
honor they wanted.
As you can see on this character, I have 4 dishonorable kills,
The bracket or anything either.
and all those came from doing world
Dude,
PvP and
stop
going to the
fucking
capital
urban in our
cities.
games,
The
man.
capital cities.
Here we go,
But
all
our
in.
guild was pretty careful about like
Off tank ice
finding
climb.
or like making sure we
Yeah.
didn't do AOE near the
Yeah,
civilians.
No, we
And all
can't
this
go.
stuff. So, in
in
all
Yeah,
that
we
time, I
can't,
only
we
got
can't.
four
Off tank then.
Then
Still
four
be dead by
dishonorable kills. So it's
Dude,
not
quit herbing.
too sketchy as long as people are careful. But if you're in a raid with people you don't know, then someone doing it maliciously could really be annoying.
We need mana biscuits for it. You only show up here to get lotuses.
No, they're sick. They're better than mage food.
Oh yeah, you can use them outside, can't you?
What the
Disarm.
is it the Argent Dawn ones?
Nah, dude, they sell them here. It's like what? Is it 4k HP?
Yep, 4.4k health.
Ridiculous.
Isn't the Argent Dawn's one the same?
You rich
That the
bastard.
mana I'm thinking of.
You can afford those biscuits.
Well, you just need like 2 stacks, like 5 gold.
All in.
5 gold for 2 stacks of food, dude.
That should last forever because you don't gotta eat 2
All
stacks.
in, all in, all in.
I'm off tanking.
The bandages are nice.
Come on,
12
drop
minute
banners. This
games,
has
these
to
are
be fat.
nice.
We gotta get west.
Hold on.
I know for a fact you can only use the bandages in here.
Yeah, best is spawning in 30 seconds.
Dude, I'd buy so many of those bandages if I could use them outside too.
I want a couple of snowballs on DQT next game.
Just like,
No!
I'm just kidding, man.
just like stacks 300 of them, man. Oh,
Like I
God,
said
you
at
know.
the start, I just wanted to test your mage.
West spawning in 10 seconds.
Mhm.
What happened to
Wow.
Slav?
Test.
We have a
You gonna pick
warrior
up on
ready
West?
to pick up West.
Slav, Surger, who else? Snag? Did they all leave? Are they done already?
Snag still shows up.
Who else?
Move away from the
Mike
marshal
Herbert.
ranged.
I have my mage click.
Good job, Smithan.
Get the CG buff for this.
I was gonna raid with him.
Yeah, someone was raging at
Effective.
because there was a group of like 4 or 5
Honestly,
guys
dude,
from Apes the
Never
other
go
day
mining, always
that
go for
were
those
trying
zones.
to
Ridiculous.
contest us in these pre-mades and kind of like grief us. They've already gotten rank 13, so they don't care about the honor. So they're just trying to turtle and stuff. And they had like a paladin, a warrior, and a few mages or something. And they were trying to. They were trying everything they could. They were using like sappers and a lot of consumables and stuff to try and grief us. and wipe us up, and everyone in our group was starting to rage because they
one
found
in
out that they had like
plus in
full
chat
world
if you have
buffs
the
and
chat.
everything. It was pretty funny actually.
That was a fat delay.
Whisper high stalker for invite.
Oh, Q.
How'd you miss that?
Arcanite bomb, yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
that's
Because-
Bonnie head's going
Because
on.
he's a slacker.
I mean, I
Type.
just...
Oh, looks
Did you
like
guys
they're
get,
doing
AV1?
an Oni buff
no,
and
See what happens. We lost
in
focus
orb right
now.
now, so people
the
might.
2 is fresh. The 2 is fresh.
No kidding, I hope I didn't cook anyone.
Fuck you, DKT, man.
Oh, there's
Take
Mac
two.
Tub. Oh, and Picket.
Riku for 2.
Don't snowball me, snowball Picket.
I think we should snowball you. You're cucking us.
Dude, there's a
Dude.
troll mage.
He's sniping our Qs and going for our Lotuses. That's like,
No, come on for the Lotus.
he went for the Lotus. Don't give me that shit.
That's
I thought-
shady.
I didn't know El Jefe had herb, so the mage wasn't going.
Yeah,
Yeah.
do snowball pick it though.
Yeah, of course. I have my snowball list.
El Jefe's like the new DQT. He's rich now.
He ain't sharing shit.
Blinded by the group.
Yeah.
No, don't snowball DQT.
Snowball DKT and
I'll
snowball
go left, I promise. Look, I'm on the left side.
Dude, that's.
pick.
Of course
Oh,
you're
he
gonna go
he
left side.
downranked
That's
from
the
general.
side that the mages don't usually go.
Yeah, there's an angle you gotta like stand right here and you can get it perfect. I don't know the exact. It's like in between this second and third thing.
Oni buff is
pass
so
that
much
with wall.
fun if you get it on a low level
Oh,
mage. Like,
blinking through walls. It's not-
Through the
you'll
Nile
hit for
Bomb
more
was
with
good.
your staff than your frostbolt.
Snowball Picket,
I don't think I've ever
Yeah,
got it on a low character,
Hey,
just
what
because
up,
I'm hardly ever in
Forget
Orgrimmar when I'm low.
Don't do it.
I never thought about doing that.
Even if I did get it, I'd pay the
I've gotten
fee.
it on like my twink characters. Like I have a 29 shaman and a 19 hunter. And yeah, when my enhancement shaman has it at 29,
Man, every
oh
time
my
El
gosh, he
Jefe
hits
gets it,
for
he should
like a
pay me.
truck. He hits for like
He's paying no bloody fee
500.
when he takes it.
Dude, how many fees
Had
have
it
I
on
paid
level
you?
5.
Not recently.
How many
Oh,
fees you paid to
gosh.
me, dude?
Going back to
Rank 9.
I don't think we've gotten a
Fuck off.
single one. That
Farming mobs with a staff as a mage. That's funny.
Didn't you get the Lotus yesterday, High Stalker? Someone traded it to you?
No, I didn't get the lotus. I just took the fee.
Yeah,
No,
come
I
trade.
hope it's
Nah, you fucking left there. Fuck off.
I also have the hilt
You can
from
have it.
AQ20
stole it from
for the
Joe.
druid one-handed mace, but man, I still have to get all the way to exalted with Cenarian Circle, and that might not happen for a while.
You better get that fucking or get it before picket.
I think we have enough in stealth, or do we have open spots?
Yeah, I took a druid in before.
Sweet.
Oh, that's a silver sage.
Alright, if you're in Discord, whisper high stock for invite now. I have constantly random people whispering me, so I'm fucking confused.
I'm in already. I'm with you guys now. I'm just waiting for Q.
Yeah, but if you're not in the raid, whisper me now.
Invite.
Do you want an invite, DKT, or are you just gonna fucking herb?
Of course I'm gonna play. After.
Dude,
I wonder what the least
last
played
game, all
class
he did
race
was
combo
herb.
is actually in the
So-
game.
Bro, I went to
Yeah.
Stonehearth. What?
He was always on the south of the
I think
map.
race is probably
What's I got
what
in Stonehearth? Who was there with me?
dwarf
Be honest.
female,
Be
Going
there.
Stoneheart this
Tauren
game again.
female.
Type it.
Actually, no.
I was gonna say troll female, but I actually see a lot of troll females.
I'm gonna defend.
Is there anything else on the alliance that you
Don't
hardly ever see?
defend.
Like 20-second
Don't
deserter.
force turtles, man. What you doing?
Females on alliance are pretty common. I think it would probably be dwarf female on alliance, right?
Can I fight this disc for you?
Because
Can
human
you?
female, human males a
Shit,
lot.
troll,
I got
man.
Both night elves are a lot. Gnome, I mean, you see probably just as many females as males. Female dwarf rogue. You know that's true. Because you see a lot of female dwarf paladins and priests. Even warriors sometimes. I would have actually agree with you. I think dwarf female rogue is probably the least played thing in classic. What about Tarn? Maybe female Tarn hunter. If I see a female Tarn, it's a druid or a shaman normally. Male night elf priest. That's true too. Male night elf priest. There is one that I know of on this server. And that's it. That's true. Male night elf priest is rare.
Aid station.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think all the other ones are fairly common. Female dwarf rogue, though, I would agree. That's probably the rare. That's like it's like the rarest thing to find in game.
Oh yeah, this is true. Ooh, double silver seed.
You should have. We had a random priest at one point. DQT, the best thing I've ever seen. He used the mind control trinket on a fucking explosive expert, sent him straight into the aid station, capped the flag.
How?
I don't know, but it was insane.
How did he break the mind control?
I don't know, but he
Female undead warriors are rare. Yeah, that's true actually. They're pretty rare.
Control cap or whatever.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the cap. Yeah.
Because that's like a pet, right?
Yeah, yeah.
People actually moving.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Mage entered ice.
True, undead warriors are kind of a little bit harder to find, and when you do see them, I guess it is mostly males. Human male locks. Yeah, you do see quite a few of them. If I was going to play a lock on Alliance side, which you're already doing, like Alliance lock is already going to be harder because you're having to deal with so many undead when fear is like such a big part of your toolkit. But I would definitely play a gnome because you get the intellect buff, which I mean on a lock is not a huge deal. But you also get escape artist, which is big.
Are you outside?
Oh, where's all the Alliance?
They're being smart. Wait, no, they're not. What the fuck are they doing?
I don't know.
Wait,
I haven't seen a single one.
They just killed Galv, it seems.
I was just running around there. I didn't see any.
There's no house.
And I've gotten like 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's better for them.
5 gold whispers today.
Compared to we just steamrolled them. We had the most amazing bridge push yesterday.
Escape artist and popping fab is so good. Yeah, I mean gnomes racial is definitely.
1 or 2 people know since
Coach, that fucking bridge push we had yesterday.
Is definitely no joke in PvP. Like it honestly, it makes me play Druid differently too, because as soon as I root, I'm like casting another root on a gnome. So that buys gnomes more time, and it also buys them the ability to kind of like fake cast, because you can hear it. It makes an audible noise. It's like that. It's kind of like a whooshing noise. The escape artist like shh, like that. And so when you hear it coming, like you can fake cast it almost like if you want to.
We need to send more people in North and South.
So it's a strong racial for sure.
Fuck you, Dickie.
It might honestly be one of the best racials on Alliance side for PvP. Like where undeads kind of have the star PvP racial on Horde. I'd say Escape Artist is actually one of the best for Alliance side. He's going level 1 twin
Dude,
for class.
I'm doing AQ and rank. It's not possible. Yeah. What are you doing?
Yeah, the only thing is the sketchy thing about that is you wouldn't be able to go really anywhere though, because just going to even say you didn't walk to the cities, but you just got teleported to them, like that alone, that XP would get you close to level 2.
Those boys put up some big damage.
But yeah, you'd probably do an insane amount of damage as a level 1.
What are you, a warrior?
Pulling Mortimer?
Dude, I can't. Don't pull ice from me. Why would we pull? Dude, Why'd they give it to Death Tax over me? The Drake Fang Talisman. I don't understand.
I think you can
There's
explore
less
more
damage
areas.
than me.
Okay.
No, they gave it to Death Tax.
Yeah, I don't know about giving it to a rogue over Furies. That's
Fucking so weird.
It would limit your ability to
Rogue's
go
got
out and
like
kill
4
other people, though. That's
2.5, the sword,
the only
and the
bummer.
one Pugio trinket too.
Because at
from
least, and
AQ.
plus, at least if you're doing a level 10 twink,
Yeah,
then you
that
could
one.
explore like Red Ridge and stuff.
Dude.
Or like say you're
optional.
you're an alliance, maybe you're
Most
exploring
then-
Stone Talon or something
in
like
the
that.
print screen.
Buffalo's
Um,
got it because he got cucked out of raid 1
And then
one
at
week,
least
and then
that
they said,
allows you to
"Oh,
like
we
do
can't
world
do it
Warlock
PvP.
going into North Bunker.
That's
so
what I'm
you
worried
can
about.
get
If Raid 1 Warriors come into BWO with us, like they're gonna get BFT this cycle.
yeah.
I don't know though. A level 1 twink with that good a gear could actually maybe kill up to a level.
Because he's like one of the
I don't
only
even
ones
know.
that comes-
Maybe even up to a level 15. It just depends on what class it is.
Of course it didn't drop, so.
Because my level 19, like I've killed
See that
people
picture,
that are
DPD?
like I don't even know what level they are. You know, they're on a mount, so they're probably low 40s. I killed a rogue that way. I mean, as a hunter, it's not much that rogue can do against me. So
I did more damage than him in MC2 even after he got it.
Kill the alliance first. Go pull.
Well, yeah, pulling.
Kill the mage, kill the paladin. Good job, mage.
like my 19 twink that I made, I spent a lot of time getting gear and stuff for it, and then like
The Syrian, the decars in.
now I'm just kind of over it. I don't know how to explain it. It's just like half the fun was getting the stuff for it, and now it's like when I get on it, there's just like all I'm really doing is auto shot, and then every once in a while doing concussive shot or multi shot. There's not really like
It's fucking disgusting.
much engagement with the class like at that low of a level.
That's it.
So I think if I
don't understand
twink
why
a
it's so
character
hard.
in retail, it would probably be a higher level one, maybe like 39 and above, like 39, 49, or 59 even. Just because at least then you have more spells available, you have more abilities. At least gives you a little bit more excitement, I guess. Because there's some people on the server that I'm pretty sure they only play level 19 PvP, you know? Like they might have like a level 40 to 50 alt that they just farm gold on, but really they just play 19, and I think I would get way too bored. Yeah, that's true. At 10 you can do worse on gold, so you can you could do PvP
Probably
that
heard
way.
them.
At 10.
I still have Bonnie buff. I say you know
I know level 10 hunters is really really popular.
I was coming.
Whisper high stalker for invite.
He's fishing.
Level 39 must be good.
Can group
Has
one
to be
queue?
world PvP. Yeah, that was my plan. I have a 37 hunter that I wanted to gear out. I was gonna get him
Group 2 queue.
bow of searing arrows, the epic world drop bow, and a bunch of other pieces.
Only me fish, come on. Group 3 queue.
Because
Drop the
there's a
queue.
lot
Drop,
of
drop, drop,
places
drop,
that
drop,
you
drop,
can
drop.
PvP in 39, even if you're not getting battleground keys,
3,
which is nice.
2, 1. Q.
3?
Queue for 3. Can someone check it, please?
DQT.
Fresh.
Yeah, but 59 warrior. I think what I would say is 59 warrior and rogue would be the strongest. Because you can get Dalrens on a rogue, right? Dalrens is like 58.
Look at that, I did the trick and it worked,
Couldn't
boys.
you?
68.
Don't tell anyone
isn't it
about
upper?
it.
Shed, right? Or is it? No, it's Ren.
Fuck, I exposed everyone.
Kappa.
Shut the fuck up, man.
58. Yeah, you could have both.
Why do you think?
You could have both
talk
main hand
about
and
this, let me
offhand as a
treat you.
rogue, or even a fury warrior. Yeah, I think actually a 59,
Shut the fuck up.
and then you
Go
could
talk about
have
Fight Club.
full rank 10 gear.
Exactly.
Except more people
PvP,
keep coming to
PvP
play.
sets. Let's just
Something's
look at
wrong,
warrior.
that's for sure.
Oh, these are the updated. They have older ones, right? They have ones that are 58.
Yeah, you'll be done by tomorrow, Cody.
Yeah, see,
That's
58.
right, yeah.
58.
Could watch a stream of you guys in AQ. Honestly, I thought that
Does it
Group
show
1 was
the...
going on Sunday, so that's why I was pushing so hard. But
yeah, you could get that stuff. Oh my gosh, it'd be so good. You'd be actually so strong. Plus, like you said, if you farm enough PvP, you would have an epic mount at 59. Epic mount with crazy gear, you'd be like unstoppable.
You can do that.
And you could world PvP anywhere in the game, pretty much.
I'm back.
59, honestly, 59 bracket might be like the best bracket to play in. If you took it seriously, you'd have basically all your spells available to you. You'd have an extremely big gear advantage. You could possibly get an epic mount.
Those one things.
Yeah, you'd be unstoppable.
It's the
That'd
turn-ins
actually
for the
be crazy.
weapons and shields and stuff, right?
Is there any good spell you
Like,
get
they
at
rolled
60?
for
Well, that's
it
the thing.
because
I
nobody
don't
had
think.
the DKP to spend.
I'm trying to think on a warrior or a rogue.
Yeah.
You mean like
I think by that time you have pretty much everything,
the
right?
axe,
You might get
the
like
shield,
an
the
upgraded
dagger.
version, but
Yeah,
you'd
that's-
have all your kit unlocked.
It was
Well,
like the
we plan to do
last boss of the
59
day.
for
Everybody was
Battlegrounds.
already leaving,
All the
right?
51 to
And like
60 were preferred
everybody that could
AV,
have bid on
so
it,
that's
like,
not ideal.
left because it was so
True.
late and
It would
just
be
rolled
fun.
off to the
It would be fun before. What you'd have to do is you'd have to play on the weekends that it's different battlegrounds, because like for example the brackets are fairly active on the weekends. So like Warsong Gulch weekend, you have a lot of people doing Warsong Gulch, or the AB weekends, you'll have a lot of people doing AB. So at 59, you would really only be able to play on those weekends,
That'd be 40
and then
gold
when
for
when it's not the weekend or other things like that, yeah, you'd have to go and do
How the fuck did you let a warrior get
you'd have to
the
go and do
lowest?
like world PvP. So that's true. That's not
I thought
not
I didn't go
ideal.
with God, though.
Think
This
about
was the
having
plan
stars
all along,
though
now you
scare us for
fucking leave?
No.
Yeah, that's
Ah, son
very
of a
true.
bitch.
I mean, but if you think about it, you wouldn't even need spell resist gear. If you're going up against like a 52, you'd kill people so fast with all that gear.
I'm the only warrior that'll beat you.
Yeah, we got some weird pronunciations. You call that Moshe, I call it
Like you're saying, Arcanite Reaper
I think I'm the one that's fucking
with
Is
tier
it Matia or Moshe?
with a tier 10, excuse me, PvP gear,
On raid,
fully enchanted.
Hey, I'm so smart.
You'd be crazy actually.
NA.
There's a lot of hunters
Yeah,
defending.
you're not international like me, man.
Mr. Worldwide.
Did
It's
they
me,
ever
dude.
figure out where you're from?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you were the one that couldn't guess it.
I couldn't guess it.
Danish, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Can't tell.
I don't have an accent, so.
Seriously,
You have
stop.
an accent.
You have an accent.
I don't have a Danish accent.
Okay, that's fair enough. I don't know what Danish accent sounds like.
Consider speaking English with a sausage down your throat.
Pulse,
that's-
right? Oh, is that what it's
Lionheart Helm too.
Pulse.
It's like a hot dog, but it's like a sausage.
Pulse just means sausage.
It looks like a hot dog.
No, it's just a oh wait, yeah, okay.
What's the difference?
This is where we fuck up. Because we call hot dogs.
So
that's
the
like
best thing, your dodge
the
or your
bun,
bash will
sausage,
dodge a
all that
lot
shit.
on
That's
a
hot
rogue.
dog to
So what you want to do
The actual,
is
like, meat is a pulse.
bash
That's a sausage.
bash
We just call it the sausage.
like jump over them as you bash.
So,
We invented that shit.
right.
See, this is where 4-piece would come in handy because you could kite in bear form. You could kite far enough away from the rogue to get the reset. Right now, I'm just gonna tank in bear form until I can use War Stomp to get a full root off.
Listen up now.
I don't want to use it yet because it's on DR from bash. So we'll wait after this. No more CC.
Yeah, we'll just
Okay, range move to the other
Got
side
the
of the room.
cast off.
You know,
She's
you
used
really
both
shouldn't attack,
blinds
there's
now.
No tank on it, right?
Or I mean vanishes. We're gonna probably have to NS.
Let's fuck 'em up.
We're waiting for Bash to come off cooldown.
Coach.
Get the Bash off behind her. Gotta make sure you do that.
Oh, I got interrupted.
No, she
Were
resisted,
you
so we
really
get the
about
NS
to do
off.
that? Kick this guy.
I'm not even in the
No, I
raid.
don't want
Get
to die.
dots up because we were pretty much
No, we
out
can
of
kick you from Discord, I bet.
survival stuff.
He has regular.
Just have, yeah. Just have some way keep dragging him out though.
She's potion. She's used everything.
My ranking.
He's rank 14 in
Okay,
Discord.
we're not slowed. Let's get out of range. Thank
I
God.
don't
Root the rooter again.
Wait, you're
Don't
higher
resist.
rank than
Thank
me in
you.
Discord?
Sorry, Mooksa.
Full heal.
There's only
The-
one rank in this. It's regular. Like you got the.
No,
same
there's a
shit.
higher one. Fucking
Yeah, admin, but you're not admin.
yeah.
Also,
No.
as you can see, I'm really bad at remembering to use
Dude, they don't like strip you of all
bark
your,
skin.
all
I should
your stuff
I
when
should have
you-
definitely bark skinned
like,
one
you
of those
done
times
ranking,
before
so
I go
they
into
take
bear
away all your
form.
privileges.
So that was a misplay on my part. It would have made that fight
Good
a lot
point, though,
easier.
maybe.
I've considered it as well.
You can have all the
So
items
once
you
you
want,
guys are
not
done,
that much
Coach and
MC
Hefe, you
gear
know,
for
it's-
war.
Now you're done.
Oh my
You
gosh,
gotta pass down
yeah,
the
thinking of
brown.
MC actually,
gotta
you
pass
could
the
get
torch, man. Give it to the new
the
generation.
weapon.
It's coming back
I don't
to
know
the
how
old
good it is.
generation.
I bet actually
The new
Yeah,
one's
come
taking
back.
over.
Arcanite actually still might be better.
You get rank 14.
But you can
in
get
Discord.
Magmadar, you can get
Once I'm
this.
Fuck
Oh
off,
no,
everyone.
it says it requires 60.
Throne is mine,
I
and
know
I'm
early
fucking it up.
in the early game it doesn't require 60. It definitely doesn't.
Except you don't get any fancy
Because I've
ranks
seen
for
like a
being
58
in
with it. I
Discord
believe
for
it
being
requires
rank
like
4.
50,
shut the
maybe
fuck up.
58 or 55 or something like that. But you definitely can get this early on.
How many more weeks I'll have? Is this your last one?
Yes.
So I'm saying new blood, man. Coach and Heifer are both done next week.
Flex City.
Come
Easy
on.
to take over it again.
Dude, ask
Rank
Coach,
14,
man.
do you need lead?
Fuck,
Heifer,
Mooksa.
you've had the easiest fucking leads.
Look at the loot.
Don't even start.
And then takes the feet.
But then he
Yeah,
stole
you-
my HK. What a fucking cunt.
He takes all the money, dude.
Oh yeah.
It's
Me
like,
Heifer fishes
Yeah.
Don't let
me,
him
Coach
bully you.
leads.
She's back.
He AFK.
Okay, we're gonna have to run
Yeah,
because
He
of
lost us the graveyard
archers and
yesterday.
bombs.
Why, yeah.
We might die
Fine,
here.
I AFK when I read too.
straight to
It's cute. Rank 9.
I don't think there's any bombs in this lower area right here.
We all started
a few
somewhere.
people go north, a few people go south.
Yeah, we got plenty of gamers in the Icewing bunker.
Yeah, stay Icewing, in Icewing.
Man, I didn't join the Discord till I was ranked 10.
I was picked up by fucking DQT when I was ranked 6 or 5 or some shit.
4.
And I fought all my
Four?
way
I
up.
Shit,
remember
dude.
when you were ranked 4.
Gee,
Was it rank 4? Gee,
that's so sad.
the fucking Druid's still there. Come on, can we go aid station?
Plus you could get
Yeah.
Go.
Party cap.
the sword if you're really lucky.
Come on. there's
Swing
like
speed's bad, but the
4
proc
lines
is
there,
so
I can
good.
I
use
lose
aids.
my Omni buff, so
Man, fuck that, I'm running.
Go get him, Coach. Follow Coach. Get in.
that's
Interrupt
a
that mage
man-
on the
Oh,
side.
come on.
That's a man who deserves the Lotus fee. Right?
Guys, this jump.
Kill him on the side. There's a hunter
This
on
jump.
the side. Stop that hunter. Ranged. Get that hunter. Don't let him stop our caps.
Kill Dublin.
It like doesn't let
Oh,
you jump
there's a-
unless you're at a specific spot.
Divination, are you outside of the bunker?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Come
oh
on,
my gosh.
people, push it.
Pain Weaver,
Let's fucking get this flag cap.
your
Fine,
shield.
everyone else get-
Need heals on Coach. I'm gonna heal. Fuck it.
I wonder if any of the Warrior Dungeon set is
Remember
better
when
than
we said,
rank
I want a damn
10. I doubt it.
What?
Sword from
I
Undead
wanted to
Strat
get
as
that
well.
damage and not heal.
I do. I still do,
Limited
man.
tries, yeah.
Fail shaman.
Yeah. But dude, you just look at the shaman gear, dude. It's a mismatch of bullshit.
So you're inside?
I mean, a few people SPGY. If you're there now, stay. And I want like one guy to
Yeah,
go back
59
extra.
actually could be insane.
All
Especially
Yeah,
because if you're
West.
if you're doing PvP out in the world,
Thank you.
Yeah,
people
let's
aren't
do
gonna
a
like
free
take
marshal,
you as
bro.
seriously if
No
you're
way
59. You
for
know,
less than
if you're
12 sets.
say you're attacking a 60, they're not gonna think they're not gonna be as nervous about fighting you, so they'll like let their guard down and then you're just hitting
Hunter
them
at stables,
like
he's hiding behind
crazy
the
with
tree.
all that gear.
Range behind. Come on, kill his ass.
9 stables, 9.
9.
If I ever get in raid 1, I'm gonna out DPS.
Yeah, with my high warlord weapon.
Bro, I was doing it my last go.
They have less. They'll have less.
Dude, I'll have you know I'm not a casual.
Defense.
This
So
sword
they're
is
less
only
likely
4
to
DPS less than Might of
like
Menethron's.
parry, dodge.
Guys, you got
keep on believing those lies.
They're gonna
dude.
have lesser
Shit's
armor. I don't
going
really
on.
know if you
Oh, it's
have
got a
necessarily a
3
higher
minute
crit chance
fucking-
though. It makes sense,
That's
I guess,
pretty
what
good.
they
How
do.
long
I'm
does
not
it
sure
last?
though.
8 seconds.
Procs 30, dude.
Like you said,
Oh, it's
people will
whatever,
recognize
dude.
it a
8
lot.
seconds proc.
24 seconds a minute?
Yeah.
Up to 24 seconds a minute? That's a lot of
Yeah, that's if you get lucky on the timing.
Oh shit, you got untamed.
Like that little gnome rogue that
frog.
that got
push rock.
rank 11 on this server.
no, Army lady today, but honestly,
She was always out in
There's
like
Mortimer.
out in front of
Mortimer
Dire Mall,
behind.
just farming
Watch me
people.
with Mortimer.
what happened? What happened?
And she would kill me as level 60. I mean, obviously I had bad gear, but she would just stun me, and then she would
I've
use
never
her
seen a drop
gnomish
on this server.
death ray
Star left way
instantly
early.
into like another stun and just kill me, and I had nothing I could do really.
So,
Because I'd be running to do an instant, so I don't have like my PvP gear on, and I don't have PvP
I
trinket,
already did.
so I
just
can't
saw
get
him
out of a
first.
stun.
yeah, I believe it.
But I haven't seen them since, so I think they literally just ranked up to 11, got them out, and then I think stopped playing.
All in.
I think you need to let heals get a tiny tad of mana.
You don't think we could have done
And
that
obviously,
today?
the 59 Twink really
probably
will only be super fun and effective in the early game. Obviously, as the game goes on further and further, it's not going to be quite
You
as
got
amazing.
big group
Mage
incoming.
going in. There's a mage coming in.
Coach buy a banner?
No.
Yikes!
1 and 3, 2, 1.
Go.
I revoke my nomination as your Lotus.
I style stand outside.
First
Outside.
of all,
Thank you.
it's a little late to buy a banner, alright?
I was gonna ban her,
I'll
but
be
none of
ranked
the people in my
14.
party are here.
Yeah.
Okay, now one of them.
It's just
is.
an extra bag slot at that point.
This guy didn't even know you could fucking have the Frostwood banner. Come on, man.
I knew you could have it, I just thought it was a one-time use. Yeah.
Back on Venus, I got
Because I was
bored
told
of
that
building
on the
my
last
rogue.
server.
So I said,
And I didn't question it for whatever reason.
okay, people that duel.
Never even tried, man.
No,
That's
dude,
the way
that's
to
like
do
9
it.
gold or whatever for a one-time use. and I was
60s
like,
that
oh,
are flagged and they're dueling, and you just one-shot them when they get defeated. That's actually, honestly, that's not a
Maybe
bad
it's more if you're
idea.
not exalted.
Just griefing people out there.
Revered or insulted.
If you get revered, exalted, you get everything else.
Coaches, what are you not exalted with AV yet?
I am, but back when I was told that it was a one-time use, I was probably revered, and it was probably around, you know, more gold than I wanted to spend on one time.
Van is dead, get ready.
13 minutes, yeah. 14 minutes.
I was slacking.
Yikes. I even tried that game.
Yeah. Get ready. Oh, Q. Type what you get.
Want me to check that delayed free?
Do it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be done farming pretty soon this week. So then I'll have to. I might leave myself a nice gap to be able to do world PvP.
Looks like PNK went AFK, also AFK, looks like.
I don't think Paranoid is here either. And we need someone outside. Can you clean out the Discord?
I'm calling it now.
Ah, it's fixed.
59 Druid would be great as well. Those fast caps.
Somebody hand me a snowball, I'll get this guy, I know.
It's okay, dude. I got him on me. Hey, DQT, where
Yeah, that's true, actually.
I paid the fee. I paid more than the fee.
Yeah, I pay now. I pay the fee.
Damn right, you're not paying me.
If I don't pay, I'll get the fucking boot.
It's okay, I'll invite you back in.
I'm not actually gonna snowboard DQT.
I'm really curious how they come out with content for Classic.
Who did it?
Because that'll determine a lot of things and a lot of, like, if people push rank early on,
here, dude.
if it's
Right
available
next to you.
early, or if it's going to be available much later, then
Rank 4, dude.
there's going to be less incentive if people are already in your raid gear. So we'll have to see. And I don't know about you guys, but I doubt that Blizzard's going to come out with just 4 content patches.
Next week we're gonna be the
They
same.
worded it as they're going to have 4 different stages, and to me that sounds more like maybe they're going to have periods where they release content, but I don't know if that means that they're still going to
Do we
release
have
that
anyone
all at
reacting
once.
to Snowball?
Because I know in the period where it says
don't
ranking
think so.
system's going to come
Just
out,
need
they
some.
also have Blackwing Lair, and it would seem weird if they put all that out just in one content
Just
patch
keeping an
all
eye-
at
just-
once.
just
You
keep
know what
an
I
eye
mean?
on him.
He was urban.
It wouldn't really,
Yeah,
especially
he's
if they're going.
kinda snowballed
You got to
his
think, Blizzard's
submission.
greedy,
Came to
right?
when he's
They want
whispering us
people to stay
about going for Lotus.
subscribed as long as possible. So if they spread out the content throughout the months, then that's going to keep people subscribed longer, or it's going to make people resubscribe because new content's come out for Classic. So it doesn't really make sense for them from a business standpoint to just release it all at once.
He's ranking, right?
I think they're gonna release it slower than just 4 big patches, and I think that's why they specifically didn't
Would
word it
at
as
least catch
patches
the
and they
drift.
said
I mean, there's
stages.
a ton of cucks too.
Could be worse, could be Ice Storm, you know? Like, the guy is pretty mellow. He
I hope they
understood
I hope they
if you're
open
able
like
to play
a
with
beta or
shit.
an alpha for Classic fairly
Overcoming, you know.
soon, so we can kind of start
Who's getting tons of
playing
honor?
that and
Or Fire
and they can start answering questions and get player
Fire
feedback
222
and stuff
doesn't
like
speak
that.
English, does he?
Fuck, it was left again?
No.
Damn, I have a bug on.
Feels like they will release Classic like some kind of mini game for retail. I could see them doing that. You think if they have a massive population, like think of if they have let's just use random numbers. They have you know 2 million people playing Classic when they only have 1 million people playing retail. I wonder if they're gonna kind of change the way they look at
of course,
Classic.
but
If
if
that
this is
that
done,
makes
I
them
try to
alter the way they look at retail, or if they're gonna
But I
just still
no, I'm a
continue
big
to
fan
think of them as very
Did someone
separate
pull
player
Randall?
bases, you know.
Nope, we need to pull on Randolph. Don't we have any hunters here?
Because I wonder if,
We got
I guess
like
what I'm trying to say is I
Darsha,
wonder
Guna,
if the act of
you
having
guys know what to do.
Classic
My Hefe is
come
doing
out
Snowfall.
and seeing the player base that plays it, I wonder if that's going to change the way they come out with content in the future
Imagine sending
for
the main tank and the fucking leader to Snowfall every game.
for retail,
Why
you
the
know.
fuck do you think I'm leading?
Like,
mean
will
the
that
rank
change their
13s?
design decisions
Yeah, exactly.
and
Fucking
choices?
slacking 13s.
Oh, that's cute.
Damn right it is.
You just
Oh,
gotta
no, my dogs are
blur out
freaking
the
out.
lines every once in a while.
Blur out what lines?
Yeah.
Speaking of lines, do you guys need them to get rank 14?
I thought you were gonna say cool
Nah.
shit now. Speaking of lines, I was ready for that.
You just gotta not take showers and eat like once a day.
Feels like
Good
they
gracious.
Yesterday was
when
a pretty good day. I
they
didn't eat
release
much.
Classic
I don't
like
even
some kind
remember
of
what the
mini
fuck
game.
a
Oh, I
shower
read that
feels
one.
like anymore.
If it gets huge, things might change. I agree with that.
Like
I
said,
think
man,
that
you
if
just get
it
the
gets
wet
big,
rag,
they might
wipe it over
change.
you a bit, done.
Other companies might
Nah.
try simulant
Sponge bath,
things.
dude.
You got time
Exactly.
to make a sponge bath? You can't.
No way.
Dude,
Just
I
leave
don't
the
even.
sponge on the computer desk.
You do it for 14 hours, then you eat really quick, shove it down your throat.
Oh
and then
yeah,
you
for sure. I'll grab some
You're
pictures.
fucking slacking then, man. What you do is you just get a bucket of hot water, a sponge. You
Yeah,
take
I
your
don't-
clothes off while sitting at the PC. Just sponge
Do you
bath
think
yourself
other
a little
companies
bit,
will
you can-
follow suit? Because I
Yeah,
feel like
probably,
they've
man.
had
Yeah.
games
They
that
made
have
a
come
graveyard
out
sponge
that
bath,
have
man.
tried to be really
My carpet will smell like wet meat, you know, and that's not pleasant.
that try to be
You already
really
smell like wet, you.
crazy and
carpet smelling
difficult
like it
and
all
kind
the
of
time.
like that
Tries
vanilla
to
feel, like
smell raw.
WildStar, for example. And WildStar was a huge failure. And honestly, I don't really know why WildStar was such a failure. I was in like the closed alpha testing, and I was in Death and Taxes, which is like the old WoW guild that was
Coach, you see this thing?
you know,
Oh,
world
banner!
first for
Oh!
so long in late Classic and early
my.
TBC. And we were taking
not
things
like I
really
have the
seriously.
15
We were
health
working
banners.
with the development team to test raids.
And I'll use my 15% health.
And
I'm lagging.
I thought WildStar was going to be amazing.
Ah, shit,
I
connection
loved it
issues, eh?
personally,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it just kind of flopped. And I don't know if that was
I
because
know,
it was
right?
too hard
Can't
or
believe
what.
that guy used to be.
Because I mean, they had like crazy hard attunements for dungeons. Their dungeon system was really hard. They had 40-man raids. I mean, they
I know,
did
right?
kind of model everything after Classic.
Just here for the Lotus.
and
What a ski, man.
it shit the bed. So I wonder if Classic
You
doing
don't think
well
that
is
they would do
simply
that every now and
because
again, you
it's
know?
an iconic game and people will come back to play it, or if it's because people like the
Hey boys, I'll
the
leave for a
systems in
game.
place. You know what I mean?
Get the loads in FKR.
I was hyped for WildStar as well, but I
Are
didn't
we done
even
talking about
make it
gold?
out of the
People lose
starting
focus?
zone. Didn't really like the visuals. Yeah, I know that was a big concern for
Yeah, I
people.
don't really care about that
I didn't really
shit.
like
I just need enough to get by.
the ground targeted kind of.
Good and nice wing, and you need help.
I don't know even how you
SP,
would
SP.
explain it. Like the targeted casts of spells and stuff. I didn't like that. Like the skill
It's like
shotting
there's
of
people that are
things.
still in the Devil's Soul Mafia at this point in the server, like, the fuck?
But I don't know.
Dude, there's still people trying to do it.
It'd be hard to say exactly what made WildStar fail, but I thought it had potential. You're right. Maybe if it had a different art style, it would have been more of a success. But oh man, I had some of the rarest stuff in WildStar too. Like if that game was still around, my account would be worth so much, because we got a bunch of like perks for being in the like in private testing and like early on. So we had like
European or
some
NA?
super unique items, and
I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure they're European.
They can't be in it. They're too good to be
I'm
in
kind of
it.
sad that that game died because
IRL happened.
it was pretty cool at the time of like testing it and playing with those guys and stuff.
How does Dumbledore look?
3 entering stone half.
Oh, can you fight it off? We've got 4 people there.
Yeah, we should be good.
Did I ever try Star Wars Old Republic? No, I didn't.
Honor is coming.
It's hard to explain. Like I was never really interested. I was never a big fan of like Star Trek or Star Wars, or I'm not really a huge fan of like the.
That's kind of weird, isn't it?
The futuristic kind of settings, which is weird because WildStar was futuristic too. But yeah, I just never ended up playing that game.
20 seconds left on it, guys.
I think the biggest. Oh yeah, go get that pizza. National Pizza Day.
Come on.
16 seconds.
But yeah, for me,
We're good. They're not having it.
the biggest MMOs that stick with me that I've played in my life has been WoW, obviously, and then Rift. Rift I think was actually a lot of fun. What other MMOs have I played? I liked Rift a lot. I liked WoW, obviously. WildStar obviously I liked a lot. There was another MMO that came out that I'm trying to think of what it was. I never played Terra. I know that was a popular one for a little while. I never tried Bless Online or Bless Offline that people like to call it. I never got into that game. I never even tried it. I don't really like the super Asian-y art styles of games, like Guild Wars 2. That's the game I'm thinking of. That's Guild Wars 1 I played, or just Guild Wars, I guess. I played Guild Wars a fair amount, and then I did PvP in Guild Wars 2 a lot. I was in the alpha for that game as well, with a group of people, and they were really hyping up the esports aspect of that game, so I was like scrimming with a lot of people in the closed beta and the alpha. There was a guy named Airho, and he did a lot of PvP and was streaming that game.
We lost North.
But I liked that game a lot.
Do we have anybody in there, or do they just
rush? Yeah, there's like a lot of those Asian-y art style games that have come out, and I don't like the look of those. I never played like Black Desert. Like that's another game that's kind of has that more Asian art style, like the character models and stuff, and their casting and
I don't see any lines. It's probably a rogue.
And like melee attack animations are just very.
I have Shredder up. You want me to go in there and pop
I don't know. They're not my style, I guess.
Oh wait, there is this Wayne Knight. Of course it is.
Not even sure we're gonna spend the time on this game.
at Sword Bash? I'm trying to heal you.
Yeah.
Oh, and then I remember I played
Wait, thank
Wildstar,
you.
that
Happy. Do we skip
MMO.
it?
I played one of
Skip
those,
what?
Lost bunker. We lost.
what was it, like one of those little
Yeah,
goblin
let's do it.
things? It was like, kind of like a shaman, I forget what it was called.
Man, Druid's are fucking immortal.
But I
Alright,
played
we
one
got
of
four
those.
Lost bunker then.
Lineage 2, I've never played, but I heard a lot about it.
Yeah, they're tanky as fuck.
Yeah, it's like the game can be great and have awesome
That's good, I guess.
storyline or gameplay or PvP or whatever,
Is
but
this Soulstone?
just how some
Yeah,
people
there's
can't
a
stand
mage
like
in this
super like cartoony games. I just can't stand the Asian art style. It just
Mage on the other
Alright,
side.
next game,
it
3
just
people
doesn't
staying
do it
Lost
for me for
bunker,
some
come on.
reason.
It's an out of free honor.
But yeah, I really liked Rift. I mean, like I, I remember a lot about it, but then there's a lot of aspects that I don't remember as much. But I did like the fact that there was
Also took
like,
a choke point.
what, I think you could have like multiple, you could kind of build off multiple classes in terms of your spells and like your talent tree. So I remember I went like, I had like a super crazy utility build where I was like, you know, their take on a druid, which had like different like pets and stuff, and then I
All the
was
mages
like
at
the
SP.
shaman-y kind of, so I was like had really good like up close melee damage, and then like a lot of utility and different things like that. So I kind of played like an elemental, or I mean like an enhancement shaman that had pets, kind of like, and also kind of like paladin-y, like a ret pally feel. But I really liked that game. I thought it was a lot of fun actually.
It's pretty ridiculous.
But man, going back to some of those games now, the graphics do not age well with those games. Like, I go back and I was like, man, I really remembered being like blown away by the graphics, but now when I look back on them, they're just so bad. Whereas for some reason, WoW still looks good for me. I don't know why. Like, you definitely can see its age, especially when you go back to Classic, but it still looks good. It's weird. And I know people say that's because they use like this stylized kind of semi-cartoon look to it, but even like somewhat cartoon games from the past look bad to me. So maybe it's just because I've played WoW for so many years that I'm just kind of used to the look of it. Community,
If you die, you spawn
big
north.
things too friendly.
Still need a few people to defend.
Friends, still a better game. Yeah, that's true. Mario Bros. With like a group of friends, and just sitting around and playing that. Yeah, those kind of games will always be great. I agree with you on that one. Like playing Smash Bros. With a bunch of people all in the same room and just hanging out. That can be some of the most fun gaming that you'll ever have.
Dude, why are Paladins so fucking stupid?
Get Wayne Knight.
But yeah, I agree. A lot of those like N64 games,
Alright, we should have another Marshall.
or like early PS1 games and stuff, like, I don't know, Crash Bandicoot, Spyro, Sonic, all those games will stay fun. All the Mario games, those games will always be fun, even though the graphics are pretty bad.
Man of Thunder Cruiser in there. Divination, just go station. Oxenhook's dying. Is there warlocks in there? Ah, there's warlocks in this picture.
In my memory, games are like 4K Ultra HD. Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh god, I remember this
Getting
being a
extra.
good looking game, and then it's like,
Just slowed us down for a few minutes for no reason. Ridiculous.
Oh, they killed 2 more commanders.
yeah, games don't necessarily age very well, but if it was a game that was
All
super
in, all in,
fun
all in.
and you have good memories with, it's definitely still fun to play now. But I think if a game like that was to come out now, people would never touch it. You know, it's a combination of nostalgia, it being a good game, like well designed game, and then also just being a lot of those early games, like are very
Still not so
satisfying. I guess like they have a really good playback value. Like even though you played through them a bunch, they are still fun to like return to and play. And that could also just be like the nostalgia part of it, but I don't know.
Aid station. Everyone else all in.
Keeps getting on you.
Yeah, like
Fishing.
Yeah, I remember there was a PlayStation Harry Potter game that I played that was it was like Chamber of Secrets, and I remember it was so hard to beat the last. There was like this last part where it's like you're like sliding down this tube, like you're supposed to be going down into the Chamber of Secrets, and it's supposed to be like the sewer pipes or whatever, and I think like I kind of forget, but I think the basilisk like keeps like breaking through the tube walls or something, and you have to dodge out of things. But I remember my friend and I were playing that part for so long, like trying to get through it, and it was just such a nightmare. Ugh. The Harry Potter Lego games are also super fun for some reason. Actually, just all of like Lego games are just really fun for some reason. Like they just have,
Group 1 cube.
I don't know, just like there's a lot of puzzles to them, and just I don't know.
Group 2 cube. Group 3 cube.
Nostalgia is a big thing. That's why all movies today are remakes or part 7 of.
Mages cube.
Yeah, yeah, it is crazy how many remakes there are, and I feel like
Drop the cube. Drop, drop, drop.
a lot of at least like Hollywood
ready.
just kind of go with what's making money. So right now, like superhero movies, like you had like Spider-Man come out like in early 2000, and you had like the first Iron Man movie, and people and like Hollywood realized that people like those movies and they make a lot of money, and so now they're just churning out superhero movies,
Okay,
and it's just insane. Just crazy how many superhero movies there are.
Q. Requeue for 3. Requeue for 3. I'm gonna check it.
Here, I can show you my dog. So I actually have a better way than just showing you
Fresh.
a picture.
I don't think I've ever requeued from a 1 to.
Yes, requeue to 3. Requeue to 3. Go for 3.
Yes, go for 3. It's still 40 expensive. 12.
Might mess up my mic for a second. Gotta make sure that. Okay, it's working. Done. Hey, Seamus. Hi, Ronan. Come here. Look at you, big boy. Can you sit? Hey. Good boy, look at you. You're very big, aren't you? That's one of them. Hey, Luna. Come here. Oh, hi, Seamus. Here's Seamus. And there's Luna. Luna. See, she's small, but they like to play together. They're actually friends. The two of them are friends, and then our other dog's kind of just a jerk, to be honest. So. Yeah, they can be smart when they want to. When there's food involved or they're getting something, they'll be smart. They listen well, but there's no incentive, then they're pretty stubborn. Especially the big one, Ronan. He's very stubborn. He's kind of like I know huskies like to kind of throw tantrums sometimes, but he kind of does the same thing where if he's like sleeping somewhere or relaxing or chilling in a certain area, and you try and get him to move or go somewhere else, he'll kind of throw a tantrum and start like kind of I don't even know how to describe it, like a moaning, howling, like oh. The white one, yeah, the white one is the boss for sure. The big one is actually like the most. He's the youngest too, so that could be a big contributor there. But he's kind of the passive one. He's the one that just kind of rolls over and takes it. This gang druid guy, he's the exact definition of playing feral with too much feral gear. We're gonna have to go and get some help. Shit.
Divination versus the world. What the fuck are you doing down there?
They're in the pre-night? They're down there?
Yes, they are.
He's supposed to be in my Stonehearth group.
Exactly. Divination?
They go all the way on the curve.
Just replace him for next game.
Did you just send someone down?
Kek is sick. Can you go Stoneheart bunker?
Well, that was a little excitement. Normally, I just can get right on through all the way to.
Should we kick him for that? It seems kind of ridiculous.
South and north.
He wrote to me. He was AFK and he auto ran south. So fine, I guess. Would very much prefer if just people said be right back a couple minutes. Did we get all the lieutenants?
Yes.
I'd prefer it if they didn't leave their computer. They stayed here for 14 hours.
That's right. Coaches gets it.
Did I write STHT yesterday? I guess I'm not sure what you mean. Did I write? Oh, so if you wrote something stupid? No, I don't think you said anything dumb. Was the housewarming party good? Was there a lot of people? Yeah, like a comment or something. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think.
Go SP, SP, SP.
I didn't stream for like a super long time. I remember you saying, oh shit. I'm dead. Yikes. No, 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 no. Okay. I just remember you saying that you were gonna go to a housewarming party and you talked to me later. I don't think you actually came back and said anything. So I think you're good. But I think I would have caught on if you came back and said something. I do that sometimes too. Wow. He goes for the counter spell right off the bat. So just this is what you do as a mage, by the way. You just kite and just let them just waste a lot of mana on. Oh, he blinks in. Just let him waste a lot on all that. Okay, well now I don't have any choice but to die. But yeah, if you let them chase you, they're gonna waste their blink on closing the gap. They're gonna use a lot of mana on trying to slow and they're gonna use like a lot of their cooldowns. Like they're gonna frost nova you and all that stuff. You basically just wait out till a lot of their defensive cooldowns are used offensively, and then that's when you kind of start to whittle them down. Yeah, lots of girls, but I go with mine so I feel her eyes on me. Yeah. I feel ya.
They're on there?
You don't need to pull anything.
Let's go box. Or whatever.
No, don't pull anything yet. It's fine.
Yikes.
What's that?
Stone Hard bunker capped, but we got wiped after it.
Next game we need to send probably
cool,
one
but
or
I
two
mixed
more
beer
people
and
to Stone
vodka
Hard's
and
bunker.
today
I
I'm
imagine.
shit.
They keep on trying to get it.
Yeah.
You were too late though. Like
In college, I drank a decent amount, and I could recover the next day pretty easily. But nowadays, I don't know. I don't drink that often because even if I drink just like a little bit, it's not that I have a hangover the next day. I just feel kind of like groggy and lethargic and kind of tired, I guess.
We can go all in here.
Alright, all in.
All in, I'll take guys.
Sometimes it's okay to drink. Yeah, for sure. I definitely agree with you. It
in.
makes some things a little more fun too. I remember the night that my my girlfriend graduated nursing school. So she graduated college and she's doing her graduation with all the other people up there in college, and
Been trying to slack on or off people.
my friend, or
I couldn't tell you.
me and my friend, we got like we brought vodka into the building in like water bottles, so it just looked like water, and we got like really drunk throughout that because I mean it's so boring just listening to them call off name after name after name when all you really are there for is to hear them call, you know, the person that you know their name. And so you're just sitting there waiting, and we are so drunk, and I just remember it being so fun, and like we weren't like rowdy or anything, but it would just like turn the night from being horrible into something like, you know, bearable. But then the funny thing is, it was like kind of early on when we had been dating. We had been dating for maybe like half a year at that point, and I had met her family, but not like I didn't know them really well. So like I am just completely like one. It's like I really don't remember most of the night. Like it was that's how drunk I was, and I just remember being so careful around her family. Like even though I was this crazy drunk, I was trying not to come off as like really drunk. It was so funny. Yeah, it was just straight vodka. I was back in college when I could get away with doing something like that. Oh, it was a definitely a night that I'll remember. And my girlfriend knew I was really drunk, and she wasn't mad about it. She thought it was funny more than anything. She thought it was funny that I was like trying so hard to appear like super sober and nice around her family after her graduation when we were just hanging out. Oh yeah, that was hilarious. Definitely one of those times that I'll remember.
I can group 1 and group 2 queue.
Vodka, I guess, probably isn't as popular as it is. I know in Eastern Europe, vodka is very, very popular.
Okay, drop the queue. I'm gonna do a countdown.
But yeah, I think it's more
3,
common
2, 1. Q.
in like a lot of like mixed fruity mixed drinks here, like rum or vodka. But
I'm gonna check the 3.
yeah, I think it's like I think a big thing that's like people in the U.S. drink a lot of beer, especially like craft beer. There's like so many breweries around here. Like that's a really popular thing. Out west, at least, is going to like craft breweries and just sitting down and ordering like a really unique beer or something. Or they'll have like samplers where it's like you buy a tray and it's just like small portions of beer, but it's like lots of different beers that you get to like try from. But I'm not like a huge beer fan anyways, so it's like I'm like not as into it as some people. But yeah, like my dad and stuff, he's really into beer. He loves to go out and try different kinds at different places. I guess wine's pretty popular too, but prefer beer as it's way easier to manage through the night. Yeah, that is true. You can't get so carried away so quickly. I don't know about you guys though, but I have a very weird tolerance to alcohol. It's not like one of those things where, you know, you hear someone that's bragging like, "Oh yeah, I can drink so much before I get drunk." It's not like that with me. It's like if I don't like drink some hard alcohol or like a beer or something really fast, and I just kind of slowly drink alcohol through the night, like I can be extremely drunk, but it doesn't feel that way, if that makes sense. Like in the moment, I'll just be acting completely normal and I feel fairly sober, and it's not till the next day that I'll be like, wow, I was actually pretty drunk. Whereas if I drink fairly quickly, then I can definitely tell that I'm drunk. Even like what I'm saying is like even then, right then and there, I can tell that I'm super drunk. The one beer company from U.S. has hilarious commercials. Don't remember the name. Funny beer commercials. It could be. I know a few funny beer commercials, but I'm trying to think of what the brand is. Because we have like our really common beers that a lot of people know of that are like more just like mass produced beers like Bud Light and like so like Budweiser and then like Miller and Coors Brewing Company. Like those are the most popular ones here in the U.S. But yeah, they always have stuff for the Super Bowl.
You got a pig on Randolph?
Bud Light, that's what you're thinking of?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, they have some fairly silly ones.
Nice, good job, McAfee. Did he reset?
I'm from Idaho, so it's I don't know. A lot of people confuse Idaho and Iowa, but Idaho is out west. It's almost on the coast. It's one state away from being on the coast.
So what's Belinda?
So we're next to like Washington, where Washington, their big cities there are like Seattle. So that's one a lot of people know of Seattle, and then we're fairly close to California, Oregon, Utah, just around those states. Got your pizza? Nice. What did you get on it? I know pineapple and pizza is a big controversy with people, but I really like pineapple on pizza. I also really like barbecue pizza, which like instead of having like a tomato sauce on it, it has like a barbecue sauce and it has like grilled chicken and stuff like that. That's good. I know a lot of countries have a lot different takes on pizza. Like I forget where it is. I think it's like an Asian. It's like either Korea or Japan they put corn on their pizza a lot of times, which to me seems kind of weird, but I guess it's normal. With barbecue, it's not pizza. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's a little different, but.
We got a incoming.
But there's a lot of like.
Precinct 2 Paladins.
Sends people back.
There's like a pizza place here locally that makes some really, really good pizzas. And they have two types that I really like. One's called like the Cowboy. So it's more of like a westerny kind of pizza. So it's like barbecue sauce. It has like red peppers on it, chicken,
We should be good here.
stuff like that. And then they have another one that's really good that is it's like a Hawaiian pizza. It's called the Samoan, and it has smoked Gouda cheese on it. Has Canadian bacon, pineapple, and that one's really, really good.
How'd the lines been there?
Been in order for a while now. They said it like an hour ago.
Pizza Capri.
Can the lines get inside the hall?
What is that?
I don't
I'm
know.
gonna Google
They're
it.
keeping it on lockdown, I assume.
Oh.
Okay.
So it's Italian, mozzarella cheese,
No, they're
Italian
inside
bacon,
the hall.
mushrooms,
There's
artichoke,
1, 2, 3,
anchovies,
4,
and tomato.
5 maybe.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good.
Really? They can get in?
That sounds kind of like
Five maybe.
a very like
Everyone else is
traditional
dead.
type of
Just
pizza,
go to
right?
Battle Master.
You need to be like a certain rank to get to all those places. Are they?
Does that mean we can go into theirs as well then? Whoa.
But yeah, when I did go to New York, my girlfriend and I did eat at a lot of pizza places, and the one stereotype that sticks through with New York is that they have really good pizza, and I would agree. Their pizza was really good there. That's one thing that I liked. Very standard. Yeah, that does sound like a good pizza though. That sounds like a fitting choice for National Pizza Day, you know? Very traditional pizza.
I really don't
Like
want to lose these bonuses.
Napoleon style, original ham.
It's just sitting in
Style. Pizza. Oh yeah, we call that like a margarita pizza. I love that kind of pizza. Yeah, that's definitely one of the types that I really like. Because lots of Italians live in New York. Yep, exactly. Well, and they have a lot of different popular styles. Like they have like flatbread, or I mean
Yeah, it
flatbread.
was
They have
balanced when
the
we
thin
don't
crust, like really
more person
thin
there
crust
to help
pizza,
out
and then
if
they
you
have
keep on
the
trying. But
they also have places that have really good like like more Chicago style like deep dish pizzas that are like the really they have tons and tons of like sauce and toppings on them, and they're almost more of like a pizza pie. Does that make sense? They're really big and thick. It's like having a slice of pie. But yeah, they have really good stuff.
There's some fighting going on south. I can see a dot on someone.
split off.
Yeah, just one
south.
one shadow priest in south right now.
You can handle him, right?
Help south.
Yep, we're
Don't
good.
know
We're good.
they go
Yeah,
north.
go aid station. Go aid station. They're fine. They're fine. Go aid station. Need a
You
warrior
have
to
a
pick up
warrior
the
in front. Die on the. Split off in the south where you. Whatever. Just focus on getting the archers under control so people don't die for no reason when they stand.
Still recharging.
But don't order pizza with barbecue today. I'm probably honestly thinking about pizza now. Yeah, I think I'll probably get like there's this place here that has a really good like super thin crust margarita style pizza. So it has like tomato, basil, mozzarella, cheese on it.
We only have
That's
EBN and
probably
a
what I'll
random
get.
rogue in there. Alright, thank you, Hork.
Ah, Effect is in this BG.
Oh, that fucking bastard.
He just fucking failed horribly.
Lovely.
Have you seen Biggins today?
I'll have to look too. There might be some like pizza places around here that are doing some kind of like specials if it is National Pizza.
Can we send someone
Pizza
else to
Day.
SPG Wines instead of coach, please?
I'm passing Ice-Wing Bunker, I can stop up there.
Alright, thank you.
Don't AFK here, please. Okay, cool.
But yeah, the place that we like for that kind of pizza, it's like extremely thin crust, but it's like really big. So eating like a huge slice of pizza, it's like eating like a normal slice of like a thicker crust pizza. So they make these massive pizzas, and the boxes that they come in, it's like when you go to pick it up in your car, you can barely fit it. You have to like put it in your trunk because the box is so big. It's hilarious.
I died.
We got the
But I like that like really thin, crispy kind of pizza. I think that one's really good. Yeah, like paper, exactly.
Pancher.
And then you just kind of like fold it in half. That's kind of how I eat it normally.
I either need a res or I'm gonna wait for the last creature.
But when I was in college,
Why didn't you say so, coach?
I did.
When I was in college, my one of my roommates was an exchange student from Korea, and he would eat like you know the stereotype about in Asian cultures, like they eat rice with everything, but like he literally would, and he would just buy these like at the store. He'd buy like these huge like 5-pound bags of rice, and he'd go through them so fast, and he'd have rice with everything. Even if we had like pizza or something like that, he would like have like rice with it as well. It was just so funny.
There's a priest up here. There's a priest.
Polish dumplings.
I'm in combat bug, you serious?
Pierogies? I love pierogies. I eat those all the time.
Oh.
Yeah, I love those. Like the ones that are filled with like oftentimes like potato and cheese, right? Let's see, what's it say?
Yeah, coach, but
Central Europe
30 seconds afterwards.
origin, unleavened dough, savory or
Why didn't
sweet.
you just... For Christ's sake.
Wait, you came back?
I was
What
literally
the fuck?
2 seconds on my rest and stood right on top of you.
You could,
Rice McDonald. Yeah, he would. He loved.
it's
He
fine.
loved
Do you
eating
want me to still
rice.
stay here?
Yes.
Okay.
It's weird because I love rice, but like I
do we not
love
have
rice
anybody
with
else
like
at the aid station that can help
Asian
pull
dishes, like traditional
vehicles
Asian
or
dishes. You
something
know,
like
like
We're killing
like
Martians.
rice with like a stir fry thing, or rice with like chicken, or
Some.
you know, something like that. But he would eat rice just with like as a side with like a normal meal of something that's like completely different. Like I said, like something Italian. He'd just have rice with it, and I'd be like, "What are you doing, man?"
We have a hunter that can help pull marshals. Tarasha's here. Yell.
Potato and cheese is traditional Polish
Skyser
pierogies.
blobs one.
Yeah,
Yes,
I love
nice.
pierogies.
Pull the
Then
marshals.
I eat those a lot.
Which one do we want?
Nice place. Go to the right. Is this
I think the
now?
most common things I eat, um, like cook for myself on a regular basis is like, um, I have a lot of like we like to make pasta because it's kind of easy. So like traditional like spaghetti pasta, um, or like a creamy, like more of like a creamy white sauce pasta. So something kind of like Alfredo, or like with like mushrooms or something like that. We have pasta a lot. I like to eat like sandwiches, so kind of like grilled sandwiches I like a lot with like ham or things like that in them, ham and cheese. We do make a lot of like burgers and sausages and brats and stuff like that. Um, what else do we like to eat? I make like veg. I like my girlfriend used to be vegetarian, and so we used to make these vegetarian sandwiches all the time. But now that she's not vegetarian, that's like the one vegetarian dish that we still really like to make. Um, and that is just like squash and zucchini, and then like tomatoes and
I feel like a lot of people
avocado,
don't
and
know about banners.
just kind of like a lot of
Look, there's a lot of banners, dude.
Look, who doesn't
just
know
random
about
stuff
the
in a
band
sandwich, and
before?
those are good. And then we just grill them. But there's not like really any traditional like American foods that I eat. Like I guess quote unquote American foods, because I guess what people would think of as for like American food would just be like what hot dogs, hamburgers, maybe pizza. Sometimes people would think of as American, but even though all those foods come from somewhere else, I don't think America really has its own like food, you know. I also really like cooking like stir fry stuff, so like that's kind of like more Asian, and then I really like making curry, different curries and like tikka masala and stuff like that. So we got it from the stores. Yeah, I just the pierogies I found, they like have them just at the store, and they're like pre-made. I've never made my own pierogies, but yeah, and then I normally just cook them like in this on the burner, like on a grill kind of. Barbecue pizza is US. Yeah, I guess that's our take on things. I guess yeah, a lot of barbecue stuff is US, right? Like your traditional like
Group 3Q.
like barbecue sandwiches, and like that's a lot of like southern cooking though is
Group 4Q.
like cornbread and beans, and that stuff is really popular in the south. It's not as popular up here, but we still have some good barbecue places. Russians eat everything with bread. Asians eat everything with rice. I think it's because they were very poor, no food, had to eat. Yeah, there's like those kind of like staple like filler foods.
But like a lot of people might
And I think there's a lot of those popular with certain cultures, like like Hispanic culture is like rice and beans, right? They eat a lot of beans with all their meals, and like you said, yeah, I guess kind of a popular one for the U.S. would be bread too, I guess. So that's kind of common with like Russians eating a lot of bread. I'm shocked that you can get pierogies in the United States in an ordinary shop. Yeah, we do have like
Whisper high stalk.
a lot of stores here in the United States have like sections because we do have like in the U.S. we have like a pretty diverse population, so a lot of people want to find those kind of traditional foods in stores. So we have like in most of our bigger stores, there's like they'll have sections in the grocery store that will be like, you know, here's where your traditional Asian stuff is. Here's your traditional like Indian cuisine. Here's traditional like Mexican, Hispanic stuff. So, yeah, cause like I even eat like I make like gyros a lot of times with like tzatziki sauce and stuff. So that's like a Mediterranean and Greek kind of food. So I don't know. I think stores here in the U.S. do have quite a bit of variety. So a lot of different nationalities in your city. Yeah, since I live in a bigger city, there is, but there's definitely a lot of places in the United States where it's just like mainly just like white people, if that makes sense. Like especially smaller towns, bigger cities, we'll have like really big diverse populations. But smaller cities are when you get kind of more into the rural areas or small towns or like where it's more like farming communities and stuff like that, you'll get a lot more of your I don't know if you can think of like more of like people call them like I guess like hillbillies or like white trash or like it's like you're more of your
Group 1 and Group 2 queue.
White farmer types, if that makes sense.
Group 3 and 4 queue.
It's like when people ask someone the cities make Trump president. Yeah, I mean it's definitely the case where bigger cities are a lot of oftentimes are more democratic or
get to the Battlemasters, I'm counting down.
Wouldn't vote for someone like Trump.
1.
Whereas like smaller population, or I mean the smaller communities definitely are more
Late 2, if you're
Republican normally. One pizza down, there you go.
I'll check the too.
Please do.
But yeah, I guess that's like what if someone who's non-American, like if you ask them to do like an American accent, normally they'll do like that like hillbilly like that southern accent, like they'll do that southern, that drawl with the southern accent, like I fuck my wife and my kids, like some weird stuff like that, like, but you don't really come across people like that often, but
just get to one of the AV weekend masters.
Like, what are shoes for?
Yeah, exactly. You get world buff.
You get world buff.
Same here in Poland. Big cities, people are more liberal. Yeah, I think that's just kind of tends to be like that across like all of the world, just in general. It's because when you're in a bigger city, you're around more diversity and around a lot of different types of people, and so you kind of see the strengths in that. Whereas if you kind of live in a smaller place, you have more. A lot of times you'll have more traditional values, and you want to like, keep America white or whatever like that. But where you guys are from, what are your like if you're gonna do a joke accent for something, what accent do you go to? Because I know if I'm ever doing a joke accent, I don't know why and I don't know what it's from, but I always just do like a jokey like British accent, like a posh British accent. People with higher education usually live in bigger cities. That's true as well too. And they'll oftentimes they'll have jobs that are a lot more diverse in terms of you know, people they're dealing with and stuff like that.
How much honor have you got now, Cole?
I have 7,100. So
Hype?
Yeah, it definitely costs more to live in a big city. That's
yeah,
true.
almost there, man. 200,000 to go, really.
There are updated bunga groups.
Where I live though in Idaho,
We're low on
we have
gold,
like
so
one
that's
of the
fine, actually.
lowest minimum wages in the whole of the United States. So I think our minimum wage is $7.85. It might have gone up. I should probably check before I say that. Idaho minimum wage. Oh, it's $7.25 per hour. So we're like the lowest, one of the
We have
lowest
700
in
as well.
the U.S. So like cost of living here
Yeah,
is
we don't
pretty
have a fucking
cheap.
good pull on. We have expensive
But
and random
our
these
big
people always
cities
talk about.
are starting to get more and more people from like California that are moving here because the cost of living in California is so expensive, whereas here it's a lot cheaper. So you can come from being middle class in California to being like very well off here in the U.S. So yours is like an India style
Every time
accent.
Effect try to gank me when
Okay,
I'm that
okay,
far
I could
falling. Just
see
fail
that.
that and
I can't. That's one accent that I can hear in my head, you know, but it would be hard for me to do out loud.
They recapped it.
We have that
Okay.
guy named Bia Genosis in the room. I got a feeling it's an alliance spy. So I tried to add him, and it's not part of your faction.
My
Uh-huh.
one of my business partners from a few years ago. He was from India, and he would always he always had like one thing that he would say, and it just like he would use the same saying for like a lot of things, like regardless of what was happening, he would just always say like, "My God," and it was just like, I don't know, it just stuck with me. It was just so funny. He'd always say that. He was a really nice guy though,
Heals
but
on
he would
Xbox.
say some funny stuff sometimes.
Oh, fuck it.
But yeah, $7. Even here, even though that's the minimum wage, there's very few jobs that actually pay that. Maybe if it's super like, you know, I'm just sitting at the front desk of like of a business, like basically doing nothing, then maybe you get paid that much. But it's very rare that I even hear of jobs paying that low. So even though that's the minimum wage, it's not like super common. Pass all the tests except one. Unless you pass it, you cannot qualify for this show. Said, I'm ready. The manager said, make a sentence using the words yellow, pink, and green. For a few minutes and said, Mr. Manager, I'm ready. The manager said, go ahead. I mean, we have tax brackets, so it depends on what you make. So yeah, our tax is like maybe the lowest. If you're in the lowest tax bracket, you're maybe paying like 26% tax. But then we also have like sales tax and stuff, and then you also have to pay like your you have like other things that you have to pay for, like, you know, your home and car and stuff like that.
I'm sorry I moved.
But I think the highest tax bracket is like 40%. But then again, you have to also realize that, like in a place like Sweden, you're also getting a lot more out of your government, right? They're providing a lot more for the average citizen, whereas in the United States, you don't have quite as much. Like, you do have public transportation in some of the bigger areas, but a lot of your taxes are going to, you know, construction and keeping up with like roads and stuff like that, and then military and all that stuff. But he says, the telephone goes green, green, green. I pick it up and say,
not my business.
yellow. Oh, okay, I get it in the accent. Green, green, green. You have brackets as well. 30, 50, 55, 60. Wow. 20% tax your has to pay you for your wage, so you can add that on if you're employed. Yeah, I mean, man, if you're in the tax bracket where 60% is going to tax, ooh, that's a hefty chunk of your income. But I'm guessing if you're in the bracket where you're 60%, you're also making a lot of money. And then you have to pay 25% tax on all items you buy. Oh wow, that's expensive. Yeah, our tax here in our tax here for sales tax is only 6%. So versus 25%, that's a big difference. And then there's some states that you have no sales tax, or then other states might have really high sales tax, but then you don't have any income tax. Like, for example, states like Wyoming. Wyoming is a really popular state for people to start businesses in, like LLCs, because they have some really, really, really lax tax laws. So it kind of depends. In the U.S., it really depends state to state. There's obviously federal tax that you're paying, so that's across the board. But your state determines a lot of other things, like your sales tax and things like that. Most goods and services, for example, 12% on food. Okay, so it's like a little different depending on the item. Guys, now you just got me thinking about pizza. You just hit the 50% bracket this year. Ouchie, ouchie. But I'm sure as a country, you guys have some nice public, you know, I don't know what the right term is for it, but you're getting a lot of good public services from all that money in taxes. And I guess I mean, a lot of taxes go to help with your more traditional things that the government's taking care of too, though, like roads and transportation and stuff like that. Here, the funeral stuff has less sales tax and stuff for little babies, so it's cheaper to die than born. Yeah. Yeah, we have like death taxes here in the U.S. where you're basically you're taxed on things you own or money that you have when you die before it goes to your family. Which seems kind of weird, honestly, but you know what they say, the government's gonna get you anywhere they can. Go wherever you want, hike and camp wherever. It's amazing. True land of the free. Yeah, that would be nice. We have our public parks are really nice, and we pay taxes to maintain them and have upkeep for them and stuff. And have really good camping areas and stuff like that. But the thing that's so silly is a lot of these places you have to have like park passes for, So, if you go into one of these parks, you might have to pay like it's not crazy, but it'll be like a $5 fee to like park there in the parking lot and go hiking, or you might have to, pay for like staying overnight. And it seems weird that you're paying in taxes for these things to be upkept, but then you're also paying again, so it's kind of weird.
Ice Wings burned. We want extra people at Stormpike Graveyard. We cannot afford to lose that. If there's a hunter here.
ZG trinket for Druid. Are you talking the spell power one that a lot of people have?
Haja, gotta be fast.
Didn't even see him feign death.
Are you talking about these ones here?
Wow, what a fucking idiot!
The heal one. Oh, the heal speed.
That fucking paladin right there. He hammer adjusted my fucking grounding totem. Actually retarded.
Do you know what it's called? I like a thing about US that there is no socialist things you piss on that, so I'll go for you. Like Venezuela right now. Yeah, I mean. I know there's a lot of people that have a lot of they're either like Republican or Democrat, in their belief systems or whatever. But I have a lot of different I have a lot of different opinions across the board. But the one thing I do really like about the United States, especially where I live, is that like you can own a firearm, which I know to people outside of the U.S. it's so weird. Like a lot of times people will be like, say how stupid it is to have like a gun or something, but it's like it's so nice up here. Like I can go up into the woods where I know there's like wolves and bear, and just having like a gun or being able to like protect yourself with something like that is so it gives you like a peace of mind or something. It's kind of weird. Obviously don't think you really need a gun in like a big city, but with the amount of land that there is in the US and like I do kind of like the idea of being able to own a weapon. Plus, I mean, going to shooting ranges and going out like target practicing with friends and stuff can be a lot of fun too. As like kind of an activity, I guess. But
I'm gonna sit one out, boys.
Good things and bad things about it all, I guess. I mean, in general, in terms of on my outlook, overall with government, as I think, as much stuff as the government can stay out of, I like that. I don't think they should make choices for the average citizen, like whether or not like for example, like a big topic here, obviously, several years ago was like gay marriage and stuff, and like at the end of the day, like who cares? Like let people do whatever they want, like if you want to marry a guy, if you want to marry an inanimate object, if you want to marry your car, if you're one of those weird people that love their car and you want to marry your car, I don't care, just do whatever you want, it's like whatever.
Group 4Q.
In Norway, not even the police carry. They have a handgun per car and a locked crate. Yeah, that's so weird to me. It's just like,
Group 5Q.
and I mean, I know this is gonna sound crazy because
Drop the Q.
even as someone here in the U.S., I do feel like
Ready.
it's a little weird. But in Idaho, in 2017, I think it was, they passed a law where now, like before, if you wanted to conceal a weapon, like if you wanted to conceal carry, which would be like having, say, a handgun like under a shirt or like in a pocket or something where no one can see it, um, and carrying around all over, like anywhere in town and stuff like that, you'd have to have a license to do that. Um, but now in Idaho, you can just anyone can do it. So anyone can go out and pass a background check, buy a gun, and just carry it on them at all times, like in their pocket. It's kind of weird, but we have really low crime rate in Idaho. Um, Obviously, in some places in the U.S. we have really bad crime rate, but Idaho has super low crime rate. Like the city I'm from is like one of the has one of the lowest crime rates in the world. Or, I mean, in the whole of the United States. So I don't know how I feel. Like I think just the fact that anyone can own a gun if they pass a background check, I do feel like that's kind of weird because it's such a like a powerful item, you know, to just own. So it is weird that anyone can, but then at the same time, it's like I kind of like it too. Like I kind of like being able to own a gun, especially for like when I go hiking or camping and stuff. But I can see it from both sides. I understand why people say like no one should be able to, you know, own and carry a gun, but then at the same time, it's like kind of nice, I guess. I don't know.
4 spots left.
That's why Anders Breivik go to the island and shoot 70 person in Norway because no one has a gun, even the cops. So stupid. Yeah, I watched a documentary on that. It's super sad that that happened. It is weird that to me it is weird that like a lot of times I'll see police police in different countries, you know, and I'll see them with just like their batons and stuff and they don't even have guns, and it's so like weird to me. But then at the same time, if no one has guns, then
most of us are here.
there's a lot less chance of someone getting shot by a gun, you know. So you have those weird times where, you know, someone does something crazy like that and it's hard to stop them. But then at the same time, there's a lot less gun violence in other places, whereas in the U.S. it definitely is an issue in some states. I heard that Texas has very small gun crimes, and they're the most armed state. Yeah, that's true, but then you also have to think of the size of Texas and how a lot of Texas is, like a lot of Texans, I guess. They are, they're arming themselves with guns, not so much for like protection against other people, but for like wildlife and protecting like their cattle or their crops or like whatever wherever they live. Whereas I think gun ownership in the cities in Texas is not quite as crazy as it is like out in the middle of nowhere. School shootings, kids get so weak mental state, so they can really flip out. Yeah, I agree. I don't think you should probably be able to buy if the drinking age in the US is 21, I don't think you should be able to own guns anytime before then. And there's a lot of states where you can own guns at 18. I'm not racist, but it is a fact. Police reports like 90% of gun crimes are black and Latino gangs and ghettos. Yeah, I mean all those things go hand in hand. It's like if you're in an area where there's a lot of crime, and you can get your hand on a gun, then a lot of times, anytime a crime, like you have to think about it, like if there's a crime going on in another country, I mean you can get away with pulling off crimes with like a knife or like a baseball bat or something like that. But like in the U.S., since guns are so prevalent and you can get your hand on a gun fairly easily, then that just means that you up the ante and people, you need to be like carrying a gun to either quote unquote protect yourself if you're like a business owner, or to like commit a crime you feel like you need to take or use a gun too. So it's kind of, I don't know. Yeah, crime and poverty goes hand in hand. Exactly. People feel helpless, like they can't, maybe they feel, you know, like they can't make money in a legal way or blah blah blah, so they have to provide for themselves somehow, and so they turn to crime. And so yeah, I don't know. That's the thing, that if I can say one thing, it's that like I dislike how people feel like they have the one answer, right? Like you have some people that are so like, they're like, you can't take my guns, and like guns never cause any problems, and anytime someone says a statistic about gun violence or deaths with guns, like it's fake or like blah blah blah. But then you have other people on the other side that are like, guns are the worst thing in the world, and like no one should ever be able to own a gun. They're dangerous and they can never be of use for anyone. And it's like, you got to realize that it's not that simple. It's more nuanced than that. Like, you know, it's not so black and white. It's kind of, there's like literally two sides to it. It's like I'm saying, like I like owning a gun for then when I go like camping or hiking, and also just like it gives you peace of mind at your house that like, oh, if anyone came into your house and tried to like attack you in a country where a lot of people own guns, so that person could own a gun. It's like you feel more protected if you yourself own a gun. So it's kind of like that. But then, do I think someone needs to own 20 guns and like half of them are like crazy like military weapons that you never really need to use? It's like, no, I don't really think that that's the case either. But I don't know. It's more complicated than just one way or the other kind of thing. And like a lot of people say, it's hard to change things after it's already been established. You know, you have millions and millions of people across the United States that own one gun or multiple guns. It's not like all of a sudden you can just say like, oh, we're getting rid of guns, you know? So makes things kind of challenging for like new legislation and stuff to be passed. If you protect yourself with a gun, you have to live with it the rest of your life. Yeah, I agree. I mean, exactly. If someone comes into your house and you choose to protect yourself with a gun and you end up taking that person's life, or you get really hurt in the process, like that's something you have to deal with for sure. And obviously guns are pretty much anything you get your hands on you can use as a weapon. But guns just definitely have the potential of taking things much further, much quicker, right? You can kill someone with a gun extremely easily, whereas if you get stabbed with a knife, or you get cut, or you get hit with a baseball bat or something like that, there's a much bigger margin for you to be like just injured versus killed so quickly, especially if it's just like more of an accident, you know? Gun law is not bad, but a little too liberal in the United. Yeah, I agree. There's definitely, especially some states, that are, and I'll even say my state is pretty lax on gun control and the fact that anyone can just have a gun. Damn, you go into the forest with a gun, hope with vodka and dope. You have to come to your jail. Yeah. I think it just also depends on where you're going into the forest. There's some places that obviously aren't so, you don't have to worry about things like that. But there's a lot of like, especially up towards like more northern Idaho where I'm from, and like the bordering states of like Montana and stuff. You have a lot of areas where you're having to deal with grizzly bears, and although a gun's not going to do much against a grizzly bear, especially if it's like a pistol, sometimes it just like having a gun with you is better than having nothing. or like you definitely want to make sure you're carrying bear spray and you're making a lot of noise, so because a lot of times bears won't attack unless they're spooked, kind of. So as long as you're making a lot of noise when you're walking around through the forest, that can be really helpful. Are shredders good? Yeah, they're really good, especially for taking care of mobs, or like people that come in to contest a base. They're kind of a nice thing to just have as a tool if things are getting a little hairy. I don't know why someone popped the shredder right now though. We're not under any kind of threat from anyone, so they're better if like you're in here and you're having a lot of like alliance come in and try and contest.
Mount up. We're gonna go for 8 station.
You want to give the wolves some vodka, or you're just gonna smack them over the head with a bottle? Yeah, I've seen wild bear when I've been out camping before. I've seen several actually. The closest time, or the scariest time for me was I've never seen a grizzly bear out of my, like when I've been out of my car. I've seen grizzly bear when I've been in my vehicle, like driving. But we did have 2 brown bear, which are like smaller than grizzly bear, and they're not as aggressive as grizzly bear. And they walked right out in front of us across like the path that we were hiking on, and they were probably like 10 yards away. And that was really, really scary. They just kind of turned and looked at us, and then we just kind of said like, like, hey bear, like you want to just kind of like, you want to make noise so they know you're there, and like they don't get like too spooked, and then you also want to just kind of stay calm and not like make any sudden movements. And a lot of times bear will just kind of leave you alone, especially if it's an area that's like hiked a lot. Then they'll have had experience seeing other people before, so it's not quite as much of an issue. And then anytime like for example, like we have forest rangers, which are kind of like police officers, but they just work in like the forest, obviously, and they deal with things like people hunting illegally, like poachers or things like that, or they'll make sure people have like the correct tags for hunting, or they'll maintain security of places, blah blah blah. But they also deal with like if there's a aggressive bear in the area, they either like they'll move that bear to a place where like barely any humans ever go, or they'll like have to put it down if it's like very aggressive towards people. But it doesn't happen that often. The biggest issue that people have with bears are if you like spook a bear that's like has like a baby with it, like a cub. Like those are the only times that it's kind of dangerous. But yeah, that's kind of the thing with bears here. I think most people that live out in the kind of out northwest, like in the northwest of the United States, I think a lot of people have seen or come across bears. Yeah, I have engineering. I don't have it maxed. So I had engineering up to where I could get the mind control helmet and the rocket helmet. And then I just stopped leveling it because I didn't really need it any higher. But now that the recipes for the reflection trinkets are out, I really should level it up so I can get those, because those are really strong in PvP, obviously. Because I don't have, you have to have 265 for some of them, maybe like the frost resist, or the frost reflector is maybe 265, and then there's another one that's like 285, so I definitely need to get it a little higher. I don't think, I know people have asked me before, but I don't think that engineering for a druid is as necessary for other classes in PvP. It's still very helpful, obviously. But like a lot of people use engineering, like they really rely on it, right? Like they rely on the Netomatic to try and snare people so they can close distance. They rely on bombs to either stop casts or like slow someone down. They rely on the reflection stuff, but as a druid, you don't have to rely on that as heavily. So it's kind of nice, but then it's also still there for you to use it as kind of a tool. Yeah, he does use he uses the bombs a lot, and he uses the reflection trinkets pretty well. The only thing about the reflection trinkets is they make flashy montages for PvP
USP, we have
videos,
aid
but the
station.
only thing is you have to be ready in the situations to have switched out your trinkets before you enter combat, obviously, or if you can get like a re-stealth in cat form and use one of those. You don't have death ray? No, I don't. I don't know. I guess I probably would use it if I got a root off on someone, and then I could channel it into them. I don't know. Just a lot of things that have long cooldowns or like require like a gold sink. So people that use like a lot of like invulnerability potions or like free action potions, or even like health potions and mana potions, like when I have them, I don't tend to use them because of the like I just think about the gold in my head, like, oh, I'm wasting like a gold here, you know, on a free action potion. Or I'll think to myself like if it's like a thing that has like a 20-minute cooldown or something, I'll be like, well, I don't really need it here. Maybe I'll wait, I'll save it and I'll use it, you know, for a different fight where I'm in more trouble, and then I just end up never using them. So I'm just bad at I'm bad at remembering to use like long cooldown items or valuable items. It's just hard for me to use them. Magic dust, yeah, exactly. To be honest, most people, like, I only ever see people using magic dust in like pre-made versus pre-made PvP to get like a flag cap on like a node in Arathi Basin or something. I don't really see it that often in just like a normal PvP situation. But yeah, things like those are definitely strong to have. It's good to just have them as backup.
Heals on Sorbash.
The only problem is since I don't have things like that hotkeyed, it's like by the time I find it and go into my bag and find them, it's like I would have died anyways. So if I use those more often, I probably need to always make sure I have them in a certain spot in my bag, or actually take the time to find a hotkey for it. Yeah, I heard about that on one of the PvP summits, I think, that someone did, or
Get ready if you're
or
outside.
maybe it was like a. I know I watched some of Tips Out stream where he was talking about stuff with Monkey News and stuff. I heard that it's shadow, so it can be reflected, which is pretty cool actually.
And I'm fishing.
OG, that's where you heard it from? Yeah. He makes good videos too. You're gonna get both Goblin and Gnomish items, so but you're unsure what order to go. Well, say you have a friend or you know someone. I'm pretty sure. I don't know if all items, but most items can be. They're not soulbound to you. They don't bind when picked up. They only bind when equipped. So you can trade. So if you have a friend that's Gnomish and you're Goblin, you can give each other the items. Get the ones that give the BOP items. Yeah. I'm not sure exactly what stuff is BOP, but for the most part, you can trade most things.
Drop the Q. Drop the Q. I'm gonna do a countdown. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Q. Delayed 3. Requeue for 3. I'm gonna check it. It is so fresh.
Trailer Park Boys? Yeah.
Yeah, join it.
I haven't
Women
watched it a
look at me,
lot,
I
but one
came
of my
back
friends is
just in
obsessed
time.
with it. He loves that show.
I saw people posting freeze and I was like, oh fuck, got queue.
Mind control cap is
You're not
amazing
in
with
yet.
warriors. I believe
Yeah,
it
I am.
pops records.
Are you?
Does it
Alright, never
really?
mind.
Oh my god, if I was a warrior and that happened, I'd be so pissed. But yeah, that's super
Oh,
strong.
for fuck's sake.
That's what I do like about vanilla. There's
That's
so
the
many
re-queue
cool
for
little
3
like
Yeah.
I don't know, just like cool little mini game stuff that you can do, you know, within PvP. Some people hate it because it requires you to like
Snacks.
get a lot of random stuff and always have it in your bag. But I think it makes the gameplay a lot more like
Yeah,
I don't
there's
know.
different
It has like a high
variants.
skill ceiling for some stuff.
You need the delayed one.
You will learn. Did we get the Lotus last game?
And there's so many like weird things like rogue like on this server and now I made a spell power rogue video and people were saying it's only a thing that's on private servers and I pretty much did confirm this. And
Yeah, same bunker groups.
and I will say that
Is it the ones I made?
poisons actually scale with attack power in
Probably.
current WoW. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle that. But it is cool that there's so many like weird little things you can do in vanilla. I've thought about trying to get Tidal Charm, but the problem is, now correct me if I'm wrong. I figured I could be completely wrong, but I assume it shares DR with stuns, right? Because it's just considered a stun. And if that's the case, and it shares a DR with stuns, I already have to like be cognizant so much of my stuns anyways with Bear Form's Bash and also using War Stomp, as well as also having Pounce, that like the only thing I'm ever DRing is stuns. So if I had Tidal Charm, I don't know if I'd actually use it that much. Now if it doesn't DR with stuns, then yeah, I should probably get it because that would be amazing. But I'm pretty sure it DRs with stuns because that's why I don't see like a ton of rogues using it.
Posting bunker groups.
No, I don't. I've never done anything like that. The only reason I don't do anything like that is because most people use cast bars that show what they're casting. So if I start casting Hearthstone, a lot of people are just going to see that I'm casting Hearthstone. I think that's a really good idea, but I don't know how effective it would be with people that. I guess it would be interesting to see and to know how many people use. They don't know what spell you're casting. Because you're right, the animations look the same in terms of the cast animation. Yeah, I've never tried it, but I assume it would be awful to try and get it.
No one grab Murano? Come on, we have so many hunters.
No, I was just gonna die. Kiting.
Alturim. Pick up Randall.
But I don't know about
gonna
what
die,
you
that's
guys
why I said
think,
someone
but
grab
I'm
it.
curious to see how, because you have these people that are kind of known in the communities on private servers of being really good PvPers, right? You have like, for Warrior you have like Monkey News, and for
Wait, no,
Mage you have people like
I'm blind, I'm
like
getting
OG,
late.
like you said, and
Come on, get it together.
and
So we're in
then like
bunker groups.
other people that stream a lot, like I don't know, Rogue I guess would be like Peo, I guess, and you have people like Perplexity and I wonder how they will stack up
Penis?
with just the average player, you know? I wonder if there's going to be a lot of people that come into the game that are really good. Like are they good because they're actually just amazing at the game, or are they good because there's not a massive player base of people that take private servers super seriously, if you know what I mean?
I don't think I've ever had too many different kinds of peanuts.
For Druid is you. I'd say it's Stormax. That's kind of one of the reasons why I wanted to rank up in Classic, is because I feel like it shouldn't hold value really, because it's just a time sink. But to be honest, a lot of people take you a lot more seriously as a player if you've done the honor grind, the rank grind. So I kind of wanted a rank grind, so like it like carries a little more weight, you know. If I'm trying to get into like a good guild or a good pre-made group, I can be like, well, hey, I've gotten, you know, X rank on this server or something. Even though I don't think the PvP ranks have anything to do with skill, it definitely like shows that you're PvP focused or whatever. Yeah, Stormax is definitely good. I think, honestly,
It looks like
if
there's
I
gonna be
would
a lot of people in Icewind Bunker.
if I would say who I think is the best Druid, I would actually have to say Final Flash. I think he's really
You
really
need
good.
somebody to stay there to make sure it caps next game. You know what? Somebody go fucking back cap him.
But
Fuck
that's
that
just my
shit.
opinion.
Oh, we should.
And I think there's a lot more people that are gonna
nobody's in North,
start
so we don't
showing
need
how
to.
good Druid is come Classic.
Capping AIDS, bro.
Because to
Keep
be
that
honest,
shit on
I learned
lockdown.
everything about Druids I've learned from other Druid streamers or their PvP videos. Like I probably would have caught on to some of it just playing on my own, but a lot of tips and tricks I've definitely learned from other Druids and stuff. Listening to what goes through Perplexity's mind when he's dueling, I'd say he's good. Yeah, I agree. I think the fun thing about you get it in retail WoW, but it's not quite as much. I would say that the cool thing about Classic is how much
It's gonna be a rough one.
like reading of the other player, because the art style in Classic, you don't have quite as many like crazy cast animations and crazy spell effects and things like that. It's a lot easier to see and kind of read what your opponent is doing based on like their movement or like abilities that they have casted just previously. So like you do have a much better chance of reading like, oh, when the rogue's gonna blind, or when I'm gonna get death coiled or something like that. So you can make those really cool flashy plays, and they're not just like random luck, but they actually are like predicted more or less. So I do really think that's a super cool thing about vanilla PvP.
Probably. We should be good.
I think the fact that in WoW nowadays there's so many crazy spell effects, so much AoE going on around you and stuff, I think it kind of deadens some of the predictability and kind of knowing what's coming, you know?
Don't we have a Druid anywhere close, perchance?
I just got down to North.
I'll pop a shredder for him then. Let me see if I can get out.
Yeah, those are like those kind of crazy plays that you're just like, okay, bud, calm down.
Alright, kill him, he's on the shredder.
But yeah, that stuff is awesome. And just the fact that you can find like cool little items like that in the game that do perform those kind of like on hit chance or like on use abilities makes things pretty crazy. Like for example, I don't know if this is in Classic as well, but on this server, within lockboxes, you have a chance of opening it, and it has an item called Hikari Shroud or Hikari Breastplate, and they don't require a level, so you can have them as on Twinks. So I literally farmed lockboxes for like a week, so then I could get like that item on my hunter, and it has like it's a
Druid
headpiece that has
Stealth first.
16 stamina and 16 intellect, and I just got that from a lockbox.
You want to just fucking go straight H? Or do you
Everyone
want
has
to wait a
40
bit for
spells.
our-
But there are like 200 items that you can use to perfect your playstyle. Yeah, exactly. And you have, the cool thing is like you have 40 spells that are useless. Like half of them are useless, and they're only useful in like specific circumstances, you know? Okay, bud. Okay, bud.
If you're mounted, continue in. Don't need
Is that
to
a
stop
bug?
until join.
I don't know if it's a different loot table, but it's not a bug. It's like that in class. Like the item exists in classic, but I don't. What I'm saying is, I guess I don't know if it's supposed to be in those lockboxes. Because it's
Do you need help?
It's only 2, it should be
from
good.
it's from Sunken Temple. It's like a quest you can get in Sunken Temple, and it's supposed to drop from these like oozling also in Sunken Temple. So
They're capping Ice Wing.
yeah, Hikari Shroud.
Spin it. Reinforce Ice Wing.
I have it on my
Something's fucking keeping
shaman,
me in
my
combat,
29
stop.
shaman, and I have it on my 19 hunter. And people always
everyone
ask,
leave Stormpike.
they always whisper me and ask
Capping
me where
Ice
I
Wing
got
right
it.
now.
What are you doing? Come on, there's people in there.
5 people dead. Spin the shit
They
out.
won't get it, they won't get it.
Three people out of the north bunker.
I love burn.
Alright, now we're in a bit of trouble.
Reinforce
All the
Ice Wing.
people
Come on.
south go Ice Wing.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm dead.
If you can get it on a level 1, you have
Ice
like
Wing has 50 seconds.
crazy
left.
amount
Get
of
inside Ice Wing.
health.
spin,
There's
spin,
also
spin,
one
spin.
that's even is a slightly lower drop chance from the lockboxes.
All
I've
people
never
dying
gotten it,
floating
but there are a
south
few
point.
level 19 twinks on this server that have it. It's called Hikari Breastplate, and it has 22 stamina on it. It's like 22 stamina and like 4 agility or something like that. And you can get that, and you can have it at any level.
Paladin and SPGY. Shit, Hulk-assing. Watch
Right,
out.
binds when picked up.
Christ.
However, if your
Boys, there's a
your
paladin
character
and
has
SPGY. Can you give me a
so
fucking hand,
so what
man?
I would
There's
do
a
is
lot of
I'd
shit
have
going
my
on right
level
now,
19
man.
Do you want to lose
hunter,
SPGY? Froll, stop
You want
help.
to lose aid station right now?
and
We need healers here.
I'd
Fucking
have.
warlords going around killing everybody.
I guess we're not doing so well
40
in this
seconds on
battleground.
SPGY, man. You have 2 fucking or 4 minutes on it on AIDS.
And we'd
Can't exactly
have,
come back to help.
and I'd have all my farmed
really need
lockboxes.
help.
I'd send over to my
Ah,
hunter.
come on.
I'd have a rogue
Right.
open them, and then
Oh fuck me, this hunter.
nah, he died.
Come on, Tata. It's too much going up here.
Sorry, I got a little distracted there. But I'd open all of them on my hunter, and then when I got it in a chest, like I had it, you know. So even though it was bind unpicked up, it was from a chest.
We don't
Yep.
get SPG
Open the
right.
lockbox through the trade window with a rogue. Then it's still in my inventory. I open it up and it has the item. Super
So
crazy.
now they're gonna go aid station, which is in trouble because Mortimer is fucking running around killing them.
I don't have the Gurubashi trinket. It's really hard to get on this server since it's such a large population. And then like I said, I was playing, like I got all that gear for my 19, and like I was playing it, and it is kind of fun to go out in like Red Ridge and just kill low level Alliance players, because they can't do anything against you.
Up at aid station and
But I don't know. It was just like it kind of like half the fun was getting all the items for the twink, and then now that I have it, it's kind of like, okay, what do I do now? Because like PvP on it, it's like I'm pressing like 2 buttons, you know, so it's like meh. Yeah, I thought you
Like,
could
thou
get the
shalt start
ring,
DPSing.
but
Come on.
supposedly people
Kill
on
the
this
fucking
server
app.
have been saying that the ring doesn't actually
Shoot at 'em.
drop from the loot boxes, or it doesn't drop from the lock boxes. But I can't really
Oh,
confirm
then
that. It's just
they-
what people have said. People might have just not got lucky and gotten it, but I don't know.
Oh man, so many at Icing Bunker.
All the teams down there. Everybody get inside fucking Icewind Bunker. Clear out the ads. Clear them out.
Gotta fight them at the fucking choke point right now. Otherwise we're not getting through.
I'm getting closer and closer. Not gonna have to PvP all week. I'm gonna be done fairly soon. It'd be interesting to see if anyone breaks the brackets this
Mage,
week.
mage, kill the mage. Don't pull anything. Just make sure he doesn't come over.
If you can get all those items on a level 1, you probably can kill a level 20. Yeah, it's crazy. So when I'm testing stuff or I'm like curious about something on vanilla, I like to go on like a private server. So I go on one that I just like, it's just hosted locally on my computer. And then you just have GM commands, so you can like give yourself any items you want, or you can teleport anywhere in the game. And so I just go on there to like test things, and it's not exactly how it is on vanilla, and it's not exactly how it is on this server, but it allows you to kind of test some things out. So yeah, I was like testing to make sure I could get those items, and so I was like putting them on like a level 1, and yeah, you have like 500 HP. It's crazy.
Try to take the flag, stop him.
Not to mention the fact that you can put
Don't pull
enchants on
anything
them
else.
too, so you're enchanting them with like 100 HP to the
Stop
head
the mage
slot
from
and leg
casting.
slot, and then you're also, you know, putting enchants on your other gear.
People spawning at aid station.
Yo, Coach
Yeah,
C.
the private, it's extremely exclusive. It's like hosted just on my like just on my my like internet, you know, locally. So
Got big spawn.
I always get on there and like I'm just like doing something or testing something. I always think to myself like how creepy it would be if you just like see another player run by, like what? Because it's just you on the server, you know. So I was actually filming a little bit of footage for a video that I did a while ago, and I was in Western Plaguelands, and there's like the farms with like the ghouls that are out there and like the undead that you have to kill for quests, and there's like these Scarlet Crusade humans that come along and like attack some of the ghouls sometimes, and so I'm just like sitting there like filming stuff and like playing, and then I see out of the corner of my eye like a human like run up and start attacking someone, and like it really like freaked me out for a second. I was like, because I thought it was like another player, and I was like, wait, how? I'm like on this private, like I'm on this server that has only me, and like it's hosted on my internet. Like it was like creeping me out, and then I clicked on the mob, and I realized it was just like an NPC, and I was like, oh my gosh. Freaked me out for a second though. But it's kind of nice being able to do that because you can like, yeah, a haunted server. But it's nice because you can.
Leave SPGY, just get to aid station.
It's cool that you can kind of test some stuff on those servers, in terms of like items and stuff, because
Once you
like,
pull them, immediately start running to the right.
you know, you could test like
Thane
an
does.
item that you maybe want to farm for
Resist
on
if
like
Thane
your
does
druid
now.
or something like that, and then you can kind of use it a little bit in some certain situations and be like, okay, is this worth the time for like the increased stats that I'm gonna get or something like that? Because sometimes just theory crafting stuff on with like numbers and stuff doesn't really like make it feel like real world. Or you can like test proc chances with stuff. Like I was playing around with the Hand of Edward the Odd, the one that a lot of shamans use that give you a chance to get an instant proc on like your next cast under 10 seconds. And it's crazy. I mean, that thing is so nice. You can, if you proc it, you can instantly cast like Hearthstone. You can instantly cast
Oh, who the fuck just
your
changed
mount if you're out of combat. You
Pull
can
most of them.
instantly cast a
Pick
lot
up
of
east.
stuff. It's crazy.
Pick up east.
Hold explosive expert. Get
Fucking
explosive
ice blood.
expert.
And like being
Take
able
east.
to do like
I'm taking at east. Get away
being
from
able
me.
to like
Full ice blood out.
be a melee build shaman. Like I was looking at doing some kind of like melee build
Yo, ice
shaman
blood.
where you
Disarm it.
use a lot of like totems and stuff, and then you're basically just using a shield and that one-hander, and you can proc it fairly often and enough in a fight. Like in a longer fight, you can proc it essentially, you know, 2 or 3 times sometimes, and that basically gives you 3 free heals. It's crazy.
Could have been, yeah.
It's like a really, really powerful item. Like it makes sense that on a lot of these servers it's selling for like 1,000 gold. It's definitely worth it.
Joey's.
Because you can literally instant cast, you can get it to proc, instant cast chain lightning into a nature swiftness lightning bolt. So you can do a huge amount of damage, like all bursted at once. So most PvP shamans on the server try and get it.
Disarm.
And it's just a 57, it's a level 57
Marshal.
epic item that's just the epic world drop. It's crazy.
All in. Go now. Go inside now. Don't take time to drink. Get in here.
There's a mage slowing us down.
Stop him then. Main GPS now going PvP out on the flag. Stop that mage.
How do you farm it? I mean, you can't really farm it. It's just one of those world epic drops. So like all the epic world drops, which are like things like Hand of Edward the Odd, Kroll Blade. What are some other ones? There's that epic necklace that has intellect and stamina on it. There's several of those like mid to high level 50 items that they just drop randomly off mobs. In instances or things like that. So you can't really farm it. You basically just have to farm gold and then buy it. You got Edgemaster gloves from a ram in AV. That's called luck right there.
Ignore your lines. Go
Do you have warden staff? No, I don't. Warden's the
Jesus, what a fucking fiesta.
the best in slot bear tank item forever. I think. I don't really think it's ever. I don't think it ever gets replaced, right?
Sorry.
But yeah, I probably should buy warden staff. I just haven't. It feels like I always have something that I'm saving up for, and I think now is like the first time I haven't been saving gold up for anything. So I can probably buy it next when I have money. Because first thing I was buying was, when I first hit 60, was obviously I was trying to buy my epic mount, and then I wanted to buy Hide of the Wild, then I wanted to buy Sash of Mercy. What else was I trying to buy? Oh, then I had to buy my AV items. So like, for example, the Unstoppable Force, you have to have Exalted, but then it also costs like 160 gold. So I was spending a bunch of money on that, and then these offhands. I got this offhand, and then I got the spell damage offhand. Then I got Don Julio's band, the pendant. So yeah, I was spending gold for a long time on a lot of things. Caster stats, that's what it's called.
Can you take over fishing? I'm cooking food.
Yeah, sure.
I'll be right back.
But yeah, the warden staff, especially early in the game, goes for a lot. As more and more druids on your server buy it, the price of it can start going down. Like, I've seen
No one
some in the
fished with
auction house
me.
for like 200 gold, which is not
Good one,
bad.
Q.
But early on, they were going for like 400. So.
Alright, everyone, Q.
I also am just kind of lazy, guys.
I'll
Like,
check it. I'll check it.
like, look, I don't have like any enchantments on any of my stuff.
It's fresh.
Like,
Take the free.
I just don't. I don't know. I have healing. I have the healing enchantment, but I don't have like I have reinforced armors on some stuff. But other than that, I just kind of.
Don't you, we should station a rogue at Snowfall, wouldn't you say, Coach?
Druid's so strong. Half the time I don't even
Okay,
miss
so
it.
you
You know, I
rogue
don't
can
even
step
feel like
up
I
for that,
need the
otherwise I'll pick
items
someone random.
or like the enchants on stuff.
Actually, no, not rogue. Just have a hunter do.
Ooh, guys, another really good item to get early on is this. 6 demon bag is actually so good.
At Snowfall Graveyard and keeping that safe.
Especially early
Come with
game when
me to
people
pick it
don't
up
have
this
really
time.
big health pools and stuff. Like it does a lot of damage. With the chain lightning, fireball, or the frostbolt, they're all really good. And then you can also summon a fell hunter pet. You can sheep yourself by accident, which sucks. Or you can sheep the other person. Oh, and then there's like a tornado. There's a tornado. There's like a cyclone basically. It's like OG cyclone for druids. Like druids get cyclone in TBC, but it's like it's like cyclone, but you get it early on, like before TBC comes out. Have a chance of doing that. The most often thing I see though is this. Yeah, I mean it's good for healing. Like one of the best items you can have for just overall PvP would be this, because it has great stats, but then also the 15-minute cooldown use of summoning a skeleton is really nice for keeping people in combat, or like not interrupting, but slowing cast times, because obviously as it hits the mob or as it hits the player, then it messes with their casting, their casted speed, obviously, and it helps a lot in AB. So it's basically a minute of them not being able to cap unless they like CC you and the skeleton. So it's really good. I mean, these are kind of the offhands I always carry. Furblog medicine pouch, which I use, but not as often as I used to. It was a lot stronger earlier on in the game, but now that my mana pool and my plus healing's a lot better, a lot of times I don't need it. And then Skull of Impending Doom, which obviously helps a lot with getting out of CC or flag carrying. And then I just have my offhands for from AV, and then I have my the skeleton book.
If you ally at Snowfall, get away from it. Don't let them cap. Don't let the ally cap. Let them deal with the fucking shit. He does. Yeah, he probably already did.
Get a pick on Randolph as soon as possible. Marcuso's on the hill. There we are. Stoneheart Bunker Group, we should go. Do we have a hunter here that can pick up Randolph? Anyone? Langtausha. Pick up
We're
round.
back capping everything this game, guys. They're still trying to go for it.
Dawnbreaker already made changes. It's fine. How come a fucking warrior has to bring Randolph? Come on! Mages, hunters, someone step up!
Yeah, sorry, my dog freaked out. However, guys, beyond getting your ears blown out by my dog's loud bark, we just saw a unicorn. Did you realize that? We saw the unicorn of World of Warcraft. It's a female dwarf rogue in rank 13 gear. Like you'll never see that again. You're welcome. And I dispelled her blind. Yeah, I think it's possible that my girlfriend might have just got home. That's maybe why they were barking. But I'm not sure.
Someone gonna help me, Capso?
I'm coming.
Are they still cocking it?
That is funny though. Like I literally don't think I've ever seen a dwarf rogue, and we're all talking about that, and then there's one.
Alright, run over the bridge this way.
What do you not see that much? Oh, dwarf rogue. Oh yeah, and rogues don't normally get the rank 13 gear because it's not that good as the tier gear. And then there's exactly what we're talking about.
Keep a flare on the bridge and make sure no rogues take the cap.
Yeah, that's true. You have to get,
really easy
if they're on top of you and they're getting damage off, so they're proccing their poisons, you definitely can get bad luck with dispels.
Go, pull. Okay, move it to one side of the room next time.
Okay, he's still barking. I'm gonna mute myself.
Melee or range, if you're getting hit by her AoE, you're too close. You can outrange it.
Yeah, please move her to the corner. I don't wanna die.
Go to the other side then.
Please,
Thrall,
please,
I'm
please.
over. Thrall, over here.
It doesn't matter if she's in a mid.
No, I don't get hit for a reason. Ah, fuck, she's dying. We're gonna send half the raid into Icewind, completely clear it out.
You go SPGY quickly though. They have Norse and South bunker. We don't want to lose.
Alright, half the raid SPGY. How is it looking inside? Is it just Phillips? Lovely.
Pure tank probably go Icewing because they'll need that more than SPGY group.
Have Grand Duelist in there, he should be able to tank it.
Alright.
It's enough people SPGY, or it's enough people Icewing bunker. Let's go SPGY. No one. Oh god, I'm Snake, come at me. Icewing bunker. We need DPS.
I need to get closer.
Where's Grand Duelist? Where's the warrior? It's supposed to be a tank here.
Not ready yet.
Hey, sorry, bro. I know I get bulleted down.
Fucking kill. We need a warrior and Icewing. Where the fuck's the guy I saw? Hello. Yeah, get in here.
Hey, here we go down.
Pancher, come in here. We need help. He's right next to you. Ah, wait. Got divination. Thank you, man. Don't be afraid to tank. You have heals. How's it looking, Alcuram?
No one's here.
Good, let's keep it that way.
What do you pick
We
for
do
the
need
first
heals up
5
here,
in
though.
the feral tree, and you
You're low
pick
on
it
heals,
differently
if you have
during
a look.
leveling? Well,
Really low.
some
Okay,
people
go
argue
straight to aid station.
for till you get cat form, you actually go into the balance tree to get natural weapons, and then once you get hit level 20, then you respec. But I definitely always go ferocity instead of feral aggression. I don't really pick up feral aggression that often, and I only do it if I'm doing like a full PvE feral build. But yeah, you can, if you wanted to, level balance for the first few levels, because basically getting the 5% or 5 rage off of your rake, or I mean not your rake, your what am I thinking, maul, is actually not as good as just flat 10% more physical damage.
EBN, get out of the bunker and heal. We really need you with the main team right now. We're super low on healers.
Almost there, full mana.
I'm crossing the bridge.
Just hold on, no while.
Okay.
You need to get control of those archers in north. I'm fucking dead because of them.
Do you want me to stay at Snowfall or leave?
If it's capped, you can probably leave.
Yeah, that's fine. Now we can. Okay.
Guys, you really need to gain fucking control of those archers next time. I just got murdered.
Yeah, the AoE shout is nice. The only problem is it doesn't do as much as Demo shout in terms of reduction of attack power. So if you are running with a warrior, then it's better for them just to shout. Does Demo shout? Yeah, you don't have to be in defensive stance for Demo shout. But yeah, it's not a rage reduction, right? It's just, it just reduces more of their attack power. Yeah, I mean, I guess if it fits your, playstyle, it could be better. But I just think that getting this reduction with swipe and maul for bear tank would be better for threat generation, and then you're also wasting, you're gonna have to take this, and you're also gonna want to take feral instinct for if you're bear tanking, so you don't run into issues with threat. So it just seems like between all these, or this and this, that I feel are 100% necessary for bear tanking. This is kind of like a more of a maybe, you know?
Mage.
Thank you, Keaton. We can get arrows in what's it called? At the keep next game. We have SPGY. Don't be afraid to release now.
I hope he didn't tell me to be with the raid this whole time and I just didn't listen. Because I was talking to you guys, so I don't think he did. Thick hide is that good. Thick hide's really, really important. 10% more armor contribution when armor is the most important thing for you in bear form is huge in my opinion. Like you have to understand bear form because you're not defense capped like warriors. You need that high amount of armor and you need that high health pool, and so armor is very very important for you as a druid. That's why you see druids picking up, like, for example, if you go and look at best in slot lists for druid tanks, like warden staff. Why does it stay best in slot forever? It's because of the armor on it, nothing else. Like you can find two-handed maces that are in like in ZG, in AQ and stuff like that have like much better stats in terms of like strength and
get ready. 3,
stamina.
2, 1,
But it's that armor. Armor is everything for you as a
Wait, don't
druid
take
tank.
it yet. Hold it. Was that 4 people?
Hold on.
Zero industry. I think we might have opened up a new game. Anybody want to check this one?
Anyone with the delayed free want to check it?
Let's check. Well, we gotta wait a second.
Come on, anyone with delayed free, check the free. If you have delayed free, say you will check it. Axbot, can you check it? No, wait, that's a really low delay.
And I've never really had a huge issue with like being found out in stealth that often, especially if you use.
Take it.
I see.
If you know there's
hopefully
I get in the right one.
Take
yeah,
free,
okay, good.
take free, take
If
free.
you know that you're gonna go up against a rogue and you have cat's eye goggles and also you have the bonus from blood guards, which is increased stealth detection, I don't really think that the stealth is as necessary.
6 spots left.
It is kind of nice to have, but I don't know if it's worth the point allocation.
I think I'm cooked.
Yeah, I agree with that one. I think this for Primal Fury for bear tanking is really, really nice. Especially for packs that you want to swipe a little more on. Because you really don't use swipe that much. It's basically just mauling. But if you have a large rage pool, then you can use swipes between your mauls a little more. If you have 5 out of 5, it's being like 65. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had full 5 points in this, so I can't really say. It might honestly feel a lot better, but I don't know.
Ah, so close.
Whisper hi stalker for invite.
I do sometimes find myself being in cat form and being like, how did he see me, you know? But I don't know if I have that issue enough where it would be worth me taking the points.
It's risky.
Nick Stabby, no, don't take it.
It's full.
This is gonna be a rough game, guys.
Wow, we have all look how many rogues. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 rogues.
Not too many hunters.
I'm posting the old bunker groups. You need to check if they need updating yourselves. I'm not in.
Yeah. Dude,
We're gonna stay with the group this time for sure.
Need some people to help me. Okay, good.
I just got a free, did a spot open.
Nah, dude.
Nope, it's just a new free open. Drop the free. If you got it, just drop.
Need someone to pull this down. Where's Bunker and Randall?
What's my favorite WoW city? So, are you talking with those from next expansion, of course? Okay, so for all of WoW, So I really like.
People are there.
Hmm.
11 roads this game. Should be interesting.
I'm trying to think of ones that have really stuck out with me.
The Strian Stone.
I hated Chat Wrath. I know a lot of people like it. I didn't like it.
Alright, everybody get in there and clear it out. We haven't even killed mine later yet.
I really like the whole look of Zangarmarsh, and I think the villages were alright, but it does like that's not really what was important. It was just the zone was cool. Ironforge as a city is probably one of the best I think in the game.
Stonehenge.
I can't really remember how they. I've been playing Classic for so long. I can't really remember how Kata changed it, or if it really did. Isn't it pretty much just it's the same, right? Because it's underground. Nothing really happened to it, right? Yours is Booty Bay. Yeah, I like Booty Bay, but I don't like it as much as a lot of people do. I think a lot of people really love it. I definitely think it's a unique place, though. I like Everlook a lot, actually, because I like the snowy zones. But then just Everlook as like a little goblin city there is pretty cool.
Mages can help.
Yeah, only Stormwind and Orgrimmar changes.
Stout,
Okay, yeah, that's right. I know that I don't like the changes to Orgrimmar. I definitely like old Orgrimmar better.
Good job picking up Spencer.
Trying to think of like the newer zones, because there's definitely some cool zones in the newer expansions.
Good job.
I don't really have any strong feelings on Dalaran regardless. It was a fine city, but I didn't really care about it that much. I don't know, I guess what normally sticks out in my head is like zones, right? Like when you enter one of the, like especially in a new expansion, when you enter one of those new zones and you're just kind of like, oh wow, this zone's cool, you know, it's something that's like super new. I definitely loved like
you have enough of your group here.
A lot of the new zones in Northrend were really cool, like Grizzly Hills was awesome. And I think a lot of people liked Grizzly Hills. Silverman is beautiful, but no one goes. Yeah,
we'll just leave.
I didn't even think about Silverman. I literally have probably been there like
oh, good cap.
3 times in my entire time of playing WoW.
He's going. No spots open in our game. I doubt a spot will open up in our game. Ready for the next game. Everybody in Belinda, we need healers.
And that kind of goes the same way with Draenei actually too. Like when do you go to Exodar? Like never.
Stop PvPing and
I think I was there like once in the Burning Crusade for like jewel crafting or something. I went there for like jewel crafting trainer or something like that. Music from Grizzly Hills was one of the best.
Icewind Bunker group will be a little
it's definitely unique.
Most of the people made it inside.
I also really liked Ice Crown. Sholazar Basin was pretty cool.
Focus on killing Belinda right now, and we'll make our way up north.
That's the thing. I think the art team and the like design team and everything in WoW continue to get good. Like they progressively got better over the years, right? You had like really cool zones, and even like I never played the newest expansion, but I just saw people like leveling up through it, and the zones were like super cool, and they all looked really neat. But I think it's where it dropped the ball was like it's more on like the development side. And I think it's hard too because the more expansions that come out, the more zones there are, the more it like pushes people away from other zones too. So it's like gets super challenging as you have more and more content in a game to like keep content feeling special when you basically just skip through 99% of it to get to the end or the new stuff, you know?
Can't be spending the time dealing with every ally that goes.
I know where Coconina is now, anyways.
Oh yeah, going into any of the dwarf style inns and hearing the tavern music is like That's super
I'm not
nostalgia
gonna
for
fly
me.
all the way to Or. That'd be like.
There's no fucking way.
No, I just wanted to warn people.
Not to mention if there's like 5 mages, what am I gonna do against them?
Gilneas, yeah, Gilneas was cool.
Yeah.
And the ice block.
There were a lot of jump stuff in Ironforge, like getting up on, and the fact that you could like duel behind if you dueled someone behind like that pillar next to the mailbox. I remember you could duel people back there.
Most of the lead pugs defend it. There's probably tons of pugs in there.
Yeah, I mean, I liked
Usually a bad
Grizzly
strategy,
Hill
but
as,
hell,
as
man,
like an
we got
entire
a lot of
zone was
pugs
just
in this game.
awesome.
If they don't defend anything, then it's gonna be a rough game.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Don't
mean,
go down, fuck.
and the empty world thing is definitely a
guiding,
big
keep
issue
guiding.
with like modern WoW, I think.
We need
But it's like,
keywords and SPGY.
but it's like
Come
as a
on.
defender, or excuse me, as people defend like classic more
We're
and
gonna wipe
more,
the duppy at this
you also
point.
have to kind of
This
look at it
one
from like
fucking dude is
Blizzard's
gonna recap.
point of view. Is like it is hard to come out with new content without making other content obsolete, you know, or like there's a very fine line
Ice Queen
between
does not
also
need that many
like
people. Okay, we got people coming
making
up north.
people
That's good.
want
That's
to
good.
keep playing a game
Bunker
if you're
groups
not
probably need help at this
incentivizing
point, guys,
by
when
like
you
new
heard this.
zones and stuff. So it's like, do you really
It's
blame
pugs,
them
man. If
for
you're
how
in the
the
raid
game
group,
development has
we need
gone?
a lot of you up here. The pugs, we gotta trust them to at least defend that bunker.
I don't know.
That's probably them outposts we want to leave in there because half of them are there. It was a bad fish. We gotta work through this game. North and South bunker are burning now. That's very good. We make our way straight to AIDS after we clear out SPGY.
Yeah, I
I
have footage. I probably should just put it out.
Don't go
I think
yet. Don't
I was
follow
thinking
that
about
guy.
making.
Don't follow that one pug.
I was thinking about.
Come on, guys.
Okay, my dog.
Good job, bunker groups. All the bunkers are burnt. We're gonna make our way to aid station. Goodness, that's a lot of ads. Overall, kill all the
My
ads.
dog ruined my train of thought. You ruined my train of thought, Luna.
Get off your mouth.
Yeah.
and
Oh
kill
yeah,
the
yeah. I was
ads.
thinking
Come
about
on,
kind of
guy.
making a video of like my
Meteors,
experience on
baby
like
man.
private servers and just kind of
Alright, mount up.
kind of like a montage clip of all these random clips I have
I
that
need
I
at
don't
least
have
3
any
people
use for.
SPGY and we're going in.
But I have clips of us, my guild, like messing with people in like Westfall and stuff. Like we weren't killing them, we were just like spawned in Infernal, and then they would just go around killing people. And like there's all these like
You're
low
dodging
levels that
eyes
really
and
don't know what's
cross-track.
going
Do
on, or
not
like
run into more ads.
it's just it was so funny just sitting there far away just watching this Infernal run rampant in Westfall. But I'll probably
For
try
more
and
work,
find a
figure out
use
the
for that
alliance
clip or
first.
something. The boss is screaming, yeah, she's got to protect her domain. There's probably like, you know, an old man walking down the road or something, and she had to defend herself and come off as a scary, intimidating dog. Like the big dog, our big dog Ronan, him and Luna, the little one, they play together a lot, and when they're playing, every once in a while, since Ronan is so big, you know, he kind of he'll like kind of hurt her or something. Like maybe he nips her on the ear a little too hard or something, and she'll yip really loud, and he'll instantly stop, you know. But then she has like this complex or something about her where she's like, oh hell no, you hurt me, and then she just goes on this like rampage and like attacks him, and he's like shocked, you know, because he didn't mean to hurt her. He was just playing, and so he's shocked, and he just kind of stands there as she like mauls him, and then like she's a little terror.
I'm gonna pick up Mortimer now since most
One of the main reasons I want to play priest is to mess with mind control. Yeah, you can do some serious damage with mind control. Mind controlling people off of Lumbermill always was fun. People on private servers are pretty bad about mind controlling people out of the portals in the spawning areas of Arathi Basin and Warsong Gulch. I mean, it's pretty mean. It gives them 15-minute deserter, but at the same time, it's kind of funny too. It's like one of those things that, like, if it happened to you, you'd be really pissed, but doing it to someone else is just like hilarious. I don't know though, but I thought they were saying something about like that's considered griefing on the server, and if you get caught doing it, you could get banned. So.
Alright.
But yeah, that's one cool thing about priests. I do like how each class kind of has their unique.
We have 8 stations.
Those like unique things, like a mind control for priests, portals for.
Why are there so many people
mages. Locks have summoning, and they have soulstone.
Do not stand in the middle. What the fuck are all
Shamans have ancestral recall and Ankh.
Don't pull a bunch of fucking.
Druids have teleport moonglade. So yeah, that you definitely feel really unique as classes in vanilla. That's the cool thing. Get some really cool unique spells. I could imagine being ban-worthy. Yeah, it's like right on that border, you know. It's like the borderline of being like kind of a dick and messing around with people to where it's like seriously ruining people's time. Because I mean, there's some people that want to do PvP, you know, and they have maybe like a few hours after work to like play or something, and then you basically screw them out of playing for 15 whole minutes. It's kind of mean. Can I res here? Where did this guy die?
Stop the warlock, stop the warlock.
On the left side.
Have you started on that?
No.
Don't overextend, don't chase the allies. They want you.
Yeah, they actually there was a podcast. I can't remember. Maybe it was just Classic Cast. They were talking to
keep attacking them range. It's your fight. Range.
They were talking to one of. It wasn't Mark Kern, or maybe it was Mark Kern. They were talking to someone about
and PvP. We have melee for this. We have
about like just that thing about how. They talked about how priests were so unique with their racial spells and stuff, and they were saying how they had actually planned to do that for all the different classes. So, for example, if you were a Night Elf warrior, they wanted it to make it so you were like you basically were a Night Elf warrior, but then over time you kind of became a demon hunter, is what they were saying.
Every one of these guys. It's a pain in the
so
ass
yeah,
to deal with
originally I think they had ideas of making each race and class combo a lot more special in terms of their toolkit, but I think they probably ran into a whole lot of balance issues. So, I mean, we can see that now, just like, basically if you're a hardcore raider and you're not a dwarf priest, people are gonna get kind of upset, you know?
Look at this. What do you think would happen? AoE fear. All the ads around him, and then, you know, what if they win?
It's cool but unbalanced, like Night Elf racial, yeah, exactly. They're racial as shit, and so it means that you're highly favored to play a dwarf.
We have aid station. We need
so as cool as it is, it kind of pigeonholes people into certain role race combos.
We have
but
aids out while I'm spawning back there. Maybe 4 people. Range GPS, clear out these allies. They have nowhere to spawn.
yeah, exactly.
It's explosive expert.
You already see that enough just on like racials that races have.
Up here,
so you're gonna have a lot more people playing undead.
There's
like
100
a lot of
unstables, I
people
want
playing
dot 'em
undead
all.
versus like an orc warlock. Like more people will play undead warlock than orc warlock because cannibalize is super nice for a warlock with their tap, and also the
Good news is we don't
undead
have any
racial is
marshals
really
this
nice,
game.
right? So
As soon
it's
as we
like
get reinforcements up
you
here,
already
we can
kind of
start
see that
ending them.
happening with what they have just with racials. So I could see it being really bad if they had
At least if you're
some
dead,
super OP.
come on. Fucking slack. At the end of
Yep,
this
orc
game,
stun
you have
resist.
8 stations.
Exactly.
No reason for you to still be in your body.
Exactly.
Except you want AFK.
Is there any situation where those stars were
just
useful?
enough people. I'm
I
gonna start
remember I
low as
used to do.
Marshall,
I had a
go
night
back
elf
on
priest,
tank.
like a lower level one, and I remember it was
Just during
pretty
the
strong
game
in
before they
duels. I would duel my friend a lot, and it was pretty strong in duels because I think it cost like. Maybe I'm wrong. It just seemed like it was. It seemed like it was good. Maybe I was just dumb at the time too, though. In terms of like my play style and stuff, but that was kind of back also like early vanilla. That was kind of back when people still just played priests for what they like, and then like you just kind of find out that you have a shitty racial, you know, or a shitty like priest racial. You know, you're like playing like you're playing like what's a bad one on the horde, like troll one's kind of useless, you know. But then you're like oh, I kind of wish I had the undead class stuff, but you're like kind of already a troll, you know, so you just live with it. So you had more variety back in actual classic than you do now. Now it's like you really just see dwarf priests. Every once in a while you'll see a few humans, but that's about it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was like really low mana or free, so it was kind of useful just as like an added boost to DPS. But
all in. Leave like 5 DPS to watch.
Orc Warlock is the best PvP
DPS,
race.
I don't mean melee,
Really.
I mean range DPS. Come on.
I thought it was like you could
inside,
argue
inside,
orc or undead. Both have like their strengths, you
Should
know.
be enough to start it. Let's go.
Like undead's gonna help you a lot fighting other locks, but orc's gonna help you a lot more against like rogues and warriors. Biggest counter is a rogue. That's true. And you then with the stun resist, that's very true, I guess. Is Blood Rage just melee or is it also spell? Yeah, I definitely don't think the Night Elf one is the worst. I think that the Troll one doesn't really make much sense. It's like a lightning shield basically, but then the whole point, or like as a priest in PvP, like you're not really wanting to get hit as little as possible, so it's kind of like counterintuitive to a priest. I don't know, just kind of weird.
I'm fishing right now. Make sure you buy the Battle Master if you just came.
Just base melee damage. Okay, yeah.
What's the takeover?
But yeah, I guess, I mean, stun resist makes up for it. Like, orc stun resist is super strong. Because they change it, right? They change it in... I don't know what expansion they changed it in. I thought it was pretty early on, like TBC or Wrath, maybe? They change it from resist to, like, duration. Troll Priest is okay. As Shadow, it seems with Blackout. But others...
Drop.
Yeah.
Drop it. Alright, get ready. Everybody drop it. Everyone drop it. Okay, gonna do a countdown Q in 3, 2, 1. Everybody Q.
I think, honestly though, at the end of the day, when people always come in and ask me like, oh, what's better, Night Elf or Tauren, or like, what do you think about this matchup, or like, what do you think about this class or this spec or race or whatever?
Watch out. 40 alliances.
In the end of the day,
I think you got in the other one.
In the end of the day,
There is a fresh one. High Stalker just got
Sorry,
cooked
I'm
up.
trying to
Look for
listen
the
to what
fresh
they're
queue.
saying. I think
Okay.
we're confused on whether it's
Oh,
a
this
fresh
is so
game or not.
risky.
This is risky. There are 10 spots in here in this one.
Here I go. Here I go.
At the end of the day, classic, I think the biggest thing that people can do
Oh,
is
I
just
made it,
play
yes.
what class they enjoy and also what race they enjoy. Because like, yeah, you might have a little bit of an edge against some classes, but if you hate the way your character looks and you don't really like, like the aesthetics of it or something like that, then it's not really worth it. It's not worth it to have that little bit of an edge just to do a slightly better. I mean, unless you really don't care about looks of a character, but to me it kind of matters. That's why I somewhat kind of regret having a female Tauren. It's like you stand out and stuff, but at the end of the day, look, this is what you're dealing with, guys. This is what you log into every day. Yeah. So, I mean, don't know what to tell you. Play what looks good to you. Play what's fun. I wouldn't worry too much about like the racials and stuff. Even though people always talk about them, I still at the end of the day, I guess if I was to make a alliance priest, I'd make a dwarf though, just because I do like the way dwarves look. So I guess that's a plus. But respect that you can handle so much AV farm, but it's one of the coolest streams I've ever seen. Yeah, thanks. Well, I appreciate you guys watching. To be honest, it makes AV farm go a lot faster when I can just hang out and chat. Yeah, looks almost make it or break it for me. Yeah, I'm the same way. I am the same way. Especially for me, too, one thing that really matters is like the way a character runs and the way like they cast spells. If that makes sense. Because I think I think undeads are like they're pretty cool, but I think their casting animations are just like so good. I don't know what it is, but like their spell casting animations and also like their dispel or like instant cast animation is really really good. And I think that's kind of the way for why I like female night elves over male night elves too. I think male night elves look good, but I think the way they run and stuff and their ears are like flopping around like crazy. I actually like female night elves, like their run and casting animations more than male night elves, but I like the looks of a male night elf more, if that kind of makes sense, I guess. Can't stand male night elf. Yeah, exactly. I hate it. It's awful. It's really, really bad. How is that? This is the flare. I'm right here. That's the craziest distance. What just happened? The grind is pre-mill. If you play Gnome, it feels like you sprint all the time. Yeah, Tauren feels really slow. I wouldn't be able to play like a Tauren warrior or something where you don't get any speed. As long as you're a shaman and druid, you at least get the travel form bonuses, so you don't really have to deal with the like slow walking. And hunter, you're at least getting the aspect. But yeah, warrior, oh gosh, just slowly just walking everywhere.
What else? Just those three.
Casting is huge for me. When I played, I spent money on race changes for some of my characters just because I hated the original races I picked with casting. Yeah. Funny story about spending lots of money on WoW.
Alright, sounds good.
My friends and I used to always like buy. We would always just buy like WoW every once in a while. Back when the original game was just by itself, we used to just like buy the game every once in a while because it would be like they'd have like a special and it'd be like $5 and it's $15 a month. So in our brains we're like, oh well, we'll just buy a brand new game, and like make a new character or whatever and level together. So like a while ago, I hadn't
Did
played
you
WoW
throw
in a
a
long
lot in,
time, and I was
Spencer?
trying to get like an account back, and I go in and I'm like giving the guy my information, and I have a very like unique
Good job.
last
Go
name.
on,
Like
Melinda.
it's
Icewind Group
like
go.
I don't think anyone else has it. It's like 2 last names put together. So I'm like, okay, no one's gonna have this last name, and so
3, 2, 1.
they definitely were all my account, and I literally had like I don't know, like 10 or 15 accounts, and the guy on the other line, the customer support guy was like, yeah, there's like 10 to 15 accounts under your name, and I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, and most of them, it's weird because most of them have like,
Gonna
you
need
know,
some
like a
more
level
Icewind Vanguard.
15 or like a level like 25 or something, just completely random. And then it dawned on me like, oh yeah, we used to always buy accounts and just
When
like
there's
play
almost
on them
dead,
for a
we'll
while
get
till the
on
month
Icewind
ran
Vanguard,
out
drop off a lot of people.
because we were cheap and we were like little kids, so we didn't have like tons of money. Back to racials. You can change game style somewhat, like Night Elf Hunters. That is true, especially the hunter thing. Like, especially defending a node can be so annoying if you're going up against a hunter. Not so much as a druid, because I can at least
You need to swing by Icewind
hibernate the
execute.
pet, so I force the hunter to come out to stop me from casting. But if you're like another class, you basically have to kill the hunter's pet or try and locate the hunter before the hunter's forced to come out. So it's super strong in that sense. Oh no. Hi, buddy.
Alright, slow down bad.
It's mainly the NPC that's the issue right now. Damn. Stupid.
Alright.
I know,
Clear
with
out
the
Duffy,
stealth
then we're
cat
gonna
is
jump out
insane.
Ice Bunker.
Yeah, super annoying. Talk about an annoying combo is Night Elf Hunter for like base defending on AB. Worst thing ever.
And South Bunker probably need help. Alright, Duffy's dead now. Mount up. We're gonna go in North and South Bunker, help out. Split evenly, please. If you see Mortimer go in each one bunker, tell me. 3, 2, 1, go.
I don't know they were gonna lose it, and then I didn't call it. Shit. Yeah, Dwarf Rogue is definitely really strong against a lot of classes.
Heal again. Grabbing him.
Actually, honestly though, I loved playing Night Elf Druid when they made Shadow Meld be able to be used in combat. Oh, it was so nice. It's basically like having a Vanish as a rogue, but now you have it as a druid, and you can also use it to like as like a feign death to get a stop casting on different classes. It was just like so nice. Like everything about it was so good.
Stoneherd bunkers coming to Icewind.
We have 2 people SPGY right now. Probably need 1 more. Don't worry about that when Icewind gets up there. So is Icewind
like I know they've changed you know, undead and human racials over the course of the game. and it really impacts
We need
PvP.
more
But I
people here to
honestly
make
think
push into
there's never been any racial change that's affected stuff as much as Shadow Meld. It really made it from almost kind of a useless talent in some
Yeah, we
aspects
definitely have
to be
that.
so
Alright.
good.
3 people stay in North Bunker, the rest of us go south and cap. Let's go. These shit.
How did you farm gold as a druid for my epic mount? Well,
Get inside, guys.
you're
Archers
gonna
tearing
think
us
this is
apart.
pretty
Need to
weird,
get
but
inside, quick.
I honestly made all my gold from looting bodies in AV when AV
We
first
like
came
clear
out.
out the ads, kill the archers.
Just like I would actually like a lot of people don't like when there's turtle games in AV, but that was like my favorite thing. AV turtle games as a bear, because I would just stand in the front lines, wait for people to die, and then take their like their gnome hair,
Can you
their
give us a
you know the
healer?
bone chips, and having those things was so strong. In farming gold, like being what I mean by so strong is like the druid is perfect for that because I could just stay in bear farm, so I'm close enough to loot all the corpses, and I literally just made all my gold that way. But beyond that, I actually think that druids are not very bad gold farmers in terms of grinding stuff. People think that they're bad,
go
but
back and help them.
I can AoE farm as a druid really well. I don't have any issues with that.
Coming there now. We'll be there in 10 seconds. Oh shit. There's like 5 of them here. Fuck me. Need a little bit faster call than that. This is really bad here, guys. We don't need that many people in fucking Icewing, especially since it burnt down. Get the hell out of there. Go SPGY. We need that. We need that fucking graveyard. North Bunker will burn in 30 seconds. North Bunker people will make their way to South Bunker and hold that for the
Please try to not slack your south. Just ride north, do not dismount for the alliance, do not fight. Go north.
And I also think
There are some ally turtles.
I think these quest rewards are flawed unless they give you more gold if you're exalted.
It happens. If we move
Because
as a group,
it says that the
be able
quest
to
is
do
supposed to
that.
reward
It's really
20
gambit.
silver, but when I turn in these, they give 31 silver. So basically, 3 is a gold. So, unless it is that you get higher gold reward when you're exalted, that could be right. I know you get cheaper you get like cheaper vendor stuff if you're exalted with a faction, so it would make sense that they maybe give you more money too.
Can we get a
I don't
cap
know.
at SP, go to the
I thought
graveyard
AV
and
on
install?
Classic will be one of my best experiences. After you stream. Yeah, no. AV's awesome. AV is really, really awesome. The way we're playing AV right now is extremely boring. Just doing the same thing every single game. But like for example, if say I couldn't get a group for a queue, I'd be playing this completely differently.
Alright, we need
I'd be
like
like
5
going
people
mid
staying
every
SPGY.
time and like farming kills and
Rest
like
of us make our way to
then
South
it's actually a
Bunker.
lot of fun. But if
We
you do
need to start
anything
pulling
like
ads.
kind of in this way where it's just like going and farming the same route every single time,
Get
it
inside,
gets
South
monotonous
Bunker, get
and boring.
inside.
So
Get inside, AoE, don't AFK inside South Bunker. Help out
that's
for
why
ads,
even though it's
inside,
not
don't
good
fight
honor
outside.
per hour, when a group starts turtling, it does kind of get fun. Because then you're actually having to try, or like, there's like a lot more PvP, you know, so makes it fun.
Are we ready for explosives?
Yes, pull in inside south.
Oh yeah, AV is the place to be balanced, because you can actually, in group fights, you actually can stand back and just
Kill explosives.
hard cast spells, you know,
inside south bunker, kill it quickly, keep it stunned.
and be okay with it. You don't have to worry about kiting and stuff, so you can actually just stand back and cast. No, this isn't beta. This is what I would call classic WoW waiting room. So I'm playing on a server called Northdale.
There was about 5 of them that pushed it last time.
And as soon as classic WoW comes out, that's where I'll be playing, is on those servers.
That may be a few
or
too
if
many.
I can get into the beta, obviously.
Alright, all that's left to pull is Morgad and such. That's an 8
When I ranked on my human warrior, I would always run straight for the south towers.
Group up outside, usual spot. We need some more people from SPGY to come.
I brought the
Up on
ads,
the other
AV.
tower.
They went down. Blessing of freedom on ads. So great. Kill the alliance first. They're going for our healers.
Yeah, there's some cool stuff you can do with like warrior charge. Yeah, it's definitely your best option for like a place where there's a big population. Like online, there's 6,000 people right now. At peaks, it's like 10K.
Wipe out the ally.
And there's a lot of people always playing, and you can just come and kind of like try things out, or like figure out what kind of class you want to play for classic or whatever. It's definitely a good server for that. There will be different, like some things will be slightly different in classic versus on this server. I'm definitely not saying this server's perfect, but it's pretty good. Is it just one server? Yeah, there's two.
Send like one more person SPGY.
So this is considered Light's Hope.
There, stay there.
So like the website is Light's Hope, I guess. But then the server that I'm on is called Northdale. But then there's one other server that's called Lightbringer. But the population's pretty small on that server. It's like there's like a peak of like 600, 700 people online. So it's pretty small. So this server is definitely your best bet.
Marshall. West is going to be the first. Get ready, get drink on. We're going to pull in the last 3 seconds. Pulling west now.
Don't let people cross the bridge.
There's a paladin healing the marshal.
From inside. Where is he?
Yeah, he's inside.
SPGY needs help. Send some more people back. We don't want to lose it again. SPGY will be ours in 5 seconds. Hold it till then. The respawn.
Go to SP.
Who did he say? Did he say EBM? I don't know.
Spin the flag, come on.
Sometimes I think I miss what they say. Hopefully they don't. I think I'm just ignoring them.
Clear it out. The reservoir should be able to hold.
Oh, we've climbed up from. We were 20. We were right around here. Oh no, we were 24. Because we started out with.
Pulling marshals if you have a tank up there.
Yeah, we're climbing.
Oh, I hate paladins. I hate them so.
we're probably going to be
Watch
done
out,
with
the rogue is at SP something.
with farming rank today, and then no more AV for
in the back.
several days. Can't remember why, but on some server people always farmed Korak in mid, waited for his respawn.
Kill the marshal. Iceblood is out.
Well, early on there was a lot of people doing that. He gives some good stuff from a quest.
Push it to the limit.
So a lot of people would wait around for him to be able to get the quest items, get the rep that you get from the quest and all that stuff. Yeah, you can on this server you can redo that quest, but it just gives you that rune of teleportation thing to teleport back to your side's base.
What a pallet.
So.
Hammer of justice.
What is going on? Just one mob hitting me over and over again. Yeah, but I didn't realize it doesn't update my gear to the newest.
Banner's down.
So I have the old PvP gear. I don't have the updated stuff, so I'm actually even going to benefit from just getting back to rank 8 again, just for that alone. Let me look. Let me see what we're dealing with here. 12, 12, 12, 9, 12. 14. So we get spell damage from legs. We also get slightly better stats on our intellect, which is nice. 1% crit, don't... Oh, 1% crit's a lot better than 1% dodge, that's for sure.
Did you look to QO that thing? You seem to go at them.
Yeah, let me.
She wasn't telling me he was doing fine.
So, did we get a split last game? Do we have any deserter?
14,
we didn't get a Hefe. I'm not sure about how many more. That was a 21-man game, so nobody should have.
And I know deserters.
13, 6.
Can Dre
So
get an
everything
extra
goes up
raid group?
slightly on those.
Dre, D-R-E.
You guys forgot about Trey?
12, 12.
I had a snipe again.
13. A lot better stats on the chest. You lose 1 damage in healing. That's weird.
You're fishing Hefe, you want me to?
The bonus is the same, 40, 20, speed,
No bites.
40, 15, so you get a little more stamina from the
You
full
sound
set.
cranky. When was the last time you ate?
Wait, can I use 2 pieces of this and get the 40 attack power, and then 2 pieces of this
apparently.
get the 40 attack power?
I'm not great.
I wonder if they're considered different or if they're considered the same.
I'm just ready to get that honor.
That'd
Pass
be
you
kind of
guys.
good, actually.
Push the bracket up a few 100K.
It's never gonna happen.
Maybe not this week or next week.
It was much worse last week when I was joking about it, because I was there.
What are you at now for honor?
Me? I'm at 730 only, because I got fucking cooked like 3 games now and had to sit through 1 out.
745.
Oh my god, you're still way ahead of me. I'm only at 400K.
Got 280s.
Yeah, see, look,
man. I was
22
thinking I'd
hours
only go for,
remaining.
like, 11 or 12.
So you can't really amass these. You could do it.
Bracket are you going for this week?
You could do it right
I've been
right
running
before
12
the
now, so I
honor
guess I'll just
reset,
stay
and
at that. I don't think I
you'd
can get
still
it any
have
higher.
them, but
I-
realistically, it's not
On
that.
you.
It wouldn't be that crazy. Can you have? Can you have some in your
Drop the
bank
Q.
and
I'm gonna
also
drop
pick
it.
some up?
Here comes the count. 3, 2,
Shit,
1.
shit, shit,
Q,
shit.
Q, 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 Q.
Q, 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 Q.
Q for 1.
Ooh, we got it.
Checking.
Oh, this looks much better.
Refresh.
Can I pick these up?
Ta-da!
No, you can't carry anymore.
Just waiting for the
So
delay.
it even counts them if they're in your bank too.
Join it.
Yeah,
Hmm.
take one, everyone take one.
That kind of sucks a little bit, actually.
Well met.
I know. Thank God the queue's here as
Holy shit,
well.
if I stop getting cocked, I might get capped today.
You only need 800,000, right?
Yeah.
I gotta text my
Yeah.
girlfriend and tell her that we're gonna have
That's
pizza
not
today.
all.
Do you think I could get bracket 3 like this week?
So
Dude, AV weekend? Are you kidding me?
I missed today though.
pizza day.
Man, it's fine, dude.
Like a full day, 24 hours.
Okay, let's look
Dude,
this up.
bracket free is
Pizza
700,000.
day.
It's not that bad.
Oh shit. Okay, never mind.
Dude, AV weekend lasts
Okay,
from
I shouldn't
Monday,
have looked it
man.
up. Now it's just all pictures of pizza, and
Oh,
I'm
the
just
brackets are
starving
up
now.
now.
Yeah, yeah, you can see it.
You notice now, dude? Why the fuck we think we're talking
Big
about being
time.
capped and shit?
So glad it's not moving. Ugh. Only 900,000 feels good.
Want me to do new bunker groups?
If I open them,
Actually, yes.
oh, that's a good point. Like if I click, like if I open it but not take the item out of it.
Am I doing snowfall again?
No, me and I hope they would get snowfall.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that. Because if you turn in the For Great Honor quest, which is 3 marks of each battleground, it gives you, wait, 3 marks, right? Yeah. Oh no, Psycho Dog's at it again.
Linking bunker groups.
Yeah, it gives like 2.3k honor, so it's pretty beneficial to have
Because you're new. Do you know what you're supposed to do?
20 of each mark right at the very beginning of the new week. I don't know how many people actually do that though.
You're new. Do you know what it means to be in the bunker?
Help, help, help. They're trying to reset Randall.
Copestone was bunker crew. Somebody attack Randolph before reset. Alright, we're all set.
Stoneheart bunker group, go.
I hate how the mobs don't reset.
They reset, he said.
They don't reset back to their spawn or their patrol area. They just reset to the nearest like horde person, you know? So even though they reset on me, then they get on the rogue. Then the rogue has to run. It's like super frustrating. But it makes sense because otherwise people would just like string a bunch of mobs along and then make them all reset while everyone passes by.
Pick up Lana then.
Rained off incoming. Keep moving. It was just my fear. I mean,
Soreo. Look at Stoneheart Bunker Group. Thank you. Pull Belinda when ready.
The upgraded tier gear, or the upgraded rank 7 and 8 gear is also going to help out a lot with spell damage, so it makes balance more of a thing too. Because I'll have better plus damage.
Sorry, coach.
Yeah, sorry, when I leveled back on Emerald Dream, I pulled all these elite mobs near Sithilith.
that's all good, it happens.
Near Silithus with Ret Aura, let the mobs hit me once. So I'd get the tag, then the guards would kill him and I'd get XP. Yeah. I've tried doing that on these servers and that doesn't work anymore. I think you have to have done most of the damage, like you have to have done the majority of it, I guess.
Yeah, the paladin's still there.
You leveled so fast. Yeah, I could imagine, especially because they have those elite ones, right? So you're probably pulling those that are kind of near the guards.
Used up all the CC.
I actually really like Silithus in the early game of 60 when not very many people are there, because it's really nice for farming gold, and it's just like quiet. Like there's not a lot of competition for areas. Guys, this jump is so bad. It's like, I know it looks stupid, like I'm just running forward and not jumping, but you hit like this lip where it doesn't let you jump even though you're pressing spacebar. I went back and got skinning with it, and then if you skin... Oh, they respawn quick. Yeah, some of those early vanilla servers had some weird little quirks to them like that.
Do you like it how paladins
Each progression of these vanilla servers, more and more of the like weird little exploits and bugs are getting off of them. Because even Nostalris had quite a few little like things that you could do, whereas now in Northdale most of those have been kind of killed off, so they don't do that.
193 mana.
It's about the same as it takes me to spell it. Also, fucking hell, second time I get dazed by one hit. This is ridiculous.
They turn up the chance, man. It's been happening to me.
I fucking hate those guardsmen, man. You get hit once, it's like, oh, fuck you. Can we go aid station? How's it looking inside Dumbledore?
It looks like it. We have tons of.
Yeah.
Every time he says Dunbeldar, when he's asking how it's looking, it always sounds like he says Dumbledore.
Need a few people to stay at SPGY.
I'm like, what is he talking about?
We have like 4 people at SPGY.
That's what's terrible at the start. Use Fear on a mob. How Shiva couldn't move. Yeah, I didn't have a 60 on the original Nostalris server. My highest character. No, wait, never mind. I leveled a 60. I had a 60. I had a 60 priest. 60 undead priest, but I never really got past like just doing some dungeons. Because I kind of got late to the party, so I was like 60 and I was going to start doing dungeons when the like shutdown stuff started happening. where it wasn't like shut down yet, but everyone knew it was going to. Now that I'm thinking about it, I've had a lot of 60s over the last few years. It kind of all blurs together.
How's Icewing Bone Killer, King?
It's fine.
Just see a lot of people. What about SPGY?
Started with private
Is there
servers
fighting
late
going on?
2011, around November, I think,
Not
with some
really.
Phoenix Warsong.
It's
Yeah, I
like
played on
Monday.
Warsong's the one that was instant 60, right? I never leveled on this. I never played like Emerald Dream and leveled or anything, but I did a lot of PvP
We have a marshal.
on the instant 61. Warsong was 14x.
I need a few people to move from SPGY to 8 station. We're too many here now.
Maybe I leveled on that then? I just felt like I remember playing on a server where
And
it
if
was...
you're gonna defend SPGY, stand on.
It wasn't
the
retro
defend.
WoW, but it
So
was
they
like
can't cross.
instant. I thought it was a Phoenix server. Was there another one?
Come on, cross SPGY.
Oh, Alec here was the instant one?
That's enough, that's enough. Rest stay.
Okay, then that makes sense. That must have been what I played on.
You got some coming to back up too.
Icewing Bone Group continue straight to 8s.
I just like, there's something about classic WoW. It's just so fun, and like I could just play it. I literally could play it like, even if say they don't do progressive servers where they have they go to TBC down the road, I could literally still just play vanilla for years and years, you know, just making alts and playing different characters.
Everyone inside, let's
It's
end
just
the
such a
game.
fun game.
All in, all in, all in. Alright, do we have an alt tank here? Pick up Ice Bud and exactly.
Yeah, I do recall like having some issues with queues when it was good time for me being from NA. A lot of times queues would be pretty slow to pop on those servers. Have you seen the videos with Always Russia the mage? I don't think I have.
10 seconds, he's gonna spawn. You ready? Probably gonna go right for Ice Talker.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I was just texting her. We're gonna go get pizza here in a few minutes when she gets home. I'll talk to you later, though, man. Have a good rest of your day. Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Fishing. Group 1Q. Group 2Q. Group 3Q.
Oh yeah, see, some of the older pieces don't share. They don't
Drop,
share
drop, drop,
the.
drop, drop the Q. Here comes the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Q, 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 Q.
I'm definitely gonna try and
Q
get
for 3, requeue for
the
3.
2 set for both, then for Feral then.
checking. It's
So let's
fresh.
check.
Join it then.
Yeah, it
Go
looks
for
like
the lead 3.
they're just still there. If you open them.
If you need an invite,
Oh,
whisper
man.
High Stalker. If you need an invite, whisper High Stalker.
Yes, Meg. 9 spots.
The name sounds familiar. It might have just been. Did he make a PvP video? Because I feel like I recognize the name from a PvP video, not from playing with it.
Which ID are you in again?
Delayed 3. Should be an instant 3 by now.
Gonna see if I can get one.
There's another 3 with 5 slots open.
If you're in the wrong free, AFK out.
Yeah, then I definitely saw his video, I think. I used to also, before Phoenix even, I mean I've been loving Classic forever. I used to twink a character. This was they introduced XP gain in Battlegrounds, right? So people would gain XP for doing Battlegrounds, so the twinking kind of died. But if you had just the original copy of World of Warcraft, you couldn't level past 60. So I had an alternate account.
If you're new, the rules on Black Lotus
And
is
on this alternate account, I was in a
It's
guild.
free for now. It's free for today. Most of
I
the
had
day.
I was in a guild
one's
that
getting
we
gold from
raided the
Black
old
Lotus for most
content.
of the day.
Why is
It
that?
was. I think the guild's still around. It's called
Why is
like.
that? Because we focus too much on the gold.
It was on
Make the games-
Draka. The server was Draka, and it was Alliance side, and it was called Screams of the Past. That's what it was
been
called.
like that for the
Screams of the
last couple
Past. You can
games.
look it up. It's still a
It's
guild.
fine.
There's a lot of people in it that have like tier 3. I was in that guild, and we would raid. We raided all the content that was available to us, and we all were just capped at level 60.
Hey man, you
And
know,
so we couldn't gain any more experience.
I'm just
and
saying,
then we'd
it
also
really
just
pissed me
do
off when
AV.
you went AFK in the bunker, then after the game,
And
you
so it'd be
said,
like people that are like 51
I know,
to 60, and
Just calm down.
it was just crazy,
the
man.
games
We
have
would
gotten
just
better, and it's just,
we would
I don't know, man.
literally just destroy
My
people in
opinion's
AV
split
because we'd have
decision,
like
but, you know,
I had
already said it.
I had a
don't know.
dwarf priest and I had full honor gear because at that point there wasn't ranking anymore, so you could just buy it with honor honor points or whatever. So I just had a dwarf priest that had
There's only one lowest in the game.
the tier 13 gear, and then he also had
Everyone already wanted the lowest, dude. Those single
some
boy 60
off pieces from
right
AQ and stuff. It was great fun.
Surely you know, this means war.
And that was back when, okay, so here's a little thing. So you have an account and it only has the level 60 content available, right? But if you go to Burning Crusade, you can do like the intro dungeons like Blood Furnace and Ramparts, that's what it was called. And those dungeons had some level 60 items that had socket slots in them. And so what we would do is we would take our level 60s. They had the option to do a 10-day free trial of the next expansion. So we would do the 10-day free trial, and we'd run our 60s through these dungeons and get ourselves these level 60 blues that had all these socket slots, like 3 socket slots. And then we'd put in the highest level gems at the time, like spell power gems. And then the trial would run out, and we'd still be level 60, and you couldn't go back to the Burning Crusade anymore. But you have those pieces, those items, and you would just destroy in PvP. It was insane. That was probably some of the most fun I've ever had in WoW, was rolling around with those guys. We had a guy that that had Might of Menethil and full tier 3 because he hadn't played since Classic, and so he had all the like unobtainable items, and that was back when you couldn't get tier 3 from the black market auction house or whatever it's called. Oh my gosh, but that was crazy. And then there was this level 60 human mage female. You can still look her up. She's on Draka and Screams of the Past, and she has Adiesh, so she has the legendary staff from Nax, and she had it at level 60. And so we just run around with her, and as a dwarf priest, I would just power infuse her, and she'd like one-shot people. Ugh. Man, that was some fun times, guys.
This one you should almost use a healing totem. Like, we're in full melee group, they will be taking that.
Well, healing totem?
Yeah.
Healing stream totem is so bad.
No, strong in this. When everyone take damage, it's one better than Mana Spring.
Ah. Don't think so.
Twink to Warrior at level 70 during... Had both Claves and Legendary Bow. Yeah, I also had a level 70 Twink too, that because you could buy the old like Brutal Gladiator stuff. So I had
of course.
Brutal Gladiator Druid at 20 as well. But that's crazy to have both Claves and Legendary Bow. That seems pretty awesome. I bet you just destroyed people. 2 man and got the Ravenlord. Oh, nice.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's 17 to 18 health every 2 seconds.
Yes, and it scales of healing.
Yeah, I love doing those kind of things in WoW too, like twinking or like getting rare stuff on lower level characters is always fun too, because you kind of stand out
if I have plus heals,
against other people too.
Yes, it scales with healing power.
I don't know. I'll check it out.
I will keep running, I'm slowing them.
Get wrecked around. But it's still not good. Okay, maybe in this scenario. I'll try it.
Yeah, but we had the warrior that we had in our guild with full tier 3, and he had Might of Menethil. I just remember we literally had someone that was a priest. It was either me or another priest, and we would just chain dispel him. Like, we didn't even heal him. He had like a shaman healer that would put down Wind Fury and would heal him, and then I would just chain dispel him so he never got like slowed. And we would go against like these massive turtles in AV where it was literally like 20 or 30 people, and he would just charge in, and he'd pop like a invulnerability potion, and he would just blade storm people down, and it was just so crazy. So crazy.
Only 2 people in north, we should send a few people there. 1 guy or 2 people, rest should go.
I think Druid. Freeloaders, freeloaders.
Yeah, freeloaders.
You guys are all about the Lotus.
Yeah, you did. It took a long time. I remember I was trying to do that for quite a while. Because you'd have to do your games, and then you have to wait. You just like repeat it over and over again.
Bring him to aid station.
Joe Bood wants an invite.
AoE.
Oh yeah, okay, it scales, but it's still not much.
But that's what I really liked about like 60 or 70 twinks, is it set you apart from like doing a level, like making a level 19 twink. Like, it's fun because you can do world PvP and you can do arenas. I mean, you can do you can do skirmish arenas, but you're pretty much just pigeonholed to PvPing. But with 60 or 70, you could also go back and do all that old content and raid it. And like, we were raiding with all our gear. We were raiding like AQ with like, you know, 20 people, because we just had so much better gear, and that was back when you had like the newer spells and abilities, so you just did way more damage than you do in Classic, so you could
Belinda.
do AQ40
Long
with
enough for
like
you to
20
have mana.
people.
So
Oh,
that's
we're
what
talking
he
about in
Super fun.
raids now. I'm not talking about the singular fight with Belinda.
So yeah, I mean it's been a long
I
time
usually when I
that I've
arrive
been
at
into
Belinda,
like
I'm totally
Classic
all
and then playing back through the Classic
usually.
game and all
Calm
that
down, ladies.
stuff.
Don't you have mana tide and pots?
Yeah, I used it all because I'm healing like crazy until Belinda, and then I have to sit down for 5 seconds to get some mana just.
I mean, it's pretty sweet in here though. All we do is pull mass big, like non-stop.
Yep. You use it constantly. Pulling marshals, using it. Pulling Belinda, using it. Lieutenants, using it. Whenever warriors are taking damage in groups, using it. Also use frost resistant totem on Belinda, as opposed to the tend to get hit by Hakuna Tor.
Well, it's like a fire totem. It doesn't take any.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm the same way. I've not stepped foot in Nax yet.
Like, what, 100 mana?
It's better than watching people put that Searing totem.
I've watched streamers raid it, so I mean like I'm semi-familiar with like the boss mechanics and the layout, and obviously I did the redesigned one in Wrath, but that doesn't count. That's not the same thing. But like I know the layout and the boss mechanics and stuff, but I've never actually done it myself. So that will be exciting to hopefully accomplish in come Classic. Yeah, I've gone back and forth before too, and I've especially gone back and forth on like playing Classic, and then like, and this is obviously not recent because I haven't played since Legion, but I remember I used to play Classic, and then I'd be playing the most recent version of Retail, and then once I got bored of that, I'd kind of go back to Classic, and then it got to the point where it's just like every time they would put out a new expansion, I'd just get bored of it faster and faster, till the point where like now it's like I don't even, I just don't care. I didn't even think about, honestly, I didn't even think about buying the most recent expansion. Just wasn't even interested. I watched Asmongold stream some of the alpha and the beta, and I was like, no, not gonna happen. Not even gonna bother. Which is sad because I played before Legion. I had at least played each expansion for several months after they launched, and Legion was the first expansion where I literally leveled up to max level, and then I was like, yeah, I'm done. And then I never played again. Like I didn't play. What was after Legion? It was.
Are you on van at the moment?
Alright, go.
Warlords of Draenor was after Legion or before? I think it was before, right? Because Warlords had garrisons, right? So garrison, the one with the garrisons, I only played at max level in PvP, so I only did arenas.
What was that?
And like some rated battlegrounds, and then and then every expansion after Legion, I just never really touched. I did buy BFA due to a lot of friends getting it. Man, it was shit. Yeah, and I think I probably would have bought it too if I had friends that were playing it, but none of my friends got it either, so. Yeah, I thought garrisons would be something super exciting, but yeah, it just kind of became just a little chore that you did when you logged in or whatever.
Sorry, I just had to drop you to get a job group to get a poker.
Who said that? Just invited you.
Legolas.
Not Crust is AFK. Take his spot.
He said
We're gonna be done soon.
Rank 14 waits for no one.
Because BR3, I have to stay in bracket 3 this week. According to the rules, if you're under rank 7, you're not allowed to be in bracket 1 or 2. Bracket 1 is reserved for
Group 1.
certain people, so I would have to be in bracket 2, but I'm below rank 7, so I'm automatically in bracket 3. And bracket 3, the cap is going to be 700.
Yeah, Deserter's about to come up too.
I got 1 minute on Deserter.
So, not that far away. Like, I'm tempted to just kind of
Probably
like
shouldn't open up any new games.
stop
Yeah,
and just
drop
kind of
it.
like chill for a while. Because I still have a few more days. I might want to do some PvP in the last
I'm
few.
afraid the 1 minute Deserter will get us into the next open game will be a but we can try.
Yeah. I don't think I've gotten that much today. Wait, actually I have. I started out at, well, no, actually I haven't gotten that much. I started out today at 470 and now I'm 615. So I haven't gotten like a crazy amount.
Would Jesus be a priest
Not
or
compared
a
to my
shaman?
other days.
Because shaman can reach it.
He'd be a druid, wouldn't he?
What?
Druid? Why would he be a druid?
Take any healer right now.
They're all nature, right?
Shamans are nature too.
Yeah, but he rose from the dead like a shaman.
Yeah, we should.
I guess.
Took him 3 days to fucking find it in his bag, but he did it.
Yeah. AV
Just
weekends are
frost
going to be your
shock his
highest.
enemies?
Your highest caps. So it'll be interesting to see what
Wow.
next week is. Let's see.
I'm actually very offended by that.
Yeah, so let's see. Last week was
Group 1.
Don't take it too serious, please.
okay. Last week
Drop the cube. Here comes the
was
countdown.
Arathi
3,
Basin
2, 1.
weekend.
Cube for once.
Was Arathi Basin, and the brackets were bracket 1 was 750,000, bracket 2 was 650,000, bracket 3 was 600,000, right? This week, bracket 1 is 900,000, bracket 2 is 800,000, and bracket 3 is 700,000. So it's definitely a lot more with AV weekend.
You know he's gonna go around the corner.
That's why I'm kind of wondering if someone's gonna break the bracket, because I don't know. I guess there's not like a lot of people that are much higher than. But I do need to keep constantly checking, because I could kind of just zone out and get in the rhythm of doing a few games and accidentally break it. So I'm gonna definitely stop before I get anywhere close.
I don't need water. I have 160 fucking water.
I mean, Smithin is almost already done for this week. Holy gold spammer. How's this guy not banned? It's the same guy.
I get it. It's piss. It's the peacock.
Just need to ignore him.
We all know where mages get their water from, but goddamn, is it the best piss I've ever had.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a McCafe.
There we go.
Fuck off, Amicio.
We have Calamia in group 4.
I'm looking at him.
I got him in my sights.
I wonder if there's such thing as a war song going on right now. No, just a twink one.
He doesn't have the Skull of Independent Doom equipped.
Yeah, it's pretty much when it's the weekend, it's just exclusively the game that's going on. Because there's not really any incentive to do like
You're fucking right.
war song when it's Arathi or AV weekend. However, the bummer behind that is that if you wanted to finish off a rep grind, then you can't.
What?
Like he can't get the Lotus because you snowballed him. It's actually hilarious.
I hope that's still gonna be a thing in Classic.
Dude, it won't. You know it won't. There's so much griefing with snowballs.
And when winter rolls around,
Oh shit! He just whispered me. You want me to call for Alliance Premade to make you guys AFK out again?
Tell him to go for it.
The only thing I'll tell him is Black Lotus.
Yeah, that's true.
No, say no, please don't do it.
It's always right after the weekend it dies, and there's no one queuing. But at the beginning of the week, people will still queue for AV. You know what I mean? Like when rankers are starting out again, because AV is a nice way to just like kind of like autopilot and get rank.
Who got the Lotus? Oh, and wait, why the fuck do we snowball if we don't care?
I got it.
We still want people to drink
It's
it.
20 gold to me, man.
No gold, dude. Nobody pays anybody gold here, man.
Coach, you gotta
What?
pay me back all the shit you take.
If we start breaking all the rules, it will become anarchy.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
Alright, it's your last
I mean,
week. This is like
I don't
my
blame
time
him
to
either.
lead,
Like
alright?
getting
You've been leading
getting a
all week.
Warsong
Why
Gold
can't I
queue
just say,
against
you know, I don't
Premade
want
is
anybody paying?
just a big waste of time. You know, you're not getting any reps, you're not getting any honor. You're literally just sitting there and getting farmed.
Can we be frank though? It's only because High Stalker is here. He's the one who's hyping up the gold.
Only because you won't give me shit when I'm fucking co-leading constantly.
Rank 9, bro.
Exactly. See that right there? That's fucking why.
It pretty much is. Like, you need to, you know... There's a threshold at least, I imagine. This is a pre-made after all. You gotta be like a certain rank to lead, I imagine? I don't know.
But I think what I kind of want to do when
Makes
Classic
sense,
comes
though,
out,
right?
I kind of want to do
let it all out.
like kind of have a, because one thing I did notice is early on in the server when people are doing a lot of dungeon runs or people are farming certain things, you'll have those people that are the ones that are putting groups together, and you kind of start to get to know who they are, you know, and they end up making lots and lots of gold off of like reserved items or things like that. So I think early on in this the server's life that I'm on in Classic, I want to start setting up like certain days where I do certain things, like maybe I have like a like a strat reserved run that I do on a certain day and I host it or whatever.
With a bad computer, of course.
Or like hosted.
You are in Stoneheart Bunker group. Why are you not a Stoneheart Bunker?
Just limit the roads.
Elco groups
like
for
40.
or the
No lag.
the whatever they're called for winter spring for the jujus, like host those to kill the elites, and just make a lot of gold that way. Because people that host those runs and like they reserve all the
Yeah, you need to limit the road.
all the drops. Like there was this resto shaman that would host runs all the time early on in the server, and he had like 4K gold and his epic mount after like a few weeks of being level 60. And granted, he just did runs every single day. But like it worked for him, you know, and he had like a warlock friend that would help summon, so like people would want to join his group because they would just reserve all the BOEs, and then but then everything else was free to roll on, and they'd have summons for people, so everyone would just join their group, and he would advertise it as like, you know, say his name was like, I can't remember what his name was, but say his name was like, I don't know, Mr. Warlock. He would say like Mr. Warlock's like LBRS runs, like BOEs reserved, everything else free roll. This is run number 230, so people would know that, you know, he does these runs all the time, and there's something that they can rely on. So then people that are farming like their like
You're not Smith and
like any of their items, you know, can count on him to do it. But then he would just make tons of money.
I can take the highest one I can take is bracket 2.
Dude, like,
I was
a
thinking
few weeks
before
ago,
it was the
like,
fastest way to farm rep in AB would be to get 15 people and make a premier that just sets at the base and let
2
them
spots
cap
are gonna
5
open up this week.
for your 1 mark.
How does Dumbledore look?
Yeah, and
no,
just do that. Are you saying just do that over and over again?
Yes.
Because that would probably be fairly fast.
Oh.
Feels like you need to be a warrior to host
Eight
a MC
station,
or
eight
reserve
station.
There's
run.
only one guy in subs. and a
Etc.
few people
Yeah,
subs.
being a tank definitely helps. But you can druid tank a lot of things too. Being a healer also helps. Like if you're doing reserved runs or like runs where you're collecting certain things or taking stuff, then obviously being one of those main roles like a healer or a tank definitely helps. Like doing it as a DPS is kind of weird. But man, you can make some serious change that way. Some some of the best stuff early on you can get from dungeons that you just reserve, you know. Everyone's just LOSing me.
Heal coach, heal coach.
There's no healer, I think.
Oh shit.
There's one.
There's...
There's two now.
Oh, he went back to Shadow. I see.
I think I'm getting the key ASAP. 160 in openings for 10 gold. Yeah, you can do those. You can do door openers. You can do reserve runs for like if you're a tank, you can do reserve runs for orbs.
Druid that just recalled, level 53.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things you can do to make gold as classes that don't necessarily make good gold from grinding, which is really cool, actually. Like even why I was bringing this up in the first place is like the people that are ranking in this, they reserve the Black Lotus that spawns, and either they pick it or they have the person that picks it, they charge a fee, and so every game they're making like 20 to 70 gold,
He's not in ours.
which is crazy. So they're ranking while making tons of money.
But you can tell how much honor he has without seeing.
Honor's by, I think.
Oh.
He needs 2,000 more.
Flash recipe, yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Get one of those flash recipes early on in the server's life. Not only can you sell the recipe for a lot, but if you're an alchemist, you can charge a lot for it and whatnot. So, I mean, all those things with professions really can add up early on in a server's life.
And they sell the account.
Or even late, like if you get lucky with getting one of the, like for example, our guild leader, he got the 30 spell damage from MC when it was released,
when you get that much
and he was charging 50 gold fees with the person's mats. So the person had to bring the mats, but then also give him 50 gold, and he made our guild like, I think in a week he ended up making like 30 or like 3,200 gold. So 3,200 gold that went directly to our guild to buy like a lot of the pieces that we needed, like
bipolar, dude.
he bought a bunch of Lionheart helms for warriors that hadn't gotten them yet. He was buying Hide of the Wilds for people. Sadly, I had already gotten mine, but yeah, I mean, a lot of people benefited from that.
Depression. It's not
That's
too
pretty
personal.
cool.
No, but schizophrenic is under bipolar. It's fucking. It's
Schizophrenic is a psychosis. It's not multiple personality.
You need all of those to be ranked 14.
Still, there we go. I think this is gonna be my last game though, because my girlfriend's almost home, and then I think her and I and my younger sister are gonna go get some pizza, because I need to get my pizza in for the day. Now that you guys have all talked it up so much.
No, I'm not arguing that.
Disarm. It's more like you looked it up on Google.
I used to study bio.
Yeah, let me break up my books underneath my desk here.
Yeah, I might get one that's like a more
Biotechnology
unique
is-
pizza like that, and
Wait,
then I
what
think
do
I'm
you
gonna
used to
get
study?
like something kind of classic, like we'll get like a margarita pizza, which is like the
Are you a good chef?
What you specialize
like tomato
in?
basil and
Chicken nuggets and french fries.
big pieces of mozzarella cheese
not
on it.
pastry chef.
Probably get that, and then we'll just share it between all of us.
Like, haha, bon appetit!
So you don't cook sweets.
Well, I do that as well. It's kind of part of it now. I guess
All in.
Alright.
chef has become kind of everything at this point.
Okay, well I'll end it here, guys. Thanks for watching. If anyone here is new to the stream, go ahead and subscribe, and you'll see when I go live or put out any videos. Thanks for chatting me with you guys. It makes grinding these games a lot more fun, so I appreciate that.
So was
And I will
Monterey-
be
I've never
back
even heard of that, I don't
tomorrow. No more AV, so we'll
Monterey
probably
now.
do some world PvP or mess around doing something like that. Later.
Chicken sauté